drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? We're gonna cover some interesting things. Possum Nation says, greetings on this glorious morning. Indeed. Conservative Liberalism 07, good to see you. You know, who is it? Grassroots Hegemon has a pretty interesting way of describing Twitch and YouTube political drama content, which is the Destiny Dick helicopter and traffic helicopter. I thought that was pretty funny. So we're going to try to avoid that as best we can today. I think due to the nature of the drama, it's going to trickle in. We'll have randos who pop in and they're like, hey, what's going on with this? So just be ready for that. I'll try to keep us on topic as much as possible. Then I'm just taking a look at my Twitter. Just because there's, constant, let's just say a constant feedback loop going on. Grassroots is a scholar, indeed. He's a gentleman and a scholar. But what we're going to try to do in order to try to stay away from the sexual traffic helicopter is we're going to check out Alex O'Connor and Flagrant. It sounded like pretty good content last week. I understand that it might be a little old, but honestly, I think just a change of pace would be nice. And then I'm also open to other content suggestions. The only thing that I would say is the Valor Reacts boys, the F-18 pilots that we hung out with last week. They might be coming back at 1 p.m. I did text them earlier today. We'll see if they're interested in doing another episode today. And so at 1, we might be moving to Valor Reacts. But let's go ahead and pull up Alex O'Connor. Let's let chat warm up a bit. Flagrant Alex O'Connor. And this is the 2 hours. And then I think based. Nice intro. I'm actually, a lot of people said that they took a long warm up. I think we can just like we can watch the beginning because it looks like there's 2 or 3 topics that might be interesting, and then it looks like we can skip about 30% and get into the more politically hard topics. So that's cool. Conservatism says grassroots is a scholar. True. Sam says nice. Randy says it'll be nice to cover other drama and not Stevens for once. True. Wowman542 says good morning, Grill Hottest. Hope you all had a lovely weekend. Grill Shala to y'all. Thank you. Sapal says AKA Batasui. Christmas says good morning, folks. Truth. So I guess we should start. We should recenter ourselves with some of our mottos and prayers. Liberty for Lady Liberty and blood for Uncle Sam. There is no God but Uncle Sam, and General Mattis is his messenger. May your grill stay hot, your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. I thank the ancestors for conquering Asia and South America so that I might have this delicious coffee and or tea. You will improve, you will be happy, and we will bully you out of love. What would Hank Hill do? So hopefully that's a nice little warm-up. Am I talking to Pisco this week? I mean, I 100% would, but I do think that Pisco is in an interesting position where he's kind of ingratiated himself with the Live and Learn crew and Josiah, and so he kind of has more of a hard, dry, political horse race analysis element to his content. He obviously has the legalistic analysis to his content. And so while still being involved in drama, he is trying to get away from it. And so what's interesting about that is I don't know if it's still too hot for him or if he's trying to dip out, basically. So if it's still too hot, maybe we'll push it back another week. If he's like, you know what, it's settled enough that we can have a combo, we can. But that's, of course, like context dependent, right? Let's say like a huge, I think this is the drama. But as an example, I'm going on Prime Kai. I'm going on the Reverie Roundtable tonight, and it is about Steven. So let's say that pops off, and there's 3 or 4 days of discourse after that. Then he might say like, "Hey, either we're not doing it, or we'll push back another week. That way things settle." I don't know. It'll be up to him. For me, I'm all guns blazing, but I understand that like people don't like being the eye of the storm. You know, like Steven obviously has built his reputation and audience off of being the eye of the storm. But for me, I would say that I don't like it, but I don't necessarily mind it. I've been in infinitely worse situations than people being mad at me on the internet. So it's not my favorite place in the world to be, but I also don't like freak out and fall apart like wet tissue paper. Conservatism says, I know drama fires are burning when I get DMs over the weekend. Lol, not touching the poop is always an option. I mean, it is, but I'm compulsive. If there's something that's on the tip of my tongue, I'm gonna say it. Sympathy says, oh man, it's gonna be a wild one tonight. Lol. It sure will be. Although they did frame it in a way that's actually really funny. I love the framing of the debate. If I could share this with you real quick. Let me find Prime. So, Desi has been accused of having illicit materials on his computer. This comes from a streamer who had a conversation with Steven, who admitted to holding up explicit photos of a alleged 17-year-old that was sent to him. Desi says he is retaining the images as evidence since it's involved in an ongoing civil lawsuit. Do you think this should be labeled as criminal behavior and or should be shamed by the larger Twitch community? This is also happening as Destiny is claiming progressive leftists should be avoided by the Democratic Party as these people will damage its image. Destiny believes only liberals should be in control of the party, but do Destiny's actions prove that problematic individuals can emanate from any part of the political spectrum? Is Destiny any more respectable than the online left, which he often derides? I think this prompt is hilarious. And the reason why I think it's hilarious is because it kind of starts like with the drama, but then it moves into leftists resenting liberals for trying to push them out of power in the party. And then it's like a really funny framing where it's like Steven's a bad guy, but is this just showing that liberals shouldn't be in control of the Democratic Party? I think that's like a hilarious debate framing. So we'll be doing that tonight. Christian Blair says, oof, I have a feeling you might get dogpiled on Prime depending on the debaters. Well, yeah, but that's where I think no, I'm not trying to be offensive to Prime, but I feel like he's given me, intentionally or not, a little bit of wiggle room. Because in the first half of the topic, I can say, yeah, gooning in this way where you allegedly have illicit material is bad and stupid and cringe. He should 100% be taking the alleged material, documenting it, turning it over to law enforcement in the state attorney's office. And then, but that's easy. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And then if people are like, should this be shamed by the larger Twitch community? I'm gonna be like, yeah, it should. Like, but also like, I'm going to go a step further and I'm going to say sexual degeneracy in general should be shamed. So that they actually kind of gave me an out on the first half. And then on the second half, I have even more of a debate out because I can say, yeah, just because like liberals are engaged in bad behavior doesn't mean that suddenly sanitizes Hassan Piker's terror apologia. So actually kind of like an easy line of argumentation, in my opinion. Kay says, good morning to you. And Patty says, that's a long-winded prompt. Well, Prime likes to make really wild, long, haphazard prompts because it gives people plenty of space to carry the conversation. So it helps. It helps make the debates more schizophrenic and interesting because there's like half a dozen questions boiled into it. H-Lock says, where's the debate going to be on stream? Probably Counterpoints, truth be told. Prime Kai, PrimeCayes, he's the host of the panel. If I stream it, it'll be on the Counterpoints channel. Wowman says, I'm calling it now. The debate panel tonight is going to have someone say, yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? I mean, that's probably going to be me. I'll be like, yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Easy day. But anyways, let's pull up Alex O'Connor. I'll engage with chat. Like I said, I'll try to keep it topic centric. I'll try to keep it with Alex O'Connor and the boys. But I think just the nature of this, just to share, and in my defense a little bit, excuse me, this is all exploding off screen. Like, I understand for you guys, it just might be like, oh, just it's another content day. Let's just listen to something chill while we get through our work day. But like, longtime fans, longtime former fans, longtime haters. They're kind of just like every 15 minutes are like, hey, Connor, what do you think about this? And they're like trying to do like a rhetorical trap. So I understand that, and I'm just saying the truth as I see it. And so that's kind of like the position I'm in, is where every 15 minutes I effectively get somebody new challenging me and trying to be like, hey, what's your perspective? So yeah. Anyways, so the sweepers are sweeping too hard, and the haters are hating too hard, and that's kind of where we're at right now. So, what time does the debate start? 8 p.m. EST. Fast and Funny says they aren't MAGA boys. Alex is just a dumb, refined hood dude from FR. Schulz. Akash is a leftist. Andrew is just a contrarian and got called out years ago for being alt-right and the BI pod. Well, we'll find out. And all we want to do is grill. Nah, I like fighting. I'm not going to lie. It's part of my schizophrenic personality. But anyways, let me do an intro and we'll get cracking. Conservatism says the sweepers are sweeping too hard. The haters are hating too hard. Someone has learned to embrace P.F. Young's radical centrism, I see. Yeah, P.F. Young and I probably have a shitload of alignment. I just think he makes excuses for contrarian dipshits too much. But anyways. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican. And today I got something special for you. We're going to be breaking down Alex O'Connor appearing on Andrew Schultz's podcast. Apparently, it's quite funny and pretty smart. So I'll be pausing intermittently, breaking it down from my perspective. Let's go.
You got to help Alex figure out his moral position through a series of questions to figure out if he's a piece of shit.
I think I'm the most empathetic out of the four.
There's no way.
Out of the four of us, I'm the most
it's
empathetic.
Not even like
This guy's a fucking crazy person.
He's the most sensitive.
I have a
for
switch.
people he's never met before.
I have a switch.
Yeah, but like if they're
I love
That's
everybody.
not real. That's not real empathy.
No, I
We've
love
never
everybody.
met
I
before.
love
That's
everybody.
performative.
You
That's
start
so
good.
easy.
You start
That's
good,
so
and then
easy.
you got to fuck it up.
You're
Everybody
like
starts bad for you, and
what
then
do
they have to
You're
like.
a Hare Krishna. That's the type, you know what I mean? Like
I don't know
you're
what that
trying
is.
too hard.
I don't know
The
what that
people
You're
playing the
basically Hindu.
bongos.
You're saying you're Hindu.
No, Hare Krishnas are not Hindu.
What are they?
Fucking frauds.
They worship Krishna.
Yeah, frauds, dude. I tried reading one of the leader's books, and this is what I immediately tapped out. The guy interviewing him goes, "You preach not having like leading a materialistic life, but you will accept like gold gifts from people and whatever." And the guy goes, "Well, if you're giving me the gift, it's like giving it to God." And I was like, "All right, fuck this guy, dude. Fuck this guy all the way."
I like him now. That's what Hare Krishna is. I'm into it.
It's a mean thing not to accept the gift. They went
But why
out
do
their
you
way
think you
to.
have the most?
All right, I don't care who has the most empathy. I thought it was going to start out strong. All right. Dang, boys. What are ethics? Caring about holes God needs priests? Jesus Christ. Why is bestiality wrong? Rationalizing everything. This sounds like has anybody, I'll go to, this looks like a warm-up, so I'm gonna fast forward to trolley problems.
No. Go. 5 people are tied to the track.
And
Okay?
you've got one on the other side.
Yes.
Or one on another track.
Because the track splits, I presume.
And Working Bob, thank you for the membership.
Very clever.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'll get at this.
And they've got a lever that you can, it's kind of
Yes.
next to you, and you can pull the lever. And if you pull the lever, 5 people are saved, and the trolley runs over 1 person.
Yeah.
And the question is simply, would you pull the lever? I don't know. Would you pull the lever?
I don't think you pull it.
No?
I don't think so.
Why
Because
not?
now you're responsible for death.
Yeah, because then you are letting 5 people die rather than making 1 person die. And I think letting versus actively doing changes it.
Can we ask a
I pull the
question?
lever.
Okay, go. What about you, Al?
I don't believe her. Same reason.
Can we? Are we?
Which, by the way, this is so funny. Sorry, it's actually crazy how little there was to get into versus now. Okay, I think this is stupid, but I think this is how apolitical brains work, and this is probably how my brain used to work. By the way, is that you can only claim responsibility for something if you participate, right? So if you pull the lever, let's say you're not the one who put 5 people on the track. You're not the person who put 1 person on the track. You're not the person who created the trolley system. And so as a result, you have 0 moral responsibility, right? You are not the one who is doing the thing. However, in the opening to the Bhagavad Gita, I think I've discussed this before, the one of the gods comes down. There's a guy who doesn't want to fight in a battle because the battle is against his uncles. And he's like, why can't I just run away? Why can't I just like ignore the problems of the world? And the Hindu person says like, well, that in and of itself is a choice that will result in, harm or good in the world. So not participating is still a form of participation. And so that moral insight that ultimately what's going to happen is going to happen, and you either need to minimize harm or not minimize harm, is actually like the basis of political action. And so this is where I think that these 2 guys, while they're probably perfectly decent and moral human beings who live like good lives normally, if they don't take the lever and try to minimize the harm caused, then I do think that they are engaged in an immoral action. And there's amoral and immoral. Amoral means that it has no moral content. Immoral means that like you're doing something bad. They would argue that they're amoral. I would say that they're immoral. So, yeah. So just warming up with chat a little bit. Gen X says, I'm here. Hi, Gen X. Good to see you. Kay says, if you're given the power to change it and refuse to, you take responsibility whether you like it or not. I agree. Although I understand why apolitical people don't like that, because it forces a level of responsibility that they're not comfortable with. Randy says it's normal acting in avoidance, not pulling or pretending to not see the lever. But if you can't pull the lever, you shouldn't be in political power. True. Eben says it's important to understand how simple folk understand and see the world, because even if it's stupid and short-sighted, they need to be convinced one way or the other. I agree. Even if you did not choose, you still have made a choice. Exactly. That's actually the opening of the Bhagavad Gita. Kay says people cannot abdicate all responsibility because they're scared. We are called to act by living in the world with others. Yes. Conservative liberalism says pulling the levers is well and good, but beware the road to hell is paved with good intentions. No one's judgment is divine. Sure. But as an example, let's say that you're in like Nazi Germany and there's like Soviet apologists and communists, and there's fascists like fighting for the lever of control. And you say, oh, that's not my moral responsibility. I don't, the path to hell is paved with good intentions, and you take no moral action. Well, then at that point, you're allowing the worst people to control the lever. So I would be worried about what is it? In order for evil to prevail, good men must do nothing. It's a varied analysis.
Allowed to ask questions about the people, or does that destroy the whole?
Well,
you can. Like age, for example, might be important.
In this circumstance, you don't know, right? Or you assume that they're all like 25. But
got it. There are
what you can then do once you work out whether you pull the lever or not is then start changing these variables.
Okay. Give me the toughest.
You pull the lever.
That really helps. Yeah. Would you pull the lever?
No. Wait, what is it? It's going to hit 5.
Going to hit 5, and if you pull it,
if you don't pull the lever, it hits 5. If you pull the lever, it hits 1. But you pull the lever.
Pull the lever, you pussy.
Will they all follow me on Instagram? Yeah, I don't think that I could be responsible for it.
Okay, so then here's the thing, right? So one way you could adapt this is say, because at least the 3 of you think that you wouldn't pull the lever. What if it was 100 people on that track? What if it was 1,000 people on that track?
Yeah, eventually you get to.
What if it's like a city, or what if it was like your own mother? Surely there is some circumstance in which you would kind of be okay with pulling the lever.
I feel this way about abortion,
right?
Like, 1 or 2 or 4 is fine, but like 1,000.
Yeah,
you got to pull the lever on that girl, right? Like if.
Well, that's also weird because I think it's 500,000 in the United States, but then it's also defined off of like level of development. So that's really weird that he went there.
One person had 1,000.
Yeah, like eventually there's a lever where you're like, all right, sew it up or something.
Yeah, yeah. But okay.
I joke, I'm being hyperbolic, but at the same time, you're like, wait, what is going on here?
You can work this out. Like you can figure out what you think about abortion. So take a like a 1-year-old child and take like 1,000 fertilized zygotes and put them on the other side of the track and ask what someone would do. Which would they run over?
Child.
And I think it's well, like some people actually would say that. and that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
because
your
that's
view,
what they
but it
believe
helps you
life
to work out
begins,
what you actually believe. Because a lot of people will look at that and be like, if I'm being honest with myself, what I would probably do is I would probably run over those zygotes. You can't even see them; they're like dust on the floor, right? And that's probably what I would do. So you adapt it in such a way as to, and you can apply it to specific.
And that doesn't mean that you don't think it's wrong. Those people might think it's really wrong, but in this moment,
you figure out what's so here. What we've just pulled out is the difference between doing and allowing, which is like a really important ethical distinction. Is there a difference between doing and allowing? And it doesn't mean that allowing people to die is always right. It just means that it's less bad than proactively killing people, right? So then, okay, so take an example where one of my favorites is the trolley's going down a track and there's one person tied up, and there's another track where there's also just one person tied up. But you think you'll really get a kick out of killing someone. You think it's going to be like great fun. Is it wrong to pull the lever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Because wanting to kill people for fun is bad.
Why?
This got really uncomfortable. Connor, have you ever watched Vsauce? I feel like this content drives into esoteric ideas about humans and how we relate to ideas and ourselves. Well, listen, guys, I got to keep the content accessible, right? But I haven't. We got to balance appeal versus fun. Although I actually really like this because it's funny, dude. So what I'm not sure if I fully understand. So take what I say next with a grain of salt. What's interesting is that the military needs people who want to kill people. Slaughterhouses need people who either want to kill animals or are ambivalent or neutral about killing animals. And so as a result, you actually need some degree of like, let's say somebody working at a slaughterhouse, you need some degree of like, either they're willing to just do it for the money, where they're like they're like a slaughterhouse mercenary, or they actually enjoy it, or they're neutral on it in order for society to function. If we didn't have people willing to do slaughterhouse jobs, we wouldn't have meat as a society. We wouldn't have agricultural meat. We would only have what we could hunt. So we would substantively reduce the amount of meat in society, probably 90% less, which you can argue is actually like a moral good. But I do think that's funny. And then it's the same thing with the military. The military actually requires some degree of like infantrymen. And the infantrymen have to have some level of either they think that they're serving some higher goal or they enjoy killing. And by the way, I have friends who either enjoy killing or trick themselves into enjoying killing, because to them, it's like it's the ultimate sport. It's the ultimate game. You are taking your life and you are betting your life on the ability of you and your team to be able to operate light machinery in such an effective way that you overwhelm the enemy team and you destroy them with light machinery. And so that's actually like, I think part of the allure of war is teamwork, tactics, communications, technology, weapons, and lethal risk. And some people are just they're just psychologically attracted to that. And the truth is, if you totally disparage those people, you're going to lose a healthy chunk of warriors. And you need warriors to defend your society. So yeah, that's actually a really, really, really interesting observation. Conservative liberalism says, be humble when making your judgments, flesh things out, hear other people's concerns, etc. Sure. Then McDevin says, you're already in the content. What time do you guys start? Well, McDevin, we start at 9:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 2:30. However, some days I might like BS with chat for 30 to 45 minutes. Other days I might just get right into the content. I have a feeling that just because I'm not doing the Stephen Bonnell Destiny, traffic helicopter today, that we might have slightly reduced viewership, which is totally okay. But I think we need a little bit of a change of pace. Just speaking for myself, I'm compulsively addicted to the drama. However, I do think that you need a palate cleanser every now and then just to keep yourself from going insane. And so that's what we're kind of doing today. Just a little palate cleanser content.
I assume this is an impulse that once you Once you break that seal, it's quite possible you break
But
it
suppose we just know that this person like
And sorry, God Emperor Dominion. No, I have not watched that content yet.
is a perfectly well integrated member of society who recognizes that this kind of like kick they get out of the thought of killing someone is totally immoral and they'd never act in accordance with it.
Yeah.
But look, I've got this opportunity
So this is, to me, doing is worse than allowing.
to enact
What's
upon
interesting with the first one,
This is Dexter.
it and be like guilt
Are
free.
you familiar with the show?
I haven't seen it.
He's a serial killer that like finds a way to kill just
Oh,
bad
cool.
people.
Yeah. Right. So
But this is the trolley
it's
problem,
not even
essentially.
that they're bad people. It's not like, oh, they deserve this. It's literally like
Somebody's got to die.
Somebody's got to die here.
I get to scratch my itch.
Exactly. And here's an interesting consideration:
Yeah.
is that have you ever heard of utilitarianism?
yeah,
So the
the
view that-
greatest good for
Uh-oh.
the greatest
Yeah,
number of people, right?
and that's usually cashed out in terms of maximizing pleasure or minimizing suffering.
Pain, yeah.
Right. This is what morality is about. That's what it is for the utilitarian. And pleasure is defined very broadly there. It doesn't just mean
yeah,
like,
okay.
it doesn't
Yeah,
just,
it's not a brothel.
yeah, exactly. It's like anything which is well-being.
That's
Exactly.
how I
right.
would-
food, shelter.
And so here's the thing, right? If you're a utilitarian, then suppose it's not you, suppose it's someone else who's going to pull that lever, and you know for a fact that they will get some pleasure out of pulling that lever and killing that person. It might not just be that it's permissible for them to pull the lever. If you're a utilitarian, it might be a duty. They might have to, because that will maximize pleasure. Same number of people die, except one extra person is now going to get an equal pleasure. You actually got an obligation.
So if we have these people, let's say we have these serial killers, right?
Yeah.
And we are utilitarian in our philosophy.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I think you know where I'm going with this. Like, do we make them be the people that flip the switch for the electric chair?
There you go, man. Yeah, like,
Right?
right, exactly.
We can give them.
Dude, unironically, that was my argument 30 seconds ago. Like, you need some level of functional sociopathy or functional psychopathy in order for society to work. This is actually, I'm happy they followed exactly where I went.
Jobs. There
Exactly.
are- wow. And is that what abortion doctors are?
Well, QC John says, Grill Shalak Connor in chat. Who amongst us completed the Grill Hottest Challenge this weekend? I myself did $300 of burgers and brats, and we had bonfire with 12-foot flames and woke up in a truck bed. Dude, that's super based. What I ended up doing, though, was I just went to a kid's birthday party. We had pizza, we had cake, I had 3 beers, and also, as far as my pro-social contribution to society, they had a water slide / bounce house. And the kids, so the small kids and the really big kids were having difficulty getting up the slide because it was all wet. And so they kept sliding down over and over again. So I pro-socially encouraged the kids who were already in the bounce house to help out the other kids in order to get into them. And we basically built like a train system where effectively, like, if a big kid or a small kid came up in order to get on the slide, a kid who was already playing in the bounce house area would come over and help the kid get into the bounce house. And so that's how I pro-socially contributed.
No. Now we're getting too crazy. But I do.
We'll be right back.
I do. No. I'm teasing, obviously. But like, I do think these ethical dilemmas present themselves in its like even vaccinating your kid, right? And again, I'm not going to talk about like whether vaccines work or don't work or plus or negative for society. But like the fear as a parent when you have a brand newborn baby you love more than anything, it's so amazing.
Yeah.
And like you watch one video where you're like, this could
Exactly,
cause
wow, man,
harm to
542.
your
It makes
kid.
sense to be terrified. Yeah.
Because now you have the lever, right? You go, do I want to be the person who takes responsibility for causing the harm?
Yeah.
Yeah, conservatism says firing squads used to give the shooters mostly blanks so they didn't have to think that they individually were the ones that can kill people. Yeah, and that's an interesting observation as well, is there's this book called On Combat and On Killing by David Grossman. And they found that without, I'm going to show you guys this real quick. It's actually really interesting. There's bullseye targets, and this is what people used to practice on when it came to marksmanship. And they did this through the early 20th century, and they found that they could actually train somebody up to a pretty decent level of marksmanship using the bullseye targets. But what happened in combat is they just shot generally in the direction of the enemy, but they didn't actually like take care and aim. And they psychologically posited that there's a natural human aversion to killing other humans. And so what they ended up doing in the early 20th century is they changed it to a silhouette target, and they also had like a pop-up element. And so by changing it to a silhouette and making it a pop-up element, what ended up happening was they increased the firing rate of people who were willing to shoot at a human-shaped target from like 30% to like 98%. And so now, and it's actually a technological and psychological advantage where American armed forces, like the Argentinian forces in the Falklands War, they were still training on bullseyes. The British troops were practicing on silhouette style targets, and the British infantry just absolutely annihilated Argentinian infantry whenever they got into contact. So again, more interesting psychological evaluations for people's natural aversion to killing.
Oh shit.
Or do I not pull it, and then God forbid they get measles or mumps or whatever that shit is, and now
not my fault. So, but this is the thing. Like
is that parents trying to not be the responsible
exactly.
party?
But a lot of people look at that. A lot of people look at that and they say, but that's bad parenting. And if that's bad parenting, then maybe there's something more going on. It's not just as simple as like, well, doing is bad, but allowing is kind of fine. It's like, no, there's something more complicated going on.
So how would you handle that? Like, what are all the different ways to think about that scenario?
I think something important there is like the probability, because there's no certainty involved. The trolley problem, you have certainty.
Right.
And so you need a version where you're uncertain. So say, for example, there is a track that's got one person on it, and there's another track that's got a big sort of box that you can't see, and it's got a 99% chance of having nobody in it, but a 1% chance of having 100 people in it.
Oof.
So same expected value, right? Exactly the same expected value. Because you've got a 1% chance of 100, expected value is 1.
Yep.
You've got a 100% chance of 1, expected value is 1.
Yeah.
So would you take that chance?
I might be inclined to pull it.
I would probably pull it.
Yeah.
And
Oh wow.
what does that tap into? There's got to be
well,
some
that tells
sort
us
of positive
that
thinking.
If most people say that they would pull the lever, it tells us that expected value doesn't actually work properly. Because you should, if you're being rational, you should say, well, I have no preference whatsoever.
I bet a poker
But
player
you
would
do
be like,
have
I
a
don't know what to do. But the rest of us who aren't doing these calculations may be more difficult.
But I think what it shows is that expected value is a bad way of thinking about stuff. So because this is how you work something out. If you've got a gamble, like you sort of do the expected value and work out which is higher, but that's not actually how people think. You know the game Deal or No Deal?
Yeah.
My friend Phil Halper pointed this out to me, that like if you're playing Deal or No Deal and you've got a box, so say one of the boxes is like 0 and one of the boxes is like $500,000, right?
This is good.
If you're then offered $150,000,
Yeah.
like, are you taking that?
Fuck no, give me that $500,000.
But the thing is, it probably depends on who you are, right? If you've got a lot of money and that's not life changing to you, you're going to think, oh, expected value. So I've got like,
and if you have nothing, you're taking that one.
You
I'd take it.
absolutely
You're right.
perfectly
So
rational to take 100.
I have a different answer than all these guys on everything.
Even though expected value says that you should obviously like take the risk for the $500,000 because the expected value is $250,000.
Yep.
And you've only been offered $150,000.
Wait, can I selfishly, because I'm the only person that answered the trolley thing that way, I don't look at it as doing and letting. I guess I look at it as doing, but I'd be saving 5 people. That's the way my brain goes.
Oh,
So
that's
like,
your due.
True.
Your due
my
is
doing is I'm saving 5 people, and one person had to die for me to save 5 people. And I think if I was that one person on the track, I think I would understand. I wouldn't be like, hey, let him go. I'm not some fucking saint.
What about the fat man variation?
Real quick before the fat man, just on that, like I think there.
All right. Melody says, have you given your opinion on the UFC Rampage Jackson Son's assault? How long do you think it is until he nearly kills somebody in a premeditated fashion? Yeah, I think Rampage Jackson and his son are probably like juiced up to the gills, and they're trying to prove something on social media. I don't know. And so, yeah, I mean, like he could already get incarcerated for what he did. For those of you who don't know, I think Rampage Jackson is a former UFC champion. His son is now, I don't know, late teens, early 20s, something like that. He had some kind of like artificial beef with a wrestler, but the beef actually translated into something real. And then while they were doing an exhibition wrestling match, he started beating the shit out of the guy and like punching him in the head when he was already knocked out. And so that was like absolutely fucking crazy. And I think that he could already be like if there's lasting damage from that, he could already get sued. He could also potentially already be incarcerated for that. But if that's his attitude towards the world, where he has to prove that he's like the toughest guy in the room, it's only a matter of time before he gets incarcerated. 100%. Then, sorry, just checking in with chat real quick because I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for being here. And a quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat. Lots of funny, interesting, cool people there. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines. Gen X says, so did anyone see Hutch's post about Live and Learn? I think they might actually get IRI. That's cool. I think that would balance out the show. McDiven says, we had a family over for a birthday, grilled chicken and swimming. Based. Well, QC says, you are a better man than me, Connor. I would have been in the bounce house myself. Nice. Mud Farmer says, close. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Well, there you go. Andrew is the brightest bulb I have ever heard. Yeah, he's not a totally dumb guy. I'm enjoying it. eDreamcast says, how am I? I'm good. Wowman says, what was the name of that book again? That sounded interesting. I'd be down to read it. On Combat and On Killing by David Grossman. DavidGrossman. I liked On Killing in particular. ON space KILLING. But On Combat is also excellent.
These
hey, that's no way to speak about your friend. Just trying to get
these I forget the type of like hedge fund it is, but essentially what they do is they buy up businesses, they restructure them, they lay off 10,000 people, but there's still 40,000 people that work there.
Yeah.
And I think Mitt Romney was one of the guys who owned Bain Capital, and this is one of the things they did. And he was like a devout religious dude. I think he was Mormon.
Yeah, he's Mormon.
He was Mormon, but
yeah.
and I think someone asked him is like, how do you deal with that? Like, how do you handle the fact that you're like letting 10,000 people go? And his answer was, Akash's answer is like, I saved 40,000 people's jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's literally just a case of how you think about it.
Yeah, and I don't know if what he's done is immoral at all. I think if you're focusing on those 10,000, but he pulled a lever to save 40,000.
In my view, it depends how you feel. Like
how do you feel like outside of like the thought experiment? Like what did you say, like basic instinct?
Yeah.
What is yours
about what? About like the lever?
Yeah.
Like I think pulling the lever feels right. It feels like that's a good thing to do.
Just to save more people.
To save the 5 to kill 1, but like it's uncertain, right? And the point is it's supposed to be difficult. But the real utility in the trolley problem is whatever you say, you then adapt it. So you said you wouldn't pull the lever because, you don't want to kill someone versus 5. And then you just up the ante and make it 100,000 people. And suddenly I didn't actually ask, would you pull the lever then if it were 100,000 people?
I would pull the lever then.
It's like the whole city of New York, So at least in your case, it does change the scenario.
Yeah.
You said that you would pull the lever. You would kill 1 person to save 5 because you're saving 5 even though you have to kill 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you point out, a famous sort of next variation of this is like the trolley is going towards 5 people. You're stood on a bridge, and there's a fat man on the bridge. And if you push the fat man off the bridge, he'll crash into the train, and the train will stop, and he'll kill the fat man, but it will stop it from running over the 5 people who are tied to the track. Would you push that fat man off the bridge? You would.
Yeah.
No, good.
Based.
That means you seem to be thinking very rationally about this.
I'm consistent.
You would actually push a fat guy.
I don't know if I'm strong enough because I can't really lift much weight. But yes,
I don't get the physics. If you push him off the bridge,
yeah, because the train's going under the bridge.
Oh, the train's going under the bridge.
Right.
Got it. I'm like, I thought the train's going under the bridge. I need diagrams.
I thought the train was going over the bridge.
I thought the train is like one of the Western movies where the people are running. You never seen Stand By Me?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, one of the guys is fat. I'm like, okay, he's going to stop the train.
Blankly.
I'm still saving 5 people. It's the same thing.
So, but you would kill someone you're with. That's completely
pulling the lever is killing. So I've made that decision. Now I'm just shoving instead of pulling a lever.
You would just shove this guy off the bridge.
I mean, again, I'm not strong, but I would try.
But he's on the edge. It's your friend, and he's looking at. He's like, "Oh my God, these people are going to die."
Yeah, my friend is different. Friend is different.
Why?
Because then I am inconsistent.
Guy.
No, then I am inconsistent. If my mom is on the bridge or 5 strangers, I'm not pulling the lever. I'm not shoving my mom. That is now if it's my dad, heave ho.
That's awesome.
but yeah, that's my inconsistency will stop at my wife, my kids, my mom, my best friends, sure. But in general, if I'm saving 5 people and they're all strangers, I'm saving 5 people.
Yeah.
And I'm not utilitarianism to the absolute. That's crazy at a certain point, but like I do largely have that idea. Like it's saving more people. What are we doing?
Yeah. So it's something funny. They put people in an MRI scanner and asked them about the trolley problem. And the people who said that they would pull the lever, but they wouldn't push the fat man, which is most people, by the way, I think.
That's weird.
People who would pull the lever, but wouldn't push the fat man, in the MRI scanner, the part of their brain that like deals with emotion was lighting up. Whereas the people who said that they would pull the lever and push the fat man, the part of their brain that deals with like rational thinking,
that's me,
was lighting up.
To
and
me,
so
it's pure logic.
It was an indication that a lot of people just think emotively about this and don't realize. They think that they're considering an ethical consideration, but really they're just like feeling it out. Yeah. And so it's interesting. So people like you seem to be thinking like rationally about it, and you're trying to sort of put it in like very sort of non-emotive terms.
Vastly Blank says, what is the girl hottest battle cry? Allahu snack bar. Nope, it's liberty for Lady Liberty and blood for Uncle Sam. And also, there is no God but Uncle Sam, and General Mattis is his messenger.
But then you said like you'd be inconsistent when it comes to like your family.
Correct.
And the question is like, why? Or is it inconsistent? Or do you just have an ethical worldview which says that it's okay to prioritize your own family?
I have a love for those people that's overwhelming to the point that ethics is not a concern of mine. Morality is not a concern.
But maybe that's
of
just
mine.
what ethics is. Maybe ethics is about like love. And maybe ethics just permits you to care more about your family.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
But again, this is where
God Emperor Dominion says, are these the guys that basically made softcore porn when they were hanging out with Trump interviewing him? Yeah, I think that's why somebody suggested this content, is because number one, it's pretty entertaining so far. I actually really like Alex O'Connor. I like him pushing them on the ethical and moral quandaries. But I think it's also because Alex O'Connor later on here, so we're talking about the Fat Man variants, looks like Plato, History of Philosophy, Turbo Losers. I probably want to listen to that. And then it looks like they are going to get into politics and rural utilitarianism, which is actually really funny and interesting, because for me, the utilitarian calculus was like clear in this last election. And I think that if you talk to a lot of MAGA people, they are like using a mode of irrationality or rationality. So for me, I knew there were two options. I knew there was actually, can I draw this? Can we paint? Is it painter points time? Let's do paint. So we had really two choices. We had Kamala and we had Trump. And with Kamala, we had a series of things that could happen. All right. So the worst one for me, I would say, would be like gun control with an assault ban, assault weapons ban, right? That's like the bad thing that could happen. But the good things that could happen were relatively status quo economy, economic recovery. It would be status quo immigration. Actually, I should probably put that in the bad category. Status quo on immigration. Not because I don't think that Trump is an overcorrection, but I do think having like a porous border is absolutely bad policy. And I do think that like just letting us have a slave underclass for agriculture and construction is bad policy. But anyways, status quo immigration, status quo economic recovery, status quo relationship with Ukraine, not attacking Israel, but not endorsing the genocide. And then I'm trying to think of what else, but effectively, like this is kind of what Kamala represents to me, right? Maybe, and I'll put this in the negative category, I guess. Maybe some annoying progressive / lib cultural shit, right? Now with Trump, oh shit, why did that do that? With Trump, what? Fuck. It made it really small, so you're just going to have to remember what I said. I can still read it even if you still can't read it. But with Trump, it was like, we knew that he was going to backstab Ukraine. We knew that he might try to overthrow the Republic. We knew that he was going to be vindictive with his political enemies. We knew that he was going to try to F over NATO and our international relationships. And I basically knew hundreds or thousands of people would die. Now, for the pro side, this is where it actually gets interesting, though. For a lot of people, a lot of Trumpian people, they think that like he's going to make the economy work for like American citizens first. He's going to control the border. He's not going to trans the kids. And I think those are really like the biggest ones, right? Is like economy, border security, and transing the kids. And so as a result, for me, let me see if I can make this bigger by selecting this and then expanding it. Can I do that? Yeah, nice. It still looks like shit, but it looks better than it was. So this was effectively the trolley problem between Kamala and Trump. And so this is like what you had to pick. And so a lot of people who don't care about geopolitics, don't care about Ukraine, don't care about, well, maybe they kind of care about Republic, but the truth is they're so ignorant on the way that our Republic operates, they don't really care. When he's vindictive to his political enemies, they're like, oh yeah, well, people were super vindictive with Trump. And so, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why are we in Europe anyways? Shouldn't Europeans be handling their own border, their own security issues? And if the hundreds or thousands of people die, they're not American, so who gives a shit? And then I want the American, like for them, they want the American economy to work for Americans first. They want the border secured, and they want to make sure that like high schools aren't trying to trans the kids. So realistically, like this is the trolley problem that we had in the United States. And so I think some of these concerns are mirages. Like, I don't think Trump is actually going to make the economy work for American citizens first. I think that the way that he's going to control the border is going to be so draconian and fucked up that it's actually like a nightmare. I also think that while he's not going to trans the kids, he's also going to go after like innocent people and fuck them over in ways that are actually pretty abhorrent. So yeah, so right here, this is the trolley problem that we all most of us pulled a lever on in 2024. So I also hope this makes sense to my haters. Like 2024 trolley problem presidential election. I'd actually be curious to hear what your guys' feedback is on that. So I'm actually going to scroll through chat real quick. The grill hottest battle cry is a long burp like Homer Simpson. True. Possum Nation says, I think they need to take the account of the comedic effect of it being a Chris Farley like fat guy that they were pushing. Maybe that's why the MRI is lighting up. True. A fat guy you like. True. E-Dreamcast says, I feel like the comedian to political pundit pipeline is getting out of hand. It is. But that's the thing. It's like politics is now just an extension of culture. It always was an extension of culture, but the cross-pollination between media, alt media punditry and political punditry, alt media in some ways is more popular than legacy media. So this is just the way that it is. E-Dreamcast says, I don't believe there's a genocide. Sure. Cameron Mosley says, I mean, the illegals keep the prices low, Connor. I mean, I agree. But, the truth is that I don't think Kamala, I genuinely think that we are going to experience horrific price shocks in the agricultural and construction industry in the next 6 months. However, and that's bad. However, I do understand why people object to me and others prioritizing the functioning of the economy over the dignity of immigrants. But ultimately, these people hate immigrants anyway. So it's kind of like, do they really care about the dignity of immigrants? Or are they coming up with an excuse for why we're morally reprehensible for prioritizing the economy over human dignity? Rob says, Alex didn't get very into the last election. It stays generally in the conceptual world, excluding the history of philosophy as late losers. True. Pete Buttigieg was great talking about the race. Excellent. Fashion 40 says, pardon my ignorance, if there's an assault weapons rifle ban, don't the states have their own autonomy enough so that the states can still allow it, similar to marijuana situation? Nope. If there's a federal ban, federal law takes priority over state's law. So, like each state could do an assault weapon ban if they wanted to right now anyways. Conservatism says lesser of two evils is a pretty clear trolley problem. The problem is that the variables are many and weighted so differently based on personal values. I don't think it's just the fat guy lever X people on the tracks. For sure. So yeah, it's very complex. I do get like really dismissive and shitty and snarky with the Trump admin in particular, because I think that with the PEPFAR cuts and with the PEPFAR cuts and with the USAID cuts, effectively we're looking at like the amount saved. Like actually, I'm going to draw you guys a new one. This is gonna be a crazy thing. Okay. So I'll do two, I guess. So here's actually, hold on. I have a better way to do this. PEPFAR versus the thing. Actually, I'm gonna make it even smaller because it's actually crazy how little we've saved. And then I'm gonna do this thing, and then I'm gonna do this thing. Okay, so this is the fucking the PEPFAR trolley problem. Okay, PEPFAR is a program that costs $6.5 billion. It's estimated to have saved 20 million people since 2001. And so let's put that. And it's estimated to kill 3 million people. The cuts to it are estimated to kill 3 million people over the next 5 years. So 3 million people dead over the next 5 years. And then the amount of money saved is $6.5 billion, which is, hold on. So let's calculator. Let's just 6.5 billion divide by, I should type it out, I guess. 6,500,000,000 divide by 330 million is $19. $19. And then what is it? With the PEPFAR cuts, it's 14 million people dead over the next 5 years. And what we're saving is 10 billion. So 10 billion, 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. That's million, billion. Divide by 330,000 million. $30. so this is fucking crazy, dude. This is crazy. And I have this conversation with people on Twitter all the time where they're like, well, if 14 million people die, it's not my fucking problem. I'm not the one who killed them. I don't give a shit. But it's like, dude, you saved $19 per US citizen per year, or you saved $30 per citizen per year, and 3 million people are going to die, or 14 million people are going to die. How is this not the worst fucking trolley problem in American governance since the inception of of the Republic? PEPFAR, USAID cuts trolley problem, and that's what feels so like inhuman about this conversation. Is like, for me, when I go to Chick-fil-A and I'm buying just for me, if I get a meal, that's like $10. If I get a soda, just a large soda, large fry, meal, and then I get a milkshake on top of that, milkshake's like $4 or $5. So taxes, when I go to Chick-fil-A, I spend more than the United States spends on PEPFAR. And then if I'm ordering for my family for a single Chick-fil-A visit, I spend more money. That would potentially save 14 million lives. And so for me, this is like fucking crazy. And like, if you make excuses for it, I think you're a lunatic. So, yeah. Just going to check in with chat before we get back into the content. There we were in the chat. From Bubbly says, morning, Efslers. I'm off to the Philippines to get a wife. Wish me luck. Good luck, brother. Fashion 40 says, pardon my ignorance. Is there? Oh, yeah. Assault weapons ban would be federal, so it would take, everybody would have to enforce it. DEI, trans, immigration were the culture war issues that got him elected. For sure. I agree with you. Andrew G. Canopoulos says, my brother is a civil engineer, and he told me that even something as simple as whether to install a traffic light or a stop sign or a rotary will result in a certain amount of deaths. Absolutely. Conservatism says lesser of two evils is a pretty clear trolley problem. The problem is that the variables, yep, that's kind of what we were discussing right there. Cameron Mosley says, I say the economy is effectively a part of human psychology and human dignity. Agreed. Emmanuel Random says, from what I've seen, most centrist MAGA people lean Trump because DEI activated their dormant racial consciousness. For instance, Ryan, the lawyer, said the Dems would legislate against his kids. Yeah, he thought they were going to trans his kids. Sacred Snow says, on the state federal thing, how do states get around it for marijuana? Is it just that the Fed doesn't care enough to enforce it? Yes. Unironically. Unironically, yes. Obama actually caught a bunch of shit when California first legalized marijuana, because he was still sending feds in to do raids. And so a bunch of Californians like rebelled and told the federal government to go fuck themselves. Kay says, also the issue is that people don't know how to talk about the weight of the issues or refuse to. Yep. Bo Dickerson says pet cut was proposed, but was no, it's not. No, it's not, Bo Dickerson. No, okay. It's in effect. It's been in effect since February. We haven't reauthorized for PEPFAR. The total that they've authorized is $500 million out of a $6.5 billion cut. So no, wrong.
Where I'm not saying it's to dismiss what you do. This is where my brain jumps to like, well, yeah, whatever it is, I'm fine with it. I understand there is inconsistency. I'm okay with that level of inconsistency.
And that's another thing when I was saying about like the philosophical debating, most people, they have their ideas, but like if you're like, oh, I think torture is always wrong, and I think that, you know, we should minimize suffering and harvest organs in this circumstance.
Fashion 40 says, do you have any more important meetings coming up? If not, when will we get the red beard? Probably this weekend, I would say. Just remind me as we're rolling into the weekend. I kind of need to get paid again on the 1st, and I can easily afford it then. I'll absolutely give you guys a red beard next week.
So if someone like holds a gun to your daughter's head,
Yeah.
that just goes out the window.
Yeah.
Man. Like nobody is sat, like nobody except maybe like Peter Singer. He's probably the kind of person that would actually sit there and like do a calculation on his little sheet of paper. But nobody's thinking in this way. You know, that's not how.
Have you
it's
read
actually
that
done.
Jonathan Haidt book, The Righteous Mind?
I haven't actually read it.
You're familiar with
But
the idea that we're like emotional beings and then retrofit this logic afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's probably what we're getting to about all this. But maybe his emotion is to protect as many people as possible, and our emotion is more selfish.
Yeah.
Like maybe you have more
True.
altruistic emotions.
It
Like
just
you're
feels
like
in the logic.
everybody's a stranger. I'll protect those 5 strangers over that one, and the rest of us are like, I don't want to be a killer.
The guilt of letting 5 people die to me would be overwhelming.
Okay, so if so say there's a track. This time the track is like a circle, and there's a person tied on that end, and you'll sit here with the lever, and the trolley's going around, and the lever only changes the direction of the trolley, so you can just sort of make it go back and forth. How many times do you pull that lever before you let it run over the guy?
Oh, I would like to think in a vacuum, infinite. But if everybody in the train is saying X, Y, Z to me, who knows? At a certain point,
No one
your
on the
brain
train, like,
lays
you just
down.
stood there, like, and you can just you're pulling this lever back and forth. I mean, the guy's gonna die. He's just tied to a track. He's just gonna die anyway.
I wait for him to die and then I go. Once he dies of starvation,
you would stand there
Once he dies of starvation
for like a week.
Yeah.
Like staying awake, pulling that
doing
lever
my
back
best.
and
Yeah.
forth.
Doing my
to watch him.
absolute
To watch
best. If
him.
my body gives out, my body gives out.
To watch him slowly die.
You got to do a little
starvation.
bit. You got to do it at least 5-10 times. You can't just let it go and then explain to
Why Andre Sandalescu says, if you were gay, would you still have a wife or a surrogate just to have kids, or would you adopt? I'd probably adopt. There's plenty of kids that need homes. I have a instinctive desire to propagate. So maybe if I retain that instinctive desire, I would want to do a surrogate, maybe 1 or 2 surrogate kids. But I also think that like gay people, you know, no offense to my homosexual audience members, but sometimes they have like really strong paternal maternal instincts. Sometimes they don't have it at all. And so what I would say is if you have that strong paternal maternal instinct, there's plenty of kids who need parents. And so you kind of just have to make that decision about whether or not genetic legacy matters to you. Genetic legacy matters to me. Conservatism says your YouTube video playback was a bit choppy and roboted. Well, happens. It's not a constant ongoing thing, just diagnosing the mild manifestations. I noticed that. I watched my drawing all the diagrams for the Destiny drama stream, and it happened like 2 or 3 times where it roboted. I remember.
5 times?
This is what you would do. No,
Why not, man?
No, you would go back and forth, right?
I actually understand your logic.
I don't
now
know.
that you're saying
I don't know because like
it's euthanasia basically.
this
Do you
guy's
allow
just-
this guy? Do you just
this
take
guy's
this guy out of his
actually
misery?
terrified.
Oh, he's gonna die no matter
Yeah, I
what.
guess.
It's
Yeah,
gonna die
then
no matter what.
Maybe
Like-
the ethical thing is just letting him.
Like how long are you?
Beef Supreme says, I'm bi, I'm married with kids and a wife. Us gay people aren't alone creatures who most of us want to do the same things as straight people. You're welcome. Yeah, then maybe I would do a surrogate for 1 or 2 kids, but I'd like to think that I would adopt as well.
I think you got to start explaining that to him.
However
Like, yo,
long
you're
it took
dying
me
no
to
matter
realize
what.
that, that's how many times I've pulled the
You
lever.
just said that you want to watch him like starve to death, which is
Yeah.
like a horrible. I'd rather be hit
That's
by a
true.
train.
He
than
didn't say he
starve
wants to
death.
watch him starve to death.
Well,
I'd
that's what
rather
you would
do
do.
That would happen.
Yeah,
But that's not what he wants.
That's what that is what you
But,
would
yeah,
want to do in that
He
circumstance.
wants to not be responsible for his death.
Mhm.
Him starving.
Then don't pull the lever at all. Because like remember a moment ago we were talking about
because
the thing
not
is,
pulling the lever
this
at
is the
all.
thing. Like,
yeah,
a moment ago you said that well if I pull the lever
true.
then I'm involving myself. It's like well then don't just leave.
Who invented this lever thing? This is great. What did you guys do before train?
Jarvis Thompson. Yeah.
All right. That was funny.
But before trains, what did you have to talk about?
Like an elephant.
Atlantis and shit.
Yeah.
Pedophilia.
The fucking-
And kids.
What is it? The
They're running
green
trains on
tablets of
chil-
oath or
Yeah,
something.
They're running trains on children. That's what they're
I mean, the
Not all
invention,
philosophers.
but the invention of the train really changed your guys' whole life.
Yeah. That's right.
Like, what would you talk about before? You're like, should we be communists?
People
People need to eat. People are hungry.
people would
And
debate
then the fucking train was invented. You're like, yeah, this is good.
people would debate weird and wacky stuff.
Like,
Famously Plato defined a human being as a featherless biped. That was his
Yeah.
definition of what a human being
Sure.
is. And then I think it was
Featherless, what?
I think
Understood.
biped.
Walk on 2.
So an animal's
know
got
what I
2
said,
feet and doesn't have any feathers. So then I think it was Diogenes who like took a
I thought it was Diogenes too. I was wondering if it was going to be Diogenes.
chicken and plucked all of its feathers and like ran into the room where Plato was teaching and held it up and went, "Behold, Plato's
human."
man." You know,
Yeah.
and so they would just debate shit like that all the time, and it was just essentially definitional.
and why was
like,
this supported? Like, who was funding this back in the day? Are you
education? I suppose used to be just a privilege of people who could afford it.
But this could be a job. Like back in the day, there are people that were just waxing poetic on philosophy, and the king was like, "Yeah, keep doing that shit."
I don't know about like back in ancient times. I don't really know how they were making their money.
You'd have
but-
students as well, wouldn't they?
But yeah, they'd have like students. But then I think some philosophers would probably have students that didn't pay. They just like had a school of people, like Jesus of Nazareth style.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you'd have students. I mean, famously, Aristotle tutored Alexander the Great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there are some pretty high
yeah.
high clientele that want some philosophical wisdom, and so they're probably making money through that.
Mm. Do we have another thought experiment?
Gen X says, guys, I work in the state capitol and we have protesters today and a bus that says only citizens vote on the side. Do they really think Louisiana lets illegals vote? No idea. But Gen X, the argument, at least insofar as I hear it from the conservative side, is that the censi, I don't know what the plural of census is, but the census is inflated because of illegal immigration. And so as a result, like districts are getting disproportionate amounts of votes, and they're alleging, although haven't proven, that votes are being tallied for non-citizens. But of course, they don't have like specific evidence of like, here's a spreadsheet of all these people who have no date of birth records inside the United States or registry or social security numbers or whatever. They don't really have that. Now, that being said, argumentatively, I'm 100% okay with an ID in order to vote. Like an ID with your address that identifies you as a citizen, that's difficult to forge and all that kind of stuff. I'm 100% okay with that. However, when people counteract me and they say, oh, well, disproportionately poor people and black people, what won't have access to this ID system, then I'm like, okay, well, then let's just issue it by the state. Like you turn 18 and effectively the state will send you for free, like go to this place and get your picture taken and get all your shit verified. And then we will send you a free ID in the mail, or we'll just print it out for you right there. That is something that I actually would support. Didn't Diogenes live out of a barrel? Yeah, Dice 5. That's one of the things that I was going to say, is that some of these people got rich patrons where effectively they were tutors for rich kids. Like famously, Aristotle was the tutor of Alexander the Great. He fled to Macedon after Plato was forced to commit suicide. And so basically, like, rich kings would find wise people to tutor their children. And then also, I think they did run schools where effectively, like, people would pay what's basically a subscription service. They would just like donate in order to make sure that this guy didn't have to work so he could continue teaching at the school. However, there were poor philosophers who either didn't run good schools or just chose to be poor because they thought that like money was like a waste of time.
There are endless,
or even a hot take.
How were they viewed societally? Real quick, like how would Aristotle be viewed societally at the time?
It depends on what kind of philosopher they were. Like Socrates was a nuisance. People didn't like him.
Yeah. Is there some revisionist history on these people as we look back?
How do you mean?
Like, do we look at them as almost deities, right?
I mean, yeah,
they're like
Socrates was
brilliant,
killed,
they're
put to
genius.
death.
Oh yeah, like, but like, yeah, at the time,
But were
a lot of these philosophers, if you like read their biographies, they're like depressed, miserable people who couldn't get laid. Like it's so serious.
It's like Van Gogh.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the same kind of thing where like you wouldn't want to be these guys. Like, why do you think like Immanuel Kant had the time to like sit around writing like the longest treatise on like on like objective ethics that the world's ever seen? Because he's a loser, you know. He's got nothing else going on. Like seriously, you know. Like what are you gonna do? Like Arthur Schopenhauer wrote an essay about women.
Okay.
Where he just like talks about how women are just inferior to men, and he just goes on and on and on
about Akash left at the wrong part.
Yeah.
And you read it and you're sort of like this sort of hyper rational guy, and you're like, but this is clearly just because like
He can't get laid.
you can't get. Apparently he was like
Hey, DD22E, how are you?
a bit of a womanizer, but I think he might have like had some trouble. Like people like rejected his proposals and stuff. And so actually, I was speaking to a friend earlier who said that any idea that anybody has, anytime like say like a policy is come up with by a politician or anything of that sort, they should have to undergo like a psychological analysis to find out how much of that is due to the fact that their like dad didn't care about them as a kid or something. Like you've got to make sure that there's none of that going on.
Don't they just with detectives? They're like, you're too close to this case. You knew people that were hurt. You're going to be criminal. We take you off of it. They would hope.
But we should probably like politicians too. Like, you know, you should.
I think
essentially just be your rage to write about this kind of stuff. And I think.
Hold on. DD22E says, how about that Destiny Nothing Burger? Hey, Jen, you missed a massive drama. No. I don't know if you're joking, DD22E. I don't know where you'd land on the. But it's like, no, even should be criticized for what he's done. If he's in possession of videos, pictures of a girl to be underage, he should load up onto a hard drive. Call he should give that to his lawyer and say, hey, listen, this contains allegedly CSAM, what do we do with it? And then I would also contact law enforcement and be like, hey, this girl lied about her age, she's videos, effectively people on the internet are that she was underage at the time of the videos. I don't want this content. Here's my sworn written, effectively saying that knew that she was underage, and here's this content. It's your problem now. And then what'll happen is we've looked up the statutes. Statutes, at least possession, involves some level of intent. So if she misrepresented her age, then that effectively, at least that would nullify at least that one statute that we were looking at. And so as a result, at least it would be out of his hands, right? Win, lose, or draw, it's out of his hands. Then, is the audio bad? Is it on my end? My hard line is connected.
I think that's clearly what's happening.
My hard line is connected. Everything I got on my end is showing that it's good. So Possum Nation says, my Rock and Stone message got deleted. Well, that's not on purpose. Yeah, just another nothing burger. Well, I don't know. I land on nothing burger. Gotcha. Holy Terminator, lol. You're lagging. Terminator is coming. What Destiny did is a nothing burger. or is not a nothing burger, says Alexandru Vizushu. There's some weird audio thing happening, lag or something. Yeah. Beef says it's kind of a nothing burger. We already knew about it, and it doesn't seem to be dishonest from Willie Mack upon further review. Let me know when the audio gets back. That sounds like a good way to get legally effed. I don't think so. Not turning it over to law enforcement or turning it over to your lawyer to turn over to law enforcement. I don't think so. That's like let's say that you find a bag of drugs on the street, right? You find methamphetamine on the street, you find cocaine on the street, you find marijuana on the street, and you think it's baking powder or some shit, right? Like let's say you find a big old bag of baking powder on the side of the street and you think it's baking powder because you're dumb, right? You take it home and then somebody's like, hey, that's not baking powder, that's cocaine. And then you go, okay, well, cocaine is a felony. I'm not interested in being in possession of cocaine. I'm going to go turn that into law enforcement. Walking into law enforcement and saying, hey, I thought it was this thing, but it's not this thing. I'm turning it over to you. Now, there might be stupid cops. Bear in mind, there are absolutely dumb cops who will look at the statute and be like, oh, you're in possession of cocaine. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. But I don't think there's a single state attorney who has an IQ over 80 who would actually arrest somebody who turned in, a kilo of cocaine, that they would try to arrest that person for possession when they were turning it into law enforcement. I don't think that's how that works. Beef Supreme says, my bet is nothing comes of this. Well, nothing ever happens, right? Nothing ever happens. We'll see. eDreamcast says, do you think that Destiny's unstoppable or that it might end in the Keffel situation, doxed by haters, changing countries, kiwi farms and shit? I don't think Steven's ever going to run. I think as long as he's not actually banned from all the platforms and as long as he's not actually incarcerated, I think he's going to survive. So audio is good. Audio is good. Audio is good. I just finished watching this Flagrant episode. Cool. You have a legal obligation to preserve evidence? Sure, but you should get it into the hands of the authorities. So, for instance, let's say that I have that bag of cocaine and I saw some random guy in my neighborhood who dropped the bag of cocaine, right? And then I just hold on to it in my house knowing that it's cocaine. Well, eventually what's going to happen is the cops are going to say, oh, well, you have a giant bag of cocaine in your house and you didn't tell us about it, and you didn't turn it in. So what the fuck? And then you'll eventually get arrested for possession, right? Because there was no attempt to notify lawful authorities. SGM says, I suspect you could have a power line out next to the court. Maybe. Fashion 40 says, damn, so we went back to the Destiny drama. Yeah, well, it's going to happen. It's kind of popping off right now. Penguin says, is Trump a sex addict who engaged in risky behavior that eventually burned him, or is he a predator preying on the weak of our free society? Well, Penguin, I would say that he's a predator because he hung out with a pedophile for a decade and a half, and he knew that that pedophile was recruiting 14 to 17-year-old girls in order to have sex orgies, and then allegedly he repeatedly went to the sex orgies knowing that the girls were underage. So I would say Trump's a predator. That's how I would do that.
English Schopenhauer writing about women, for example.
How many other philosophers do you think this is happening to? Like, are there people that you're reading, you're like, oh, you actually have some deep...
Alexander Vizushu says, but would they allow them to keep part of the baking powder, for the trial or whatever? No. It should be in the... I have to presume that a lawyer would know what to do with it, right? Because the whole point is about access, right? The alleged illicit material is not, in my opinion, while it might be relevant to the Pixie case in the fact that it was part of the messages that were sent between Steven and this Rose character, it's not material to the civil case, because the civil case isn't whether or not Steven received allegedly illicit content from Rose. The civil case is whether or not Steven knowingly sent content to Rose that was then leaked, and Steven is responsible. So it's relevant, but it's not material. And so I think that's where it becomes evidence that law enforcement would retain in store, or your lawyer would retain in store in line with whatever policies and procedures they have. It's not something that you should have, right? As a normie citizen, it should be something that either a lawyer or law enforcement maintains. Christian Blair says, depends on what racial group you were a part of. Lol, I am white, therefore you go, officer. If I was black, it's going down the toilet. Yeah, sure. There you go. And that's another option too. Another option is just deleting, like screenshotting that the material exists and putting like the file name and a description of the file and then deleting the file. That's another option. Now, law enforcement might come after you later and say like, oh, well, you deleted evidence. But then you would have, in my opinion, bear in mind, I think that you should obviously consult a lawyer. In my opinion, you could say, well, somebody alleged that it was illegal and I didn't want to get in trouble for possessing it. So I documented what it was and then I deleted the file. $2 from McDevitt. Are police mandated reporters? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Crawling Chaos says, what did Destiny do? Allegedly, the Rose character. She said that she was 18 or 19, according to Steven, but according to Rose's ex-boyfriend, Solo, who was the guy who leaked all the material, she was 17 at the time that she was shooting a substantive amount of the content. So, Short Stack Goblin says, TLDR, Connor thinks that cops are dumber than lawyers. What a Weasley little traitor. I mean, it's actually just true. Andre says, my hard line is Steven being a secret furry. True. And then Hans says, didn't he turn it in at Discovery? Sure. Yep. All right. I want to keep reading what you guys have to say, but I also want to let the content flow. So let the content flow. I'll be back with you for comments in a second.
Deep issues that you are emotionally reacting to, and then just retrofitting your brilliance onto it.
That might be true of most philosophers. I mean, most people have motivations that aren't always immediately obvious. Like,
I've heard this about Charles Darwin.
What about him?
That his brother died of some type of like a malignant cancer or something to that effect, and he was told that he was going to go to hell, and so he took it upon himself to scientifically prove that God doesn't exist or something.
I think
like
Darwin's child died.
Maybe that's what it is.
Darwin's, I think his youngest child might have died, and it does seem to sort of have an effect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that like motivates like the biology of the origin of species, but it will motivate his like religious views. Darwin actually, interestingly, at the end of The Origin of Species, there's a beautiful little epilogue where he says, there is grandeur in this view of life. It's a famous piece where he talks about from so humble and simpler beginnings, endless life, and endless forms, most beautiful, have been and are being evolved. And that's how it ends. It's this beautiful thing. And he talks about how life...
Doobie and I are in 100% alignment. So you can't possess it for any reason. When he was told she might have been underage last year, he should have told his lawyer, put it all on a USB drive and turn it over to the police. Now, I didn't know how true these claims were just because Kiwi Farms and Kiwi farmers have like a notoriously bad reputation for doing gay ops. But I kind of do agree with Doobie that like it's the smartest move, bro. It's just the smartest move. It's to just always play it safe. And especially when you're talking about this kind of thing where, you know, the reputational damage is off the charts. You know, the orbits are effectively destroyed. I'm getting pressured. I'm sure Kyla's getting pressured. I'm sure Dan's getting pressured to never associate with him ever again. This is really like fucked up his life in a lot of ways. Fucked up his social life, fucked up his orbit, fucked up his political relevance, all that kind of stuff. And with the political relevance thing, it's a question of whether or not 3 to 6 months from now, there will be an organization that will be willing to work with him in spite of his negative reputation. Or he could just be perma-fucked in the Fortress arc. And so that kind of depends on the organizations and the legal outcomes and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so basically, yeah, he's made himself through his behavior radioactive, which sucks. Obviously sucks. Beef Supreme says, I'm pretty sure Steven received court orders to preserve all information on his PC. If he started deleting things, I think the court could punish him for thinking he's hiding crimes. Sure. But that's why you turn it over to law enforcement. That's why you turn it over to your lawyer. Like, dude, it's actually, the whole thing is about access. The court needs access to the information if it becomes relevant as a part of a civil or criminal trial. So if he has it, it should be in the possession of a lawyer who should know what to do with the content, or it should be in the possession of law enforcement who can keep it as potential evidence for a future criminal or civil trial. But as a part of that, so I'm not kidding, man. I'm not joking. I'm not a lawyer, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But if this was me, okay, not that I would be involved in any of this bullshit in the first place. However, let's say that somebody sent allegedly illicit digital materials to me, and for some reason I maintain them in my possession, and I didn't think they were illegal at the time of receipt. And then I find out that they're illegal and that they're serious. Then at that point, I am getting a thumb drive or because by the way, this could still screw over Solo. This could still screw over Rose, right? So I would take a thumb drive or a hard drive. I would move the files over to that hard drive or thumb drive. I would delete it off of my desktop. I would go to the local police station and I would fill out a sworn written affidavit saying, on such and such date and such time, I, unknowingly came into possession of these materials. I learned at a later time that they were actually potentially illegal. Here's all the identifying information of the person who gave them to me. And I'm turning over all materials to law enforcement, and I no longer have possession of the materials myself. And I would sign it and date it in a sworn written affidavit. And then boom, you've effectively documented you didn't know. As soon as you found out, you turned it over to law enforcement. It's law enforcement's problem now. That 100%. That's exactly what I would do.
Having originally been breathed into a few forms or into one. And there was such a backlash from the religious that in the second edition of The Origin of Species, there is an edition that's breathed by the creator into few forms or into one. Because he felt the need to add in this reference to God, and it's probably due to the back.
Hans Mayer says, Doobie, that's an Arsler take. Can a 16-year-old have a sex tape of herself on his phone? No, Hans Mayer. Literally no. You can't. It's illegal material. But like kids at high school have gotten in trouble for that, for shooting videos of themselves and their partners doing things and then spreading it around to their friends. It's actually a problem, and people have been punished severely for it.
Clash, but it may also just reflect his own like flip-flopping on religion, because by the third edition it was gone again. And this happens quite a lot, like people like defacing their books. Like Peter Singer recently did this for Animal Liberation, the father of the animal rights movement, who wrote in 1975 the greatest defense of animal ethics that has probably ever been written. I mean, it's just phenomenal and very confronting. And he was using all of these arguments that in the most recent updated edition, he felt the need to take out because they were like not politically correct anymore. Even though they were really useful philosophical arguments, he took them out. So for example, when he talks about giving animals rights, a lot of people say, well, we can't give animals the same rights as humans. We're not going to give them the right to vote and stuff like that. And Peter Singer is like, well, to give people equal consideration doesn't mean you literally give them the same rights. For example, you wouldn't give men abortion rights. And that's not an inequality thing. You give them the same consideration, but it doesn't mean you give them literally the same rights. It just means that you give them the same consideration. So you wouldn't give men abortion rights. You wouldn't give animals voting rights, but you give them the same consideration.
Can special needs people vote?
They literally can, yeah.
They are allowed to vote.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I assume so. I don't know if there are some.
Is that a crazy thing to ask? Like,
no, but
no, I'm like
it's not. But
I'm asking based on the same. It's the same hypothetical. Like if we deem an adult 18 years old and they have the mental capacity of an 18-year-old and I guess we don't do that with IQ. There's
that's the thing.
Voting is not mental capacity.
It's totally arbitrary because like voting is like the justification for voting is always like, well, like it will lead to a better society and people, but really people feel like they have a right to vote. It's not so voting isn't supposed to be like, this is obviously the best way to always get to the right answer. It's like, no, it's a point of principle that if you're going to tax me, I have a say.
And
even if that leads
taxed. And if they have the wherewithal to register to vote, then
they should be able to.
But it is completely arbitrary. Like the age limit on voting is completely arbitrary.
I feel it's way too loose. We let too many people vote.
Yeah. A lot of people feel that way, man. Like and like Aristotle thought the same. John Stuart Mill thought that different people should have different like numbers of votes. So like people who had a university education should get more votes than someone who didn't, and stuff like this.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. If you're looking for an easy way to take care of your mental, physical, and emotional wellness,
I'm not. I'm into Twitch and YouTube politics, so I'm not looking to take care of my physical. Yes, my spiritual and mental, not so much. All right. This is where they're actually getting into the meat. I understand that people are kind of dragging it into the Steven drama. I promise I will try to address chat, but also try to address the content as well.
That's what democracy is, but it's never quite like that. I mean, Like in the United Kingdom, there's a big debate over whether we should keep our so-called first past the post system of voting.
What does that mean?
It means that if you get like a majority of votes, if you sort of, it's the first person to reach a certain number of votes, is why they call it first past the post. First person to get that wins, right? And so if you've got like 5 different parties, and say like 50% of people like vote for one of those parties, they're going to like win the election, but the rest of the voter base is spread across all these different parties, and so they all just like lose, and there's no like proportional representation of the different amount of votes the different parties got. It's just like if you get the most, then you win. And because people often like split their votes from different parties, like if you don't want to vote for the Conservative Party, maybe you'd vote for Labour, or maybe you'd vote for Green, or maybe you'd vote for this. Like you end up sometimes with a party winning who most people actually didn't vote for. And had they done it in stages where you sort of knock out the lowest contender and then vote again, they wouldn't have won the election, because all the people who voted Green, now they're out, would have gone and voted Labour, so Labour would have won the election.
But what's the cost of that?
Well, the cost of that, so people say we should, so you get the smaller parties in the UK saying we should have proportional representation, because you have like millions and millions of votes, but you get like no seats or 2 seats in the House of Commons. And so they say we should have it proportional. The problem with that is that nothing gets done. Because you just got like 15 different parties, all with different ideas, and absolutely nothing gets done. But if your view is like, well, okay, sure, it'd be more democratic to have more parties in government, but nothing actually gets done.
But it's not functional.
Why bother with the democracy thing at all?
So this is
Yeah. So this is why I genuinely feel that democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones. So the whole point of this too, by the way, I'm going to bust out another paint. I understand we might have bumped like 20 viewers because we temporarily talked about the Stephen drama, but I am going to try to keep it here. So let's say that we have direct democracy. Then we have representative democracy. I think that's fine. I think you guys understand the symbol. So the whole reason why Churchill has this quote where he says, democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones, right? And I genuinely do agree with that. And republicanism is representative democracy. And so the whole point of this, at least in my opinion, the reason why we have representative bodies is because the average plebeian, the average person who's digging ditches on the side of the road, working $10 an hour at Dollar General, on the highway, he's doing the electric lines and all that kind of bullshit. Or let's say a woman job, a human resources manager, right? They're not going to have the time to research geopolitics, international trade, the effects of tariffs, microeconomics, macroeconomics, like all this bullshit, right? And so the whole reason why representative democracy, in my opinion, is preferable to direct democracy is because the representative body are supposed to being the key word here, they're supposed to do that research. These are the guys that are supposed to talk to subject matter experts in order to figure out what legislation will be best for the country. And so as a result, I think somebody said press shift and it's a straight line. And so as a result, this is where all the decision making gets done, right? Whereas with direct democracy, which some people believe is like, I don't know, a human good for some reason, and I genuinely don't, they think that it's best because you should maximize the amount of decision making to the most local level possible to have the average person voting on complex policy. And I think that's stupid as fuck. And this is why I actually resent the modern Republican Party, is because they will use talking points from populism where they're like, oh yeah, well, don't you want Joe the plumber to be making your political decisions? Don't you think that Joe the plumber is like the heartbeat of America? Therefore, we should engage in more direct democracy. And it's like, no, Joe the plumber doesn't know dick about geopolitics or economies of scale or macroeconomics or microeconomics or global trade or geopolitical stuff. So in my opinion, no offense, Joe the plumber, I love you and you're the heartbeat of the American economy, but fuck Joe the plumber, right? And so this is why representative democracy or republicanism, this falling out of favor is actually like a canary in the coal mine kind of situation for me. It's actually worrisome that our elites suck so bad that they're losing the faith of the population. And so the population is saying, no, we'd rather have a king or we'd rather vote on it ourselves. That is actually scary.
Two-party.
Like, is there like a principle in philosophy where you just reach a limit where you go, we got to get shit done, so you stop before you extrapolate it to the end of the trolley problem?
Yeah, it's called authoritarianism.
No, I'm not.
Yep. I love Alex O'Connor now. He's kind of like an edgy atheist boy. He always says, like, you know, God doesn't exist. Blah, 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 blah. I'm so much smarter than everybody else. Blah, 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 blah. And I think it's somebody said he had a posh accent. I don't know if this is a posh accent. It kind of could be. All Brits sound posh, except for Chavs, to me. But he kind of has this air of like douchebag aloofness. But I don't think I've disagreed with a single thing that he said so far, which is actually impressive.
In government, I'm just saying, like, in philosophy, like, do you get to a point where you're like, okay, we all kind of agree on this? Yes, there are some holes in it, but this is 70% or this is 80% that everybody kinds of agree on. Let's just use this as a model for society, but we can have these thought experiments.
Yeah. You could be like a pragmatist.
Is that what that's called?
In utilitarianism, there's
McDevin says for $5, would Willie Mack have gotten into any legal trouble for not reporting to the police? No. Average civilians are not mandatory reporters. So you can be a normal civilian. You can see a crime go down. You do not have to call the police. So anyways, quick shill time. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Engage in chat. Lots of funny, interesting, spicy, smart people down there. Also, what's the other thing? Watch the VODs, love the VODs, engage with the VODs. Thank you to McDevin and Working Bob for your memberships and super chats.
There's a particular sort of version of this called rule utilitarianism. So utilitarianism says that any action, you should basically do a calculus and figure out whether it's going to have more or less suffering and pleasure for people. But the problem is that doing that every time is itself not maximizing pleasure, right?
So now you're not, you're not being
utilitarian.
utilitarian.
Like being utilitarian is not utilitarian. So you sort of undermine yourself. So they come up with this thing called rule utilitarianism, which broadly is attributed to John Stuart Mill. And he's like, look, okay, we'll come up with these rules. Like, broadly speaking, murdering people minimizes pleasure. And sure, there will be circumstances where it doesn't. But like, for the sake of being practical, we'll just call that a rule and we'll abide by that. And so it's still justified by the minimization of suffering. But in practice, we'll just follow these broad rules.
Yeah.
And that sounds really great, right? Until you realize that sometimes there will be obvious counterexamples. Like, if you don't murder this person, New York City is going to get like decimated. You might still think you shouldn't murder the person, but the utilitarian definitely thinks you should kill that person to save New York City, right?
Right.
And so there are obvious cases where they would go, okay,
I'd let New York go. That's one city.
Actually, yeah. Maybe we should change it up.
Yeah.
I hear this is like the bombing the Yemeni wedding.
Yeah,
right. There's
whatever.
one terrorist in the Yemeni wedding. Like, do we bomb it and then we save America from a possible terror attack?
Yeah, and if the circumstance is obvious enough, then even the rule utilitarian has to look at it and be like, yeah, okay, in this case, I'll break my rule. But then you've got this problem of like, in every circumstance, you've then got to figure out whether it's an obvious enough example to apply the rule or not. And then you're just back to just looking at every single individual circumstance. So,
like Luigi Mangione kind of be an example of that or not?
Yeah, so I mean, you might kind of think that generally speaking, it's bad to murder people, but people are like, oh, but in this case, it's like an exception. Like maybe some people would think that.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like the cultural response.
But the cultural response is we got more pleasure. Not we, but people got more pleasure, and because they got more pleasure, does it justify the murder?
Why did they get pleasure out of it?
Because they think these healthcare companies are evil and all the people involved are complicit.
And I think if you do it enough, maybe they'll.
But specifically, evil. Why? Like, what is it that they're doing?
They're undermining pleasure for the most people.
Exactly. So it's kind of there's this sort of underlying assumption of a utilitarian principle for these people that like, well, okay, it's bad to kill somebody, but if they're going to cause more people to suffer and die, then this is a utilitarian calculus.
This is a justification for war, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, war is well, at least ostensibly, it'll be like this is what's good. But war tends to have a more sort of like the family thing. It's not just because if you were utilitarian
refill, please?
And like a country declares war on you, and you're like, what's their population? Is it bigger than ours? Okay, let them let them have it, right? That's not what you do. It's more like the family thing. You're like, to hell with that. I'm gonna like defend my own home, my own principles. You know.
Okay, so Brexit, for example.
Yeah.
Good, No, this idea that there are people that feel like they're losing their cultural identity, and we don't have to argue whether it's right or wrong. But I'm just saying that idea, if we're taking a utilitarian principle and we're just plastering on top of that, do they feel less pleasure as culture becomes more diverse, and then their specific culture becomes, in their perception, diluted?
For sure, yeah. I mean, that seems to be the motivation behind Brexit. It was essentially an immigration vote, in my view. That's
a lot of people seem to feel
like, yeah, okay. But a lot of people were talking about the economy and sort of they're getting up on their talk shows and they're like, well, you know, like Brexit and the GDP and 4 points. It's like no one cares.
Yeah.
No, Alexandra Velushu, I think you're correct. So can we get a TL or DR on this guy? What he says is like basic philosophy, but nothing interesting or revolutionary, really philosophy 101. The main things that I've seen him pop off for, truth be told, are atheist debates. So effectively, Alex O'Connor. So if I go to his YouTube, he's 26 years old. Jesus Christ. For real? How to argue. So it looks like debate stuff, philosophy stuff, animal consciousness, why cults work. I can't believe this guy gets this kind of viewership for how dry he is. That's actually really interesting. I don't know how he created such a strong brand off of such dry demeanor, but I guess some people are into that, right? Like it's the same thing with Sam Harris. So he might just be like Sam Harris's spiritual successor. The ethics of Grand Theft Auto. That's interesting. He got hooked in with Ion Hersey Ali. Looks like he talked to Zizek. Looks like he's talked to a bunch of internet intellectual dark web people. Peter Boghossian, JBP, Destiny. Dude, there's like 3 or 4 Destinies in here. That's funny. Konstantin Kisin. Yeah, so I have no idea how this guy is this successful. I really don't. But you know, hey, to each their own. If there's, look at this, the paradox of prayer, why praying is pointless. So it looks like he started 10 years ago as an atheist, bro. And then he turned that into like a modern successor to the new atheist movement. Dude, I have no idea. That's interesting though. Very interesting. Somebody says he has talks with Dawkins as well. A lot of us are into philosophy and ethics. Yeah, I guess so. Fashion 40 says every streamer shows their chat window. You've been in JSOX and Queen's chat and spreading information and arguing on their behalf. You're not looking at anything fairly. Well, okay, so what? Doobie, no offense, guys. Maybe I'm more partial to Doobie than the rest of y'all, but like Doobie has been a player in Twitch and YouTube politics since I started in 2020. So if he has commentary that he is passionate about, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to share his perspective. It's not like I'm coming down too hard on the Destiny sweepers or the Destiny critics. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. Sam says he does only surface level analysis when he talks to people that aren't involved in philosophy. Gotcha. Fashion 40 says that was my last bit of engaging with that bullshit. Gotcha. Alexandru says, how is this guy so successful? How are Fresh and Fit so successful? Luck, there's an audience for everything. Well, yeah, well, we need to figure it out, right? He's got a really analytical way of explaining stuff, so he explains hard concepts understandably. That's a talent for sure. Melody says, if you haven't watched Alex's last conversation with Destiny, I would recommend watching that one. Cool. I'm talking about Doobie. I've known Destiny since like 16 or 17. Yeah, Doobie's a veteran, bro. He's a fucking veteran. Yeah. Anyways.
Okay, some people care, but you know what I mean? That's not what it was about.
Yes.
And yeah, like, but the thing is, I mean, I've been talking about utility.
Okay. Beef Supreme says, I don't care if Doobie is a player. He and others are spreading the pedo claims with no evidence. You should encourage us to push against this. Okay. So I'm not going to bring it up, but I'll bring it up on my side thing. Okay. I'll look it up myself. So right now on Kiwi Farms, you can just go to the website, kiwifarms.net. It loads up with a DDoS. I'm not going to show you guys this. I'm going to pull it up myself. But there's a character named Blav, B-L-A-V, okay? And I think that's the person who... Did I lose you guys? Did I lose your connection? No, I'm still here. It's taking forever to load. However, under Blav's Destiny post within the past like week or something like that, they allegedly identified Rose by comparing pictures of. They found the school that she went to because Steven blabbed about the school like a fucking idiot. Then they located the school. They found a news article that covered her. They found her name, allegedly, and then they used that to look up a speeding ticket, and then that's how they got the date of birth of October 2004. Now, I don't know if that's accurate. I have no idea if they identified the right person. I have no idea if they even looked at it, whatever, but that's the allegation, right? So we can contend with the allegation. And also, by the way, here's another thing too for the Destiny sweepers. And I don't hate you. I'm not talking shit. I'm just trying to describe it to you. If she was 18 years old in one day at the time that Steven talked to her, I still think that's objectionable behavior. Okay? So you should not be buying pornography from people who are 18 years old in one day. Just because they're technically adults. You shouldn't be encouraging people to enter sex work. You shouldn't be helping them to enter sex work. You shouldn't be subsidizing them going into sex work. You shouldn't be, especially if you're in your 30s or 40s, you shouldn't really be engaging with these kinds of people. They're a decade or two your junior. They are substantively less experienced than you are. And so there's an element of like a experiential power dynamic. No problem. Thank you, baby. So Doobie says, because I agreed with Pisco over him and Connor in the communist argument. Okay. Beef says, yup, allegedly. Alexander Vizishu says, honestly, I don't find him interesting at all since Alex O'Connor dude never actually goes against challenging opponents on amateurs like Jubilee or pop pseudo-intellectual stuff. Imagine sweeping for this. Like, why? Yeah, why not just say, hey, it's bad? Just go, hey, it's bad. Steven needs to suffer his consequences. That's all we need to say. Beef Supreme says, not vetted, not investigated. It's not even an allegation, though. It's some post on a forum that's known for bad info. Okay. And her being 18 years old in one day would still be bad, in my opinion. Beef Supreme says, I guess we solidly break on agreeing here. I'm not spreading claims of PETA without evidence or proof. I agree. That's why I'm not spreading it. It's already out there, though. Kay says, sure, we can have a discussion about the morals and ethics, but a lot of people are very excited about the legal implications, and that's the buzz. Sure. Doobie seems to be partial to the idea that the state nationalizing most industries, and Pisco is a sweeper for commies. Doobie, I always thought that he was taking on a character on the panels because it was so extreme and it was such a perfect articulation of fascism that I was like, this is such an ideologically pure iteration of fascism. There's no way that he doesn't understand fascism. So I don't think Doobie is an actual fascist. I think he was playing a character. But I think that now that he's no longer playing a character, it would be great if he just said exactly what he believes so we don't get confused. Melody says, sure, but it's not illegal. And also he thought she was 19. We also have to assume the lawyers told him to hold CSAM illegally. I'm not assuming shit, okay? I haven't talked to the lawyers. I don't know what Steven said to the lawyers. I don't know what the lawyers told him. I don't know what law enforcement told him. But I'm telling you, if you're in possession of something that's illegal that could actually get you serious time, the easiest way to do it is document it and pass it on to a more responsible party than yourself. Thomas Martin says that's an ethical question, not a legal one, and it's not the same as what he's being accused of. Sure. McDevin says, you sound like a pilot informing passengers about the flight before takeoff. You're in no position to talk about dry demeanors, lol. True. That's why I thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines. Fashion 40 says, Destiny talking to young B words is bad and disgusting. I'm not saying that's kosher. I don't think anybody is. Well, some people are. I'm a communist or a fascist, laugh my ass off. I just know both ideologies based. All right. Anyways.
I'm not a utilitarian. Most people aren't utilitarians. They think they are until they come across an example like where they've got to tie their own child to a trap or something, and they're like,
true.
Like, to hell with that. And it's like, okay, well, then you're not actually utilitarian like you thought you were.
Yeah.
Instead, you're something else. And in my view,
Doobie says, this is important. According to ChatGPT, I'm a pragmatic, centrist, social libertarian with a strong streak of skepticism towards institutions and authority. Interesting. Conservatism says you don't have to assume anything wild. What we know is bad enough. Bro said there's no difference between 19 and 15 when he was 28, and he's not wrong prior to behavior. Well, yeah, but then that's where you get into the nihilism and the hedonism. I think that the only way that you get around the thing that earlier Destiny said is if you just accept nihilism and hedonism. I think you just say, well, we're all going to die one day. You know, I'm going to maximize my pleasure and minimize my fun. Technically, these people are adults, so they're able to make adult decisions. I'm an adult. I'm able to make adult decisions, and we're just going to have fun, right? That's the only way that you can differentiate between Steven saying that young people are too inexperienced in order to hang out with as a late 20-year-old versus mid 30-year-old Steven saying, actually, I can do whatever I want as long as it's legal. So it's nihilism and hedonism.
People are just emoting. I'm what's called an emotivist about ethics. I think that all ethical statements are just expressions of emotion.
I think
that's all I think is going on.
Yes.
And so in this instance, like if you were utilitarian, you could say, well, it's complicated because, yeah, more people get pleasure if they can immigrate into a country, but then the amount of suffering that comes with like losing a sense of identity, that might balance it out. Or you just be like, you're just sort of vibing, man. Well, you're just trying to feel it out.
I think that there's an emotional reaction to that too. I mean, they are emotivists. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It makes them feel better to have a technical justification for their emotional response.
Yeah.
And so they're calling it utilitarian, but it's really not that. They're
exactly.
just like, I'm hurt.
People want to stick a label on there. That's what a lot of philosophy is. It is essentially hyper-rationalizing of your emotive feelings.
Yeah.
That's why you have all of these clever people who agree with each other. It's also why I could say, like, name some of the most famous philosophers in the world, like Nietzsche or Immanuel Kant or John Stuart Mill. And a lot of people get this idea that because they're great philosophers, if I just pick one at random and sit down and start reading it, I'll be like, wow, this guy's amazing. But if you try that, go into a philosophy department, pick up like Jean-Paul Sartre and just read it, and you'll be like, what is this? Because the great philosophers are people who you kind of already know that you're like on the same wavelength as them, and you read it and they just put it into words, and you're like, yeah, man, that's what it is. But that's the feeling of like thinking someone's smart is sort of looking at it and going like, yeah, they put that in, but because they've just rationalized what you're already thinking. Education, I think.
Rude. Alex O'Connor just said that I'm a dumbass because whenever I read a smart person articulating thoughts that I previously had, I'm just agreeing with them with somebody who's already agreeing with a complex idea that I already think, which is why I think they're smart. No, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and say no to Alex O'Connor. Thank you for giving me something to hit with. No, this is what you do if you're kind of dumb and you accept your own irrationality, which I do accept my own irrationality, but I also understand that there's incredibly complex systems that I don't agree with, and I appreciate them for their complexity. So, for instance, I don't appreciate Zionism. Like I actually think that like ethno-religious nationalism in general is a bad rule. I just make an exception for it because of the historical plight of the Israeli people. So it's not a philosophy that I actually particularly enjoy. I just understand its place in history and its complexity. Same thing with like Christian nationalism and Nick Fuentes or fascism or communism. I can understand and appreciate really complex ideas and appreciate their complexity without agreeing with them. And so I don't know. I think that Alex O'Connor, if I spoke with him, he would make some kind of concession to the point that I just made, just because I feel like it's verifiably true. I don't like that he's saying that even smart people only like complex ideas that they already agree with. I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. Dr. 2 says, or you accept that people can change their mind about how they feel about the maturity of 19-year-olds, i.e. you aren't going, oh, they are dumb, but it's legal. Yeah, but I think that anybody who's worth their salt is going to say that this is potentially abusive, right? Like, no offense to Stephen, but Stephen had no idea who Rose was or what her home situation was like or what her, drug situation was like or what her boyfriend situation was like. All he knew is that allegedly there's this adult that's willing to share private material with him. That's all he knew. And he was like, sick, let's do it. Whereas I think people who like to be morally considered would be like, well, I don't really want to talk to a person this age, even if they're engaging in a voluntary and legal transaction, because let's face it, people in sex work often are coming from bad home situations. They often have bad substance abuse issues. They often have bad emotional issues. They often have abusive relationships. And so I'm not saying that every sex worker is fucked up. I'm just saying that 95% of them are. And so you shouldn't be capitalizing on their fucked upness in order to obtain some kind of hedonistic pleasure, right? They're another human being worthy of moral consideration, and you shouldn't encourage them to engage in self-destructive behavior. Call me a prude if you want, but that is the way that I feel. Beef Supreme says, to demand evidence and proof is carrying the broom. It's being diligent and waiting for the facts. Okay. Sam says it's not completely true because when we read great ideas, it can change our perspective. Agreed. I don't agree with Alex O'Connor here. I thought we had 3,000 IQ chatters because y'all sound ignorant. Listen, we can disagree on stuff, okay? There can be a more socially, sexually conservative group of my chat who find Stephen's actions not only criticizable, but they can find them individually repulsive, and therefore they want to attack Stephen. And there can be people who are like, okay, but you're attacking Stephen for unfair things. We can coexist. Both of these ideas are not mutually exclusive. Rob says, I think even if it's an idea that you don't agree with, you can agree with the smart person's characterization of it. That's the critical feature they put together in a succinct description. Interesting. Aisha was very mature for her age, Connor. How dare you? How dare you slander the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Oh, that's funny. Vicious.
That the Greek word that comes from, I can't remember what the word actually is, like, edukratos or something like this, means to draw out. Education is not like the so-called bucket theory of the mind, which is like you're just a bucket and a teacher comes and just chucks stuff in there. It's a more like two-way relationship, and to educate someone is to draw out of them because there's something already inside them that you are like pulling out. Education has to be something which, I don't mean like as a moral thing. This is how we should be educating our kids. I mean, this is literally what happens in many people's view. It's like a two-way relationship. You have to, the person who's learning has to sort of take a guess at the world and then like test ideas against the guess that they're making, and then the teacher sort of helps them with that. So it's a drawing out, That's what philosophers do. So you're reading a text, and it's not just like you're getting information. Somebody is systematizing the way that you feel. Like when you read Schopenhauer's essay about women, you'll probably have this experience of thinking like, that's
he gets it.
Yeah.
This fucking guy.
Yeah. But on a serious level, like if you read that essay, you like most people read that and they're sort of like, what the hell is he going on?
Yeah, you might think he's a maniac.
And it's like, it's so that's a great example to show that like what you're doing is you're bringing if you are like a genuine sexist and you read this, you'd be like, yeah, man, he's so smart. And your assessment of how like intelligent he is
has to do with how much you agree with him.
Will just be basically like how much you sort of already agree with him,
Yeah, I don't agree with this. And also, they're moving. So the next segments are facts to serve feelings, split brains, philosophy of the mind, what makes you, what makes you happy, turning it off, does Alex have a therapist, deep self-introspection, dabbling with substances, realizations, and demons. So realistically, I think we're done with the political segments of this, so I'll kind of wrap it and just give it a little nice little bow tie as a summary. We'll find some other content momentarily. But effectively, like Alex O'Connor, I do appreciate engaging with this content because this is really the first time that I've ever engaged with him. I do think he's a fairly intelligent fella, and he didn't articulate anything that I didn't really agree with about like philosophy or the way people think or trolley problems or, how do you actually analyze like more moral consequence? These are all like cool things, and I'm happy to see the boys from Flagrant engaging with it earnestly, and it was entertaining. I genuinely did enjoy it. However, I do think that this is one of the things that I disagree with is him saying like, oh, well, when you think somebody else is intelligent, it's just a degree of how much you already agree with them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's kind of like this self-deprecating thing where you can never just admit that like some things are more intelligent than other things. And so as a result, you kind of have to like self-deprecate or criticize the way that you feel about certain ideas. And I think that's fucking stupid. I think it's like false humility. Not into it. Not into fake humility. So thank you, Alex O'Connor. Thank you for that content. Appreciate you. And then what do you guys want to do? So what I would say is we kind of we avoided the Destiny sex helicopter for the first 2 hours. I need to check my text messages and see if the boys are coming out. But what is what should we do? What's the other hot business? We could cover a dissident right-wing person. I could go check Nick Fuentes' Rumble. We could cover that. We could just become a Destiny sex helicopter, traffic helicopter. We could check out some Tim Pool culture IRL stuff. It's kind of weird. I don't know where we're at. I don't know what you want to do. All right, so scrolling. Vince Neal says the prophet was a 7th century desert warlord who was a P-word and was responsible for setting up a system that led to a system of supremacy within his ideology. Sure, but I would also say that Muhammad, peace be upon him, prohibited incest and prohibited infanticide, which are both good things. He also created a universalist monotheist religion that didn't require belief in the divinity of Christ, and I think that's something that I probably line up with. I do agree that Islam within its own text is ultimately, even within the Abrahamic context, supremacist, and that they do view pagans and atheists as like devil worshipping pieces of shit who deserve to be killed. So I'm with you there. Thomas Martinson. Oh, sorry. Real quick. Thank you, Working Bob, and thank you, McDevitt, for your super chats. Real quick, shill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in chat, watch the VODs, love the VODs, etc., etc. Super chats if you got them. My parasocial love you, and thank you for being here. Vedsu Neal says, is Whick Incel panel maybe? That could be fun for me. Doobie says, the Amazing Atheist was caught being a pedo like last year. Based. Wowman says, Wick TV was accused of being incel adjacent and debated soy pill and 4 other people. That actually does sound fun. I think I'm going to do that. Ray Sunlight says, hey, Connor, what are your thoughts on Dark Brandon channel? I haven't seen it. Death Lily says, I sent you a vid a while ago of Hutch and NSE talking about young men in therapy. No offense, but that sounds kind of dry. And it just sounds like I'm going to agree. Rob says, I don't want to watch it, but that's the skinny on H3H3 talking about D. As far as I know, he just called him like a pedo. So, did you see the Alex Flagrant episode part 2? No, but we just did that. So, anyways, who's the Amazing Atheist? His name's TJ Kirk. He covered he covered New Atheist and SJW topics in the 10s, and he got very popular off of it. He also ran a popular podcast because I think I called what is it? The Something Peasants, the Drunken Peasants, the Dirty Peasants. Drunken Peasants sounds right, but that was fairly popular. And so he had a decent internet career, and he's still kicking about. So let's go ahead and update for the Whick Incel panel. And then Whick Incel panel. And I haven't gotten a response from my Reacts boys, so I don't know if they're coming or not. They might be busy. They both have like businesses that they run. So, Whick Incel panel. That could be fun. I love talking about incel stuff. Panel loses it over incel debate. Chud Logic, Whick TV. That was 2 years ago, though. I don't think that's it. Let's go back to Whick TV. Whick TV. Let's go to videos. That was a year ago, so it's going to be under the live section. Ooh, here we go. Where's the audio?
My opinions on this. I do want to hear from the council, okay, that I've gathered.
All right. Let's do it. Alexander Vazushu says, oh, good. That crap. It was a conversation about nothing that went nowhere. Well, unless you want to talk about Destiny. I like talking about incel shit because I could have been an incel, but God made me 6'4". So it was not in the cards for me. Simon Simple says, not a positive claim, just claimed a lot. Sure, lots of people don't like the concept of God because they don't like the concept of judgment. Wick is more cringe lord adjacent, maybe. Feudalism sounds great. I would love to be a peasant farmer, maybe. AKA Badasui says, Muhammad did require belief in Jesus as a prophet. Sure. Doobie says, I don't want to be an asshole, but Wick seems like a middle-aged dude trying to engage with 18 to 25-year-olds dating space apps. I feel and feeling a little bitter because he's not doing well there. Well, you know, that he's not the only one. Right. So there's like, what is it? 25%, 35% of the population are NEETs. And I have to like not in education and something employment or training. And so Wick isn't the only one. And it's like 25% of the male population. So we need to deal with it. Gen X says, y'all, the protesters are playing Lee Greenwood and REM. It's the end of the world. Loud as fuck now. Well, throw stuff at them. Doobie, you don't allow Wick as a truth-seeking political streamer. All right. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and never Trump Republican, and I like breaking down alternative media and politics. So today for you, I got a incel panel. We're doing our best in order to avoid talking about Stephen Bonnell's sex drama. However, it is popping up every now and then. So if we talk about Stephen Bonnell's sex drama in the middle of the incel panel debate, do not be alarmed. Let's go ahead and bring Wick on. He is a panel host in the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene. Looks like we have some newcomers that I haven't seen before, and we have Soy Pill. Maybe this is Short Fat Otaku, I'm not sure. But either way, we should get a spicy fight out of it. So let's go ahead and take a look.
We've some great people here today. We got Mooncake, we got Dev, we got Stardust, we got Rabid Wombat, and we got Charlie. What are your thoughts here? Let's start with Charlie, and we'll just kind of go around real quick. What the accusation has been levied, the evidence has been presented. What are your thoughts?
I feel like on the Q-Bot Royale debate thingy that we had, you made a couple of points that seemed a little bit incel-y to me, which surprised me.
Based.
Because again, I don't see you like that. I don't see you as incel-y. I think one that stuck out to me the most was the discussion of men's feelings not being taken seriously, which I agree with. I agree that men are, not are encouraged to be unemotional and to not express their feelings, and I think that that's bad. But I don't think that women are solely or even, primarily to blame. I think that is, a part of patriarchy, and I think that, men are typically the ones that punish other men the most for expressing their emotions. And I do think that women, very much participate in patriarchy by, discouraging men from showing their feelings. So that was my those are my thoughts. But also the thing about I think about men who are not conventionally attractive never being able to get laid. I look around me and all I see is evidence to the contrary. I see men that are frankly horrifying to look upon, with girlfriends and wives, and who are very much loved. Because the thing is that all of us deserve to be loved, and beauty is subjective at the end of the day. I have taste that I think many of my friends have described as unusual. I typically don't go for people that are conventionally attractive. And so again, those are my thoughts.
We'll get into it, I'm sure. I don't want to give my opinions too much before we get around the room. Well, let's hear from Mooncake real quick.
Okay. I think I told you, Wick, that I was more, I guess, devil's advocate on this one, because I do genuinely see both sides. So the meme itself, do I think it's pretty harmless? Yeah, it's nothing I've really read home about. I do think there's some truth to it. But I think that comes more from a pretty privilege. So for men and women, where it's kind of if you are unfortunately ugly or not conventionally attractive, you probably are treated poorly. I do think there's definitely truth to that. But do I think you're incel adjacent? I don't know for sure. I don't think you are, but I guess I have to listen to the rest of the panel to kind of see where that goes.
Okay, you're on the fence. You're a centrist.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about it.
Okay, so let me say why Wick might be incel adjacent, at least from my perspective. Is Wick, I think he's the same age as me. I think he's mid to late 30s. He's a veteran, so he has some degree of exposure. He has some, he's hanging out in Twitch and YouTube politics, which I think Doobie or somebody else in chat, sorry if I'm throwing Doobie under the bus, I promise it's not my intent. But somebody pointed out that effectively he's hanging out with 18 to 25-year-olds, and he's just discussing dating problems as if he was 18 to 25. And so it's kind of a question of hey kids, the skateboard meme where Steve Buscemi is hanging out in the high school and he's like, hey kids, how you doing? Or how do you do, fellow kids? And I get that. However, I do feel like there's a last helicopter out of Vietnam sensation with the current sexual dating marketplace, where in the 2000s, it felt like promiscuity, dating, party culture, getting wasted, hooking up with chicks, all that kind of stuff. It was pretty normal. And then I think as social media has taken off, not only, and the economy has kind of imploded, particularly for working class and middle class people, Teenagers and young adults have increasingly been staying at home in order to save money so they can build their lives. So they don't have as much independence as a generation ago. And then I also think with the internet, there's just more risk with bad behavior. So yeah, you can get on Tinder and you can get, if you're a good looking dude or a good looking chick, you can probably get dozens of dates, hook up with a ton of people, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's also the risk that something's going to go crazy. You're going to catch an STD. You're going to have a bad sex experience. Somebody's going to be physically or emotionally abusive, et cetera, et cetera. And then also for the people who get rejected, getting rejected is so much easier nowadays. Whereas before we kind of existed in these third spaces like bars, we existed in these third spaces like pool halls and restaurants and all that kind of stuff. Whereas now, since the third space is effectively the internet, you can just send out like a dozen DMs or swipe. I don't know which one's right or left. That's how much of a boomer I am. But you can basically swipe on a bunch of people on dating apps and just never hear from anybody ever. Like people just won't respond to you. And so as a result, at what point of digital rejection do you just give up even trying to find your wife or find your partner? Now, I don't recommend that to you. I strongly recommend you go find your wife and partner. I strongly recommend that you continue to let yourself get rejected. I strongly recommend you go to church and bars and pool halls and third spaces in order to meet other people. However, I do understand why it's easy to avoid that.
Okay. Dev, I sent you the evidence that he presented. Okay, since you missed it. You've seen this, though, before. I showed you this earlier when I was bugging you to be on the panel. So what are your thoughts on this, Dev?
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't see what the fuss is.
That's fair enough.
True. Doobie says they should get an ugly woman on one of these panels at some point. The incels are just gooning and staring at cleavage, ignoring what they're saying. I mean, yeah, we need more ugly women in the panel. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's basically it. I mean, it's a meme that I've seen around pretty much everywhere. There's obviously some truth to it. When you say incel adjacent, I assume you don't mean involuntary celibate adjacent, but rather the mindset that comes into being an incel, which is a different thing. Either way, I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah, no, in and of itself, just to be clear, I don't think that Whick posting this makes Whick a terrible person. I don't even think this meme is horrible. I think, in fact, there is truth to it. And in much of incel rhetoric, there is some truth, right? Like, if you're attractive, it will be easier for you to approach women. That's just true. The problem is the kind of bitterness towards women that you see that comes out of this. Like you said, people who have sex absolutely indulge in this rhetoric. This is not a...
Thomas Martin says, people are not hooking up enough anymore. Go make bad decisions. Check on people. Just check ID. Yeah, like, be safe, okay? Be safe. If you're a late teenager, let's say 17 to 20, then check your state's laws, make sure you have the Romeo and Juliet stuff, and make sure that you're not dating somebody abusive who's going to take advantage of your inexperience. If you're 18 plus, go date, go have fun, but also look out for people who are going to be like emotionally, physically, sexually abusive. Okay. So yeah, go make mistakes, but make sure your mistakes are legal.
Incel, literally, if you are involuntarily celibate, it's just a huge overlap between people who can't get laid and people who are very bitter towards women. And I think that this, along with other things I've heard from Whick, kind of indicate this bitterness towards women rather than this understanding of how society works.
Yeah, this is actually true. AK Batasui says the incel community wants women to be more open to 3 and 4 men. Yeah. Actually, hey, you guys want to do a schizo paint stream real quick? You want to do a schizo paint? I would love to do a schizo paint in reference to this. I'm actually going to scroll to the bottom real quick. What are the ways that you guys judge a partner, right? And the reason why I'm asking this is because let's say that there's physical attractiveness. All right. Let's say that there's like personality. Okay. Let's say that there's financial success. Let's say that there's emotional intelligence. Let's say that there's like overlapping life goals. Right. I'm doing an XY axis. I don't know if it's necessary. Oh, yeah. Because I'm doing a 1 to 10. So let's do I guess that could be like a vertical line, but I don't know. Let's wing it. Okay. So let's put looks. Let's put personality. Let's put success. Let's put what is it? Like emotional intelligence. Let's put overlapping goals. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do this right on the XY axis, but let's say that there's like a 10, right? Or I don't know. Maybe I'll just draw 4 45-degree angles. I don't know why I'm drawing 45-degree angles, but let's just say that, you know, for whatever reason. I don't know if there's 2 points of comparison. It might just be solitary points of comparison. But the point is that if there's somebody, let's say that there's a dude who's like a 1 or a 2 or a 3. But let's say that he has an 8 personality, 8, you know, finance, an 8 emotional intelligence, and an 8 overlapping goals. Then that dude, in my opinion, is overall gonna be like a 5. You know what I'm saying? Like a 5 out of 10. And so that's where like attractiveness is a complex series of variables. And I think where a lot of people get frustrated, especially people who like aren't incels, but they talk to incels or whatever, overall sexual marketplace value, which I already know is like a lot of people don't even like this conception to begin with. But the point is that like a lot of people or a lot of young men will be low on the looks department. They'll be low on the personality department. They'll be low on the success department. They'll be low in the emotional intelligence department, and they'll be low in the overlapping goals thing. And JetX says, a man with an 8 emotional intelligence. Good one, Connor. True. This actually doesn't exist. Never mind. Gen X called me out. Let's go ahead and substantively reduce that. Anything over a 5 is for women. Good point. Oh, let's get rid of that. But let's put I don't know, like a 5. Sure. You caught me. But anyways, the point is that like looks maxers and personality maxers and success maxers and emotional intelligence maxers and overlapping goals maxers, they think that when somebody looks like shit, there's still all these other variables of attractiveness that you can maximize in order to increase your sexual marketplace value. And then also with looks, you can bump looks a couple of points through aesthetic. So through hygiene and decent clothes and through I'm trying to think of what else, but like a good haircut and, you know, getting outside on occasion. That's kind of where looks is controllable. Personality to some degree is controllable. Financial success is controllable. Emotional intelligence is controllable. Overlapping goals is controllable. So are you going to be able to like completely revamp who you are as a person in order to become more attractive to the opposite sex? Probably not. There's probably some hard limits on here. There's probably some ceilings on these things. But can you push these things to the max? That way, even if you're an unattractive guy, you could still get like a date or two, or at least get laid. And I think this is where we get frustrated, or at least like people who interact with black-pilled incels. I think that's where people who interact with black-pilled incels, I think that's where we get frustrated, is because we're saying like, take a shower, you know, get nice clothes. All that kind of shit, right? Then personality, don't be an asshole, don't be abrasive, don't be judgmental, don't be cynical, don't be nihilistic, etc. Don't just be yourself, Paul, because you might be a piece of shit. When it comes to success, pursue your ambitions, get a goal, get a job, because guess what? Somebody who has dreams and goals is infinitely more attractive than somebody who just wants to sit on the couch, smoke pot, play video games and jerk off. I'm just going to be real. There's not a single chick who wants to sit on the couch, smoke weed, watch cartoons, play video games, and jerk off unless you guys are already financially stable, right? Or she just likes living in the trailer park, at which point, I guess, go off and be a trailer park couple. That's totally fine. And then overlapping goals, I basically mean that if they don't want kids and they want to travel the world, you probably need to line up on that thing, or or it's not going to work. And then same thing, if the other person wants kids and wants a house and wants to live in a certain neighborhood, that needs to overlap, or it's not going to work. So, right. So anyways, this is my thing. You can increase your sexual marketplace value, in my opinion, substantively.
And how we need to move forward from it.
Okay. Randy says, you're saying the ladies aren't impressed with my Xbox achievements? No. No, bro. I tried to show them off to the wife. She's not interested.
I just haven't seen Wick be that bitter towards women, to be honest. So
Fair enough. I haven't either, but I guess we're going to find out as we go. Rabbit, what are your thoughts here?
Well, as a Gen X white Anglo-Saxon Protestant liberal who married an immigrant Asian woman, I see nothing wrong with what you're doing. You speak to me, my brother. And, you know, if you look at the Allied soldiers in World War II, they were literally Nazi adjacent, but we were happy they were. They were on the front lines combating the evil and saving the free world. And I think that's what you're doing, sir. I think when you say that handsome men are advantaged, I think it's true. I think the only place that I might cede a little ground to soy is that you would have to be careful where you're sending.
Gen X is saying that a dude with an emotional intelligence of 8 is like a hot girl who isn't crazy.
People, because these topics, we need strong voices.
Sorry, real quick. Ventanil says, I disagree. Most women overestimate their emotional intelligence. A lot of women are slurred when it comes to men's emotions. Yeah, sure. But at the same time, like, let's watch a Bachelor trailer real quick. Okay. A trailer for the season of The Bachelor. Because I actually got like lit. My wife wanted me to watch Bachelor trailer. So I'm just gonna turn off the sound real quick so we don't get copyright struck, and I'm just gonna play this for a second. I'm gonna full screen it. Okay, so what are you really seeing? You're seeing chicks making out, and what is making out really? It's like testing your physical compatibility. Do they have bad breath? Do they smell good? Et cetera, et cetera. That's like you're testing your physical compatibility. And that's what kissing really is. And then they're traveling all over the world, and there's fireworks and all this bullshit. And so if we actually go to like our incel Volcel chart, okay. Sorry, where's my incel Volcel chart? Where'd I put it? Paint. Here we go. So we already have people who are looks maxed, right? These are, let's be real, people on The Bachelor are between an 8 and a 10. Let me go ahead and actually remove my hashes so they don't confuse what we're talking about. Let's get rid of all those. Then let's do this one. Shift. Okay, so, and then we'll just put overall. So on The Bachelor, we are looking at people who are looks maxed. They're at least going to be like a 7 to a 10, right? For personality, let's face it, a lot of them are very stupid. So I'll put, there's a high range, but that's like the whole thing. You're trying to figure out who has a good personality. For success, I'm going to say it's between a 7 and a 10. For emotional intelligence, they can be incredibly emotionally shallow or incredibly emotionally intelligent. And then overlapping goals, they could be a 0, they could be a 10. And then overall, who knows, right? So the whole reason why I'm saying like, people are looks maxed and they're high success, but personality, emotional intelligence, and overlapping goals, there's a broad spectrum in the Bachelor TV series, is because effectively people have to eliminate the signal from the noise. What is physical attraction? What is overlapping goals? What is emotional intelligence? What is, et cetera, et cetera. And you also have to figure out whether or not people are playing you, because people can lie about overlapping goals. People can be competitive there just because they want to be on TV. People can be lying about what's going on. And so this entire thing is effectively like an emotional crash course where you're supposed to be staring at these people and not just listening to what they're saying, but also watching their body language and how they talk and all that kind of stuff. And so I kind of realized like I had to get super drunk in order to watch The Bachelor and The Bachelorette with my wife. But I realized that like reality TV are effectively emotional crash courses. That's what they are. So if you want to figure out like who's lying, who's a snake, who's a bullshitter, who's just using body language to manipulate other people, like there's actually no better crash course than reality TV. It's actually super interesting. Now, I don't recommend watching it as a guy in general, because truth is, it's probably just going to be wildly uncomfortable. But if you already have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and you want to crash course in emotional intelligence, just get wasted and watch The Bachelor. It'll actually help you out a ton.
That are speaking in a rational way, that aren't coming from a place of anger, a place of blame, that instead see women as our allies, as they have been for thousands of years. They are partners combating natural and societal oppression. And I think you're in that camp. So my only contention would be, if you're looking at someone like Xerxes, you need to look at the bulk of their content and see, when I'm handing off these people that I've convinced that I'm a rational actor, I need to make sure that people who are going to piggyback on that trust are worthy of it. But overall, I think you're doing well.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate that. And yes, the pact, the ancient accord between men and women still is strong today. It is under attack, but we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Stardust, are you here yet?
Senior Chow says, all of what you described is practiced through normal social interactions. The hard thing in my experience is that incels need continual encouragement from people who they are already connected to. Not only do I agree with you, Senior Chow, but I think that we are in a fraught social environment. People go to work, they wake up, they go to work or they go to school, they come home, and then there's nothing stopping them from just eating food and endlessly connecting on the internet. And I love the internet. The internet's a fantastic tool. It's what allows me to live my lifestyle. Fantastic tool. But I think people are using the internet as a replacement for social interactions. And so as a result, they don't go to third spaces anymore. They don't even bother going to bars or going to billiards clubs or going to, I don't know, house parties or going to anything like that, because the internet's right there. And there's booba on the internet, and there's social interaction on the internet. So why would you bother with doing the real thing when the real thing is so much riskier with no guarantee of reward?
You with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi.
No camera today?
No, I will be on camera shortly. Sorry. Okay. So what I will say is that this meme is not necessarily terrible. But I mean, it's kind of funny. It reminds me of the you guys remember the HR comic where it's like there's a fat guy who's saying something and somebody says call HR, and then there's like the attractive guy and he says something, and then the woman is saying like, oh, you're so sweet. So it kind of reminds me of that. It doesn't seem like the most terrible thing. In fact, my earliest memories of Whick are Whick making jokes about how he is the marriage destroyer of Twitch politics. That men of America should be scared of him because he's going to ruin their marriages. Which it's true, you know. I do recognize that, and you know, I think the fact that Whick is able to go above and beyond with
Doobie says, I think growing up with sisters is secretly the best way to ensure a guy knows how to speak to and just be around women. A lot of men need to figure out the tool set in the field and look like morons. Yeah, but Doobie, I'm not going to lie. What does happen with sister bros, okay? One of two things really happens with a guy who has a sister. Either because their sister is a human being and they like her and they treat her well and they were raised with her and they're protective of her, they view other women as, potentially a human being, and so they treat them well, and they're wholesome, nice boys. But not every woman is going to like that, right? Unless you're an attractive guy who can also beat the shit out of people, and you kind of have like the traditional hallmarks of masculinity. A substantive amount of women are actually not going to be into that, which is weird. Or let's say that you're super attractive and you're hyper masculine. Like I have a friend named Gabe. He's not really a friend, but there's a guy that I went to college with who was friends with my friend, and his name was Gabe. and he had sisters growing up. Well, what he did is he used what he learned from his sisters about female emotional intelligence in order to infinitely play all women at all times. He knew exactly what to say in order to get laid all of the time. And so he took that emotional intelligence and used it for nefarious purposes. So I would say that being raised around women is a double-edged sword, depending on how you use it. The same way being a dumbass man like me is a double-edged sword, because while I am gross and overly masculine, my wife was attracted to that. So she was attracted to me being an emotional dumbass.
With his efforts, for example, he used to, back in the day when I used to host panels, he came dressed up as a dog one time. Okay, now what woman is not going to find that attractive? I mean, honestly, you know, like, yeah, isn't that like
That just feels like sweeping if we're taking the topic seriously.
the whole genre for women? I don't know. Anyway, for white women specifically. Anyways,
Oh,
so
shit.
sorry, I shouldn't have gone there.
No,
No, anyways,
No, that's pretty nice. Keep going.
Don't stop.
We're with you. We're with you.
I mean, I'm surprised that you didn't get a whole bunch of inbox messages after you dressed up like a dog. That should have been immediately, really. But anyways, so one thing I will say is I just hope Whick has some self-love for himself, and really all of this incel rhetoric about like.
Benson Neal says, I would end up verging on the edge of calling my potential girlfriend an R-slur and stupid for finding content like that. Sorry, I just lost my monitor. It's very dumb content. Like I'm not saying that the content itself isn't. I hope you guys can still hear me. I'm waiting for my monitor to come back up. The content itself is quite stupid. It's not very intelligent at all. However, I'm telling you, get wasted and watch reality TV. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And give me 1 second. Let me fuck with my monitors. Swear to God, guys, I don't do shit, and then I lose my monitors randomly. It must be like the HDMI cables must be old. But anyways, the point is that you guys are at least up over here. The point is that I think that if you get 2 or 3 beers deep and you start watching reality TV, you'll start to notice that the edits are cut from a female perspective. And what I mean by that is when I'm trying to look people in their faces, maybe I have autism, I don't know. But generally speaking, I would say up until the past 2 years, I really didn't look in people's faces that much. Like when I was talking to them, I would just say what I was going to say, and they're going to say what they're going to say. I'll react to what they're going to say, but I'm not like trying to like constantly read their eye ticks or their mouth movements or their grimaces or their hair. And also, maybe this is like a real, and that's going to piss you off, or it's not going to piss you off. And then I expect you to tell the truth. And that's it. That's our entire relationship. And if you don't tell me the truth, eventually I'm going to stop associating with you. And so the whole point of that is that like verbal communication for me is almost more important than nonverbal communication. But I realize that human beings are actually supposedly with communication, like 90% is nonverbal. And so if you look at the reality TV shows, what they're really showing you when they edit, when they zoom in on somebody's face, when they zoom in on an eye roll or a cheek smirk or a sneer, what they're kind of showing you is the non-verbal language of people that should indicate some emotion. And I don't really have that many emotions anyways. I have 2 emotions. I have like anger and apathy. And sometimes I have love, mostly for my children and my wife. But I don't really like get like a lot of like chest flutters. That's just not something that I get a lot. Maybe maybe I'm emotionally dead. I don't know. But the truth is that like I don't think women experience the world that way at all. I think they have like tons of like random emotional impulses based off of like nonverbal body language, which is part. You know, I don't even know if you guys are there because I can't see the monitors, but that might genuinely be part of the reason why my wife loves me is because I'm such a simple creature. Like I'm going to tell you what I think and that's it. What I think is what I think and it is what it is. You either like it or you don't like it, but that simplicity also means a certain level of reliability. So my monitors are still out. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna fuck with my shit. I don't know what's going on, but I desperately need to use the restroom at the risk of losing some of you people while I'm still waiting for my monitors to come back up. What a wildly frustrating way to run a stream. Okay, well, I'm about to. Well, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hopefully the monitors are up by the time I'm back. My apologies. Play on your phones. Play some Candy Crush. I'll be right back. Not back. What the fuck? Well, that's annoying. Seriously, what the fuck? Guys, I'm sorry. I have to restart. So I'll be back in 5. My apologies. You guys still aren't up. Be right back. Okay. Hello? Am I back? Hello, hello, hello? Can you guys hear me? Are we back? Let me know when you can see this or hear this. On my side, it's saying that I'm back to... Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you to my 50 loyalists. You are the bee's knees. Let's go ahead and get back into it. My sincerest apologies. Effectively, what ended up happening was my cables, I guess they were just loose. And I couldn't figure out what cable was the problem. So I actually just unplugged and replugged all of my cables. So let's get back to talking about incels. I should probably actually let them talk a little bit. Although I do feel like we were having a good conversation before I left. So I'm actually going to check in. Let me check in real quick and see what you guys were talking about in my absence. So it's going up. I'm a well-used lady. Your PC parts are worn out. Nothing bad but connections now. Yeah, I need to get some new HDMI cables. Beef Supreme says I've never gotten butterflies for a girl or a guy. Nice. Dice5 says reality TV teaching nonverbal social cues, the best types of entertainment teach you something. True. McDevin says just 2 or 3 beers. I need at least 5, realizing I might be an alcoholic. Well, hey, there you go. Fatsimo says the GPU might be loose in its slot as well. I think it actually is just the power cables for my monitor setup were kind of loose. And so I was pulling everything out and putting everything back in. But the main thing was some of the power cables were loose. So I got those going again. If you guys can't relate to 90 Day Fiancé, Netflix made Love on the Spectrum for people like you. It's actually a very good show. I learned about a lot of autistic people by watching that with the wife. That's funny. That's funny. Does anyone have a good phone game recommendations? Yeah. Chair points. I wish you wouldn't say those kinds of things. My apologies. Wow Man says going hard against the Asians this morning. Take it down there a notch, buddy. True, 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 true. So my apologies. Well, QC John says I'm a little behind, but the internet allowed generational wisdom to be forgot. Like men are stupid and women are crazy. And the reason women are crazy is because men are stupid. True, unironically. Beef Supreme says this damn chair is being too quiet. Have the courage to say something. True, chat. I think chair supports destiny unequivocally. I always have these caveats and I add this moral analysis. I think chair points just full throated support Steven. Benson Nielsen's counterpoints. Turning to Hassan was not on my bingo card. True. I didn't expect to learn so much about Civil War toiletries via chair points. True, 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 true. All right, all right, all right. I'll be back. The DGG Terracell in his city cut power. Yep. My apologies. Might have lost power. Big thunderstorms in Central Florida. Nope, not this time. It was just connections. Did you guys watch Golden Bachelor? That shit was depressing. Yeah, because like all the contestants, my wife watched that shit and she thought it was so wholesome. But for me, it was actually legitimately depressing seeing a bunch of 60-year-olds who had already lost their first husbands and wives being like, I love my old husband and I love my old wife, and I don't really want to replace them. But realistically, I'm kind of bored and lonely, so I want to hang out with somebody new. And that was like, woof. Woof. Like, I understand that's true, but kind of brutal. Gen X said that would be more boring than the black screen. I'm comparing our carbon capture statutes to Texas's. Nice. Doobie says it's like 60 to 70-year-olds trying to compete for a 70-year-old dude who is still in love with his dead ex-wife. I know, right? I know. That's the vibe. That is the vibe. Peak dating show is the Cougar one where they date each other's sons. Oh my God. That is horrific. The 50-year-old who stayed at the Adeptus Custodes among the grill hottest. Thank you. Yes, you are the Custodes. Reality show drama is so much better than streamer drama. True, because lower stakes, I guess. MILF Island. That's crazy. All right. Let's bring our contestants back onto the screen. All right, go. Doobie highly recommends MILF Island for content. There we go.
Across the board, it applies to women too. You know, women, if you're an average looking woman, you're not going to probably get approached as much as a good looking woman. And also men.
Charlie, is that true?
Charlie.
Whoa.
Hold on. We're talking
Well,
about.
okay, hold on. Actually, let me actually speak on this.
That
let
was
me
pretty
speak on this.
incelish, sir.
Let me, because Soy Pill and I have actually talked about this. If you guys don't know this about me, I am detransitioned, which means for about 10 years of my life, to the average straight man, I looked like a chubby butch lesbian, sort of this amorphous androgynous creature thing. Very rarely got spoken to by straight men. Gay men would talk to me, and then I'd open my mouth and it'd be like, oh, like, what is that?
Exactly my point, right? Men don't even
right.
treat you like you're a human being worthy of being.
They would literally, they wouldn't speak. They either would ignore me, or they'd treat me like a bro, which rocked, or they would want to punch me in the face. So while it maybe wasn't like,
men can get away. Like, if we're gonna be real here, like, this whole incel rhetoric is completely flipped upside down. Okay, men can get away with looking average. Women cannot as often get away with looking average. If you are average or below average as a woman, you do not get treated as a human being worthy of anybody's time by the male sex.
I don't think this is true at all. I think plenty of women can get plenty of attention, even if they're wildly unattractive. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe this was true in the thousands. I understand that a lot of, not attractive women probably get ignored and treated poorly. But I'm pretty sure if they go to a social space, like let's say that they go to a house party and everybody's getting drunk and hanging out and all that kind of stuff, pretty sure women can get physical attraction from men or physical attention from men, even if they're homely. Now, you might say like, well, that's fucked up too, because yeah, exactly. Doobie says those are practice girls. He's joking, he swears. But yeah, but unironically, you might get, dated and ditched. You might not be treated respectfully, like all that kind of stuff. But you can still get male attention in a third space. Yeah. Dylan Thomas says Charlie was trans. I had no idea. Did she say she desisted? Yeah. Or detransitioned, actually, which is more hardcore.
That's my point. And also let's be real. Men, average and below average men, can also compensate by education and attaining wealth and attaining education and building a life for themselves, whereas below average women cannot compensate for that because most men don't really value that. They value youth and they value good looking women.
I just want to point out that this panel was supposed to be about Whick and his rhetoric and the problems with men, but women, as often they do,
women make it about themselves. Absolutely.
Have made it about women.
I told you ahead of time what I was gonna do when I came in here. Okay, I told you ahead of time. You knew. You didn't want me here. You didn't have to.
We love you. We love you, Stardust. We like you here. We want you here. But I do think
to be clear, what I wanted to do was kind of what Stardust was getting into, which is bring up some topics like this and see what your position is on them. And I want you to answer these honestly, like from the bottom of your heart, not like in mind thinking if I say it wrong, I'll become an incel, or I don't want to align with the incel. Like, just
I'm not worried about being canceled for my honest answers. Give me what.
All right. So just as a point, and I'm happy for if Gen X or West Coast Girl or anybody's in chat, I'm just going to point out that there's an episode. These are not the people that I was looking for, but there was someone in here, my 600-pound life or whatever. Do y'all remember I think I might be pregnant. I crave water. I'm pretty sure that this woman, I think this woman is this woman's daughter. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be too rude or too mean, but I'm just saying, like, there's a dude out for you. Oh, they're sisters, I guess. But the mere fact that I'm presuming that her mother looked similar to her. Oh, and not just that, she said I might be pregnant, which means that she had physical relations with a man at some point in the past, like, few months. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
What you got?
Sure. So, like, for example, who do you think has it worse in society, men or women?
In what way? In what
Women have it worse in general, but men have it worse in specific circumstances.
Just in general, like if you were to ask, like, do women have it on easy mode, as some people say?
On average. So again, I think that if you're like in the top 10 or 20% of men, it's probably better than being a woman. But I do think being the bottom 10% of men is worse than being the bottom 10% of women. 100%.
In many ways, yes, and not always though. And this is why it's hard to answer this question like with a yes or a no or with a simple answer, is because there are absolutely places in life where women have it much easier than men, but there are also places in life where men don't have to work as hard. Like I didn't have to like put on my makeup or do anything, right, to get on stream and be taken seriously.
Yeah,
But
meanwhile, I'm putting my makeup on.
I
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
But at the same time, a woman who is even slightly attractive, even 5 or above, will get a lot more attention and a lot more. They have a higher floor for streaming and a higher floor for people attention. If I, as I am, put out that I'm having a bad day and I need help, I'm going to get mocked in a way that women are not.
True.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
say about.
But also Jesus hates a wussy, right?
I will say about.
As a social media content creator, like at least for me, when I put out, if I'm having a bad day, I think I get a lot of people ridiculing me. Like a
I think it's racism for you though, Stardust.
It might
specifically.
be racism. I don't know.
All right. So
I will say that for like female streamers, I will say that on Twitch specifically, a woman who's decent looking can absolutely get to partner easier, but there is also a reason that the vast, the like top 100 streamers, 99 of them are male. And that's because while it's easier to get that little kick at the beginning, it's very, very hard to go anywhere beyond that.
The ceiling is lower. For
Yes.
the floor may be higher for women, but the ceiling is significantly lower.
Yeah, the
Yes,
attention they're
very hard
getting
to
is
grow.
not particularly positive or valuing of who they are. It's just, oh, they're attractive and I'm going to watch them.
Hold
And it
on.
kind of stops there for a lot
What
of
do you
these
think
people.
the
I feel like
intention
the
that I
attention-
get? Do you think it's mostly positive or valuable?
I mean, it's much more to do with the things you say than how you look. No offense, but I guarantee
Hold
you,
on,
I
do
would
you not
guess
think I
less
get
than one? I guess less than 1% of the audience is watching because they want to fuck you. I would guess that versus any of
Fair
these female
enough.
streamers you're talking about.
But if you
I
think
mean,
I don't get
also just
comments on my
as
looks, you would just be.
I didn't say
Sure,
that.
but yeah, okay.
People
Of
pay you
course,
to take your shirt off.
me who's been on Twitch for a while, or I used to be on Twitch for a very long time. When I first was on Twitch, I didn't even get the positive, attractive attention. I just had people coming into my chat saying, "Wow, your nose is really big," or like, or say, like early days of Twitch, like, not early days, but like this was several years ago, and the environment was a little bit different. But I just had people saying my nose is really big. I had one guy saying that my nose is so big he wants to sit on it. He wants to like slide down on my nose, like how big it is. It was to the point where like I started thinking like, do I have a big nose? Because I don't think I have a big nose. I never thought about that before. I've had like every horrible comment about my appearance said about me. Like I'm horribly fat, a horrible, like disgusting, disgusting bitch. I am just horribly unattractive. All like everything, right? And so like as a woman online, I think you just it is the default to get commented on your looks. It is the
I think it's a default to get commented on your looks, but I also think that there's a dynamic within Twitch and YouTube politics and Twitch in general and YouTube in general, where women are very often judged on their looks, but also like really rude, shitty, antisocial men enjoy putting down unattractive women. And I'm not even saying Stardust is unattractive. Stardust streamer, but she's obviously I think she's of Indian descent, right? I think there's plenty of dudes who would be into Stardust's aesthetic. And so as a result, like that, there's going to be plenty of simps and there's going to be plenty of haters. But I think because Stardust isn't like, a e-thought where sexuality is like a broad, is like a huge part of her content, then I think that a lot of people are going to treat her like shit because they're going to try to pick on her insecurities because it makes them feel better. I don't think that's the same thing. And by the way, Stardust isn't even an incel. Stardust could get laid if she wants to. As a matter of fact, I think she was dating Beckett of Crabs for a long time. So I don't even know why I thought the whole point of the conversation was, what is Whick incel adjacent? Does he make misogynist arguments? And what should we do about like the incel community that's brewing online? I don't know how this became like women get treated poorly too, therefore we shouldn't care if Whick and or incel men get treated poorly. I don't know why this argument shifted so drastically.
Default.
Yes,
You know?
but Wick does too. Like men do too. Men get comments on their
not even
looks all
close to the
time.
same degree. These are like disproportionate, like to an unfathomable way.
Not even the positive attention is good. There's a man that self-publishes Amazon fan fiction about raping and murdering me and a bunch of my female streamer friends. Multiple of my streamer female friends have stalkers, like people that have been
What's this girl's name? They said Charlie, but I'm unfamiliar with what her streaming persona is.
to like track them down, followed them across the country. There was a dude who would come into my stream every day for a year, and I'd block him every time. And he would say, this is not me saying it, pulling out, it's reverse racism card, but he would be, I'm an Indian man, all white women are whores, that's what we think of you. I want to see you get destroyed by BBCs. Like, even if it's positive, it's people being attracted to me or whatever, it's not fun. I don't like it.
The spectrum is wider in terms of you will get much more lauded because of, the higher threshold of attractiveness, but you also get stalkers and death threats because of the attraction. And I don't think men experience this even close to the same degree.
I really don't. I haven't had any stalkers yet. No sex stalkers.
But I'm not saying
I agree with that.
Before. Like there are parts of pretty privilege that are absolutely true. I've had girlfriends that just get free shit all the time and discounts. Like this happens for sure. The point is, when I ask you who has it easier, the incel rhetoric is women live life on easy mode because all they have to do is make themselves attractive and life will be given to them.
But
Meanwhile, men have it harder. I know. I'm not saying you say this. This is why I asked your opinion on it. And I don't think you're an incel. Obviously, I would never think that your opinion's going to overlap one-to-one on this. But when you talk about the problems that men have, it seems to be in a way that
Rob says, what's the opposite of celibate? Maybe promiscuous. You have incel and volcel. Now we have improm and volprom. So you're involuntarily promiscuous or voluntarily promiscuous. Dude, what if in 2022 Steven was like, listen guys, it's not my fault, I'm neurodivergent, I'm in prom. Let's see if that excuse flies.
It's framed that women are causing them, or that women are ignoring them, or that like somehow this is a bitterness and a battle of the sexes and not a societal problem that's just affecting men poorly that we need to alleviate, and that that women also have these similar problems.
Well, first of all, do you not think that women are responsible for some of the problems in society, though?
Charlie is named Enemy Charlie, and she's normally a booby streamer, but she's detransitioned, and she had the decency to cover up for the incel panel.
Women do nothing wrong ever.
Or at least
no, of course.
Of
course. Like in the same way Charlie said, look, if a woman ignores a man's problems or demeans them for crying or showing their feelings, even though I think that is part of violating a patriarchal structure of, hey, men have to be this, and if you deviate from this by crying, you're not a man. That doesn't matter. The woman is perpetuating that by saying, oh, fuck you, I'm not attracted to you anymore. But that's still her fault.
This
right?
is my
So,
problem with
Nice.
kind of like the criticisms that you're levying here, is that I do bring up issues that
McDevin, I disavow. Very funny, but I disavow.
I see that I think women perpetuate. I also bring up issues that I see that I think men perpetuate. But when I bring up women and I say, hey, women are causing problems.
Randy says, what's the word for folks who are trying to have casual relationships, but they keep getting dragged into 2 to 3 year long stints? I think that's like involuntary monogamous. Like in monog. You're in monog. Oh, that's awesome.
For X, Y, or Z reason in this, and they're not acting correct, then people say, well, you shouldn't say that. That's incel adjacent. You shouldn't
Right. So, like,
just this.
could you give an
But
example
I
of that?
also
What
promise you-
problems do women cause?
Well, I do think that women don't take men's problems as seriously as they should.
But women aren't
Inmongs for short. True.
causing those issues.
Okay,
Well,
well,
what
here's
problems in
here's one.
particular?
Chicken
So
Rabbit, go ahead.
we have demanded that women be given access to the workplace, that equity initiatives place them in positions of power, and that they earn a lot more. But we haven't resolved the issue that women don't really like to date down. And
Bro, get him with the incel rhetoric. Let's go.
There's two sides. There's two sides to that. Men have been taught to be self-conscious about their partner making less than or making more than them, but women very frequently say that they will not date anyone shorter than them. And then the other one is that they will not date anyone that doesn't make as much money as them. And that if we are going to fix for women that they are going to be compensated equitably.
Grassroots Hegemon says, hello, I am both late and gay. Well, congratulations. We actually have a whole VOD that you can enjoy with very minimal Destiny discourse, I must say. We did a good job today. Now, that being said, we did have a correlated, I would say, less viewership because we weren't watching Destiny's dick helicopter traffic camera. But we did talk about earlier, we watched Alex O'Connor on the Andrew Schulz comedy podcast. It was good. It's a little dry. I think Alex O'Connor's a little dry, but that's okay. I still had a good time and we had a good time in chat. And then now we're watching the incel debate panel from last week on Whick TV. And I think we're just chilling. Having a chill stream today, which is fine. I think we need a little bit of a change of pace compared to all the drama that we've been in recently.
Equitably to men, we have to change that social stigma, tongue twister, that women should be dating up instead of down. There are far more wealthy men, C-suite men that have waitresses that become their spouses than there are C-suite women having waiters become their spouses.
Well, so I want to be very careful here.
Well,
So
I do
you,
want
what
Mooncake
you've just
to get a
described,
chance, right?
well, okay, go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, I was gonna say, sorry, I hate that dating down thing. I don't think women have a problem with quote unquote dating down if you're like.
Then why do they never do it?
Talking, I think there's an expectation to say, but I
Are
think
you
there's still an expectation. No, it's money. But I think there's
All
an
right,
expectation.
Clicking the button, but
on
I'm
men
trying to
where it's
move
like,
over
okay,
here.
even if they are bringing in like a lot less money, they're not helping with like the housework or chores. They're expecting women to work, to do the housework, to take care of the kids and do all these things on top of not really being a provider. And I think now a lot of men talk about wanting to be providers, but they can't actually do it. So it really is at the end of the day the fault of men, and then they're just kind of pushing that blame onto women.
You guys should
I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is huge. So if you're in the let's say that you're just not making that much money, you're one of the working class Joes, and you actually do find a chick who's willing to not only date you but marry and have kids with you while she is the breadwinner. Okay, I think you need to understand that domestic responsibilities are effectively a full-time job. Okay, I would live in this house. Okay, what is it? It takes so little to make a man happy. I would live in this house. I would live in a lawn chair with a television, with a mattress and a box spring in the corner. I would do laundry as needed, and I would clean the house once every 6 months. I swear to God, like lawn chair, television, mattress. That's how I would live. Okay. Now, when you live with a woman, they want their house to be an extension of their personality, right? And so they have the perfect table with the perfect chairs, with the perfect living room furniture, with the perfect lighting, with the perfect house accessories that describe who they are as a person, with the actual living, breathing plants that you have to water and you have to do all this crazy bullshit. Women want all this bullshit, right? And so as a result, if you're going to be the house husband, you're going to have to think like a woman, and you're just going to have to realize that maintaining this level of organization and cleanliness is going to be your job, which is going to be like daily or weekly vacuuming, weekly mopping, organizing the throw pillows every time they get disorganized, weekly dusting and organizing to make sure all the stuff does that. Making sure that the toys, like my wife has a little bit of OCD, so like certain toys go into like certain, toy boxes and toy baskets. And so the mentality that you would have of lawn chair, TV, mattress living, it just doesn't apply to this. So you can't bring that level of domestic responsibility attention to a domestic partnership if you are the house husband. So you're going to have to be have to be house husband made bitch, which is fine if you're into it. If you're into it, then yeah. So Petty says, as long as I get to keep the dog food, I'm happy. True. Some women will date lesser men, but it's not the norm. Yeah. Beef Supreme says, my wife dated down. She comes from good money. Hell, I only work to keep myself busy and not a loser. Well, dang, good for you, bro. Good for you, Beef. Where would your Warhammer go? Warhammer, weirdly enough, I actually would buy like a protective case for that because I would actually like value the Warhammer. Beef Supreme says, my wife pays for everything, lol, her choice too. Told me I didn't have to work. Look, I'm not built to be a house bitch, so I kept working. It funds my boat. Well, Beef Supreme, I would say that what you should be doing with your house, since you're working instead of being a house husband, you should be paying for a cleaning lady. AKA Badasui says, I lived in a bedroom with a roommate for 2 years and never ever used the stove or the kitchen table, right? I hate the plant so fucking much, right? Right. Grassroots 10 says, true, cleaning is a feminine trait. Burn your shit down every 6 weeks and commit insurance fraud. I would if I could. Oh, yeah, and the throw pillows have to be organized very specifically. Doobie says, I've managed to scrounge out 3 dark minimalist dungeons in the house for myself, but I feel like my wife won't be happy until there are 50 random accessories in every room. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so all I'm really saying is like, it's not enough to take on the domestic responsibilities that you would take on if you live by yourself. If you would buy paper plates and just throw them in the trash, if you would go from your lawn chair to your mattress to your job, back to your lawn chair, back to your mattress, back to your, whatever. That's not enough for a woman. I'm just being real. Just being real. McDevin says, wait, Connor, you don't do the egg carton thing for Warhammer minis? No, I don't. Yep. Anyways, back to it.
You guys should go to TwitchCon. You're going to see beautiful, rich women with ugly boyfriends who do nothing and make no money. It's like,
but those are the exception, not the rule. Even being a successful streamer is the exception, not the rule. Charlie should know this.
Like every hot e-girl you can think of has a worthless boyfriend who is ugly and mean and does nothing with their life and does
because they know that he's a safe bet. Like look at this guy. Sniper Wolf's ex-boyfriend, right? Sniper Wolf ex-boyfriend. This dude allegedly cheated on Sniper Wolf. Like, look. Sniper Wolf's allegedly a crazy person. Okay? But let's face it. She is a conventionally attractive woman. And she found, I guess, this new guy who has muscles. Good for her. But she was dating this dude for a long time. Like a mildly heavyset guy with long hair. And I'm not saying he's ugly. Like if that's how he started, then yeah, he was actually probably a pretty good looking guy. But she put up with him being, overweight, not conventionally attractive for years. And she put up with that shit. You know why? Because they made stupid money together. And then not just that, but she thought that she was safe. So, bruh. Yeah, like streamers having useless boyfriends is not Amaranth husband. This guy, if I saw this guy at a house party, I would not expect him to be pulling chicks. Now, it's not that he's not ugly. You know, he's not an ugly guy, but I just wouldn't expect him to be slamming, right? So if he's like useless and using Amaranth for cash, she probably only stays with him because she thinks that he's such a big piece of shit that they can stay together and it's not a big deal. And he's not going anywhere because she makes too much money. In my opinion. Joe DeZilla says, I got to go to TwitchCon then. I know. I keep telling my wife, next time she marries, she needs to marry for money. Doobie says, those are the women who got beaten around by assholes and now have enough money to have the safe guy. I mean, it's a stereotype, but it's a stereotype for a reason. He's not going to cheat on me. Other women wouldn't go near his crusty thing anyways. Yeah. Yep. Xena says, Sniper Wolf was also a little crazy. She was emotionally attached. I'm not surprised. You just don't like Asians because it gives you war flashbacks. True. Right. Anyways, back to it.
Wait, I have a different counter to this, real quick, Charlie.
I'm not kidding.
I would never hold up streamers as being typical representatives.
No, they're not. But I'm just saying, it's a really weird phenomenon. It's a really weird phenomenon to see it.
It's not weird at all. They want a secure boyfriend who isn't going anywhere, even if he's ugly and useless.
It's not necessarily a weird phenomenon, though.
Let me get because in general, I think you're right, Rabbit Wombat, and that's why I want to be careful, because the idea that women in general are always looking for that security and dating up because, you know, since 1980s they couldn't hold a bank account or a credit card or whatever, or before that, that makes sense. That is something that I want to reverse. The incel adjacent rhetoric doesn't start there. It starts when you complain about that and say, I don't like that women won't settle for less. And then that kind of ends there. And you can talk about how that needs to change. But the problem is when you face those issues in real life, this is where it should start and end as a complaint. Like, oh, I've just found a woman who has unrealistic standards, whatever, gone. And that could be something you complain about. The inceldom comes when it's this repetitive rhetoric that comes up very frequently. And this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. And you're not really concerned with the fact that on an individual basis, you can find plenty of women who don't do this. You will not have a problem finding them if you put work into yourself and just go out and meet people. Like, there's a
see, I don't trust soy pill, bro. I need some ugly soy pill pictures from teenage years. Ugly duckling syndrome, because this is his motif, is that's him. The soy pill streamer, but he's actually like a fairly, I guess there's not a lot of pictures of him because he's kind of like up and coming or whatever, but he's not like a terribly ugly guy, right? He's actually fairly normal looking. Now, I think I hate his hat. I really do. I know he wears it as like a part of his aesthetic or whatever. I genuinely hate this dude's hat, but he's not an ugly guy. Whereas I could show you some like fugly pictures from me when I was in middle school and high school. And then also, I just love Warhammer, right? So that automatically gives me like a -2 or 3. So G Free says soy pill said he was fat as a teenager. Right. But is he like fat? Like he was morbidly obese fat? Or was he like a little overweight fat? Because those are different things. Like having an extra 10 or 20 pounds is different than being like obese. You know what I'm saying? So let's see the ugliest guy these women have dated for sure. Fatsimo, that would be a fun metric to see for female streamers. Absolutely. I would doubt he was fat as a teen. Well, I would want to see it. Show me. Show me your fugly middle school and high school pictures. Because I do have ugly duckling syndrome. I want to make sure that he's not a stolen valor, ugly duckling syndrome guy.
Smaller subset, because in general, like you said, women do this. But talking about it like this societal issue that's women's fault and not, hey, I'm going to be the change I want to see. I'm going to go out and meet people who don't have these standards.
It can be women's fault, and you can face it on an individual basis. Like, and by the way, like I'm not blaming women. We've had the most extreme social upheaval imaginable with the sexual revolution since the 1960s. I don't even think women knew what they really wanted during the sexual revolution because they didn't even think that they could get it. Like, you have to understand, like, up until the 1950s, 1960s or whatever, women just kind of rolled with the punches, right? Sometimes literally, where they just did what men forced them to do, because if they didn't do it, they got the shit kicked out of them or they got ostracized by society. So in the 1960s, when women were like, no, actually, we are human beings and we want equal rights under the law and we want to pursue our ambitions as we best see fit, and we want to be able to control our own finances, and we want to stop getting the shit kicked out of us whenever our boyfriend or husband is upset that their favorite soccer team or football team lost the game. You know, that was necessary, right? Like it was necessary for the emancipation of women. But now that we're emancipated, there's all these problems because freedom is terrifying, right? So, you know, you got people putting their boobs on the internet. You got people becoming sex workers at 17 years old and 4 months, although they should be becoming sex workers at 18 years and 1 second if we're going to be legal about it. We got people thinking that sex work is emancipatory. We got people encouraging that line of thinking. We have drugs, alcohol, ambition, all the bullshit that came with like stereotypically masculine adventure. Women are experiencing it and they're deciding whether or not they even like it. It's football, not soccer. Well, I live in America, so no. All right, checking in with chat before we move back into it. I just want to say I parasocially love you guys for being here. We got 110 people cross-platform. Like the stream, share it with your friends, participate in chat. There's lots of funny, smart, interesting people in there. Comment for the comment gods. Watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you kindly for hanging out. G-Free says the way he described it, he was majorly insecure about being fat. But yeah, but being insecure about something that you're uncomfortable with, I was insecure about my acne. But my acne compared to other people was almost nothing. I would get like a red bump in my chin or sometimes like near my lip or under my nose or on my nose or something like that. And sometimes I would have like 2 or 3 of them and I would have to like pop them and cover them in makeup and all that kind of bullshit and then like wait until they went away. And then sometimes I would pick at them so hard that I would just have like a hole in my face because I was so sensitive about my pimples. I wanted to pop them immediately, but sometimes they weren't ready to pop. And so I would make something that was actually really small turn into something really big. But that doesn't mean that I had bad acne just because I was insecure about my acne. Doobie says, I weighed 400 pounds at the end of high school and didn't get down to 220, 230 until I was like 24. But I was able to be very active with women who were thin and attractive that whole period. I'm 6'4", but I don't think that totally offsets being literally 400 pounds. So I think it was a lot of confidence and charisma. Well, Doobie, if you're serious, yeah, like being funny and being smart and being quick-witted and sharp makes up a lot for aesthetic issues. It's football, not soccer. Well, I'm American, not European. Doobie says, I wasn't insecure about being fat until I graduated high school and tried to get on a roller coaster at Six Flags. Literally the most awkward experience of my life. It still haunts me. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
I don't give a fuck if you're, 5'10" and I'm 5'7", I will still date you. This happens all the time. And by making it this problem that's like, hey, the conversation kind of stops and ends here. And this is the society's problem. And society is the reason why I can't find a girlfriend, or all these women have too high expectations.
True. G-Free says, you can find women with fat dudes, poor dudes, ugly dudes, but never totally insecure dudes. I agree. I agree that so insecure dudes can totally land women. They can't keep women because that insecurity drives women insane.
Expectations.
Like you have to have a confident sense. This is actually, in my genuine opinion, you have to have a confident sense of self. Okay? Like, regardless of whether or not you get laid, regardless of whether or not you're ugly, regardless of whether or not you have money, regardless of whether or not you're charismatic, regardless of whether or not you have a good personality, you have to know who you are. And that's one of the things that's actually, I think, really scary to people, by the way, is Jordan Peterson points this out. Where do I have a recent one? Pictures. I was working on that incel spreadsheet, and I don't know if I saved it. Oh, damn, I didn't save it. I'm going to have to draw it again. But anyways, the whole point is that, like, Jordan Peterson says, telling a 16-year-old boy to be yourself doesn't mean anything because they have no idea who they are. And I agree with that. like hardcore. It's super hard to know who you are when you're a 16-year-old boy because you haven't been challenged by the world yet. You haven't done anything yet. And so your sense of definition is very fluid. But the advice that he gives for that, which I think is just accurate, is become yourself. Okay. And so what I mean by that is becoming yourself means challenging yourself and figuring out who you are. And so know who you are on a physical attractiveness level, right? Physical attractiveness. And by the way, here's a nuance of physical attractiveness you might have not even thought about before. There are people who are physically attractive who are incompatible. Okay. And what I mean by that is that I have met people who were physically attractive and they just weren't for me. Right? They were just they smelled a little weird, or their breath smelled a little weird, or that their like skin was like oily in a weird way, and there was just something that was like vaguely off-putting about them, even though they were undeniably physically attractive. And so I think that's like a nuance of it where if you've never dated like a super attractive person, you might not realize that even amongst attractive people, there can be people who are not attracted to each other, likely on some kind of like subconscious genetic level, right? So your personality, finances. I know that one of them was like life goals. I forget what life goals. Physical attractiveness, personality, emotional intelligence. That's what it was. Emotional intelligence. Yeah, and so the whole point is here, it's like it's never over, bro. It's never over. You can figure out how to become better in all of these stages.
That's the insultum rhetoric where it's like, oh,
but I don't give that
and doom pill and black pill.
Yeah.
I don't give that rhetoric. I don't say that you have no hope, ladies and gentlemen who is watching me, who acknowledge the problems that I see, not just in the dating market, but with women in general and with men themselves. My message to them has never been give up. You're not going to make it.
No. If it was, you would be an incel, to
I
be
have
clear.
said over and over again, there are ways, even if you don't look as good as others, that you can make yourself more attractive to the opposite sex, that you can pull, right? That you can pull a woman who's beautiful, who you will love and who will love you. But we have to acknowledge that there are issues and problems that are unique to men that, yes, women not only perpetuate, but in many cases cause. And I think that
okay, what is a unique problem to men that women cause?
I think that one of the unique problems that men have in modern dating is on dating apps, right? I think that women, it might not be their fault.
Grassroots says, I've earned the right to be ugly. All right. Listen, dude. If you're raking in cash, you can be as ugly as you want, man. Well, like seriously, if you go to work and you're making $50 to $100 an hour, I think you can look like a donkey's ass and you will still pull. Beef Supreme says it's incredibly difficult to have a relationship with someone who is insecure, mostly speaking. True. Evan says my girl smells good all the time and fits into my arms. That isn't replaceable. Well, and weirdly enough, guys, like I've had people say, because sometimes I'll work outside, I'll get sweaty, whatever. I don't always, have time to shower. And I've had family members who were like, "Oh, Connor, you stink. You smell like BO." And then my wife, because she'll be there because we're traveling as a family, and she'll be like, "Hey, do I stink right now?" And what's funny is she'll be like, "No, you smell good." And I swear to God, there's like a genetic compatibility to smell that might be subconscious, where effectively, like, if you're around somebody and they smell a little bit off to you, even if they're physically attractive, it might be some kind of like instinctive genetic compatibility. I swear to God. And the reason why I say that is because my wife and I were able to have like two perfect, beautiful boys. And I wonder if on some level there was like a subconscious reading that we were just like, not only like mentally compatible, spiritually compatible, long-term compatible, attracted to each other, etc. But I wonder if there's like a subconscious like smell thing. Like somebody's saying pheromones. I wonder if that's part of it. Grassroots says, "Will say, oh, my ex is super cute. Wick is right. You got to run with what you brung." Yeah, work with what you got. Hold what you got. Beef Supreme says, "So true. Having a relationship goes deeper than looks." Absolutely. Gen X says, "Bro, I don't want to get the topic back on the earlier stuff, but did anyone see Mr. Girl post? I can let him take my pedo crown. It's all I have." Wow. That does sound like something that Max Carson would say. Bud123 says, "Is the right way to go about getting a girlfriend is to ask out enough women to get dates when you're starting out?" No. Well, Gen X is saying yes, play the odds, but I don't think so. Okay. What I would do if I was to time travel, which I wouldn't do because I love my wife, I love my kids, I love my life, and so I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't want to butterfly effect myself out of my current existence. But what I would say is get into third spaces and just be as aggressively normal as possible. And what I mean by that is, I think I would have had more dating success if I had just like gone to the bar, hung out with friends, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there was always this like constant desperation to try to get the physical attention of women, which did work out. But I still think that like a lot of women can smell that desperation. They can smell that like fear and anxiety. And so as a result, that can be quite off-putting. And I think you have more opportunities when you chill and like get to know people, get to know their hobbies, get to know what their friends are, what they care about, all that kind of stuff. Generally, just trying to be like a normal friend to a woman, you'll actually pretty quickly figure out like who's worth dating and who's not. Just as an example, before I met my wife, there was this girl who I met who super cute, like undeniably cute. And I actually thought that we had a lot in common because we had really good conversations whenever we talked. But then we went on like a lunch date just because somebody was like, "Hey, you guys should date." But the vibes were like a little bit off, so we wanted to get to know each other. We went on a lunch date and we are just not compatible at all. We didn't see the world the same way. We didn't have the same morals. We didn't have the same objectives in life. And so while there was still like a physical component that could have worked, everything else was off. And so I feel like being open to that kind of like chill friendship, third space conversation allows you to filter out who's worth dating and who's not. Beef Supreme says, "Okay, it's that time of day. What is for lunch, Chipotle or sub sandwich?" Sub sandwich if it's cheaper and you're trying to save money. Chipotle if you lifted weights in the past week and you need some protein. Sacred Snow says, "You heard it here, man. Don't shower. Your true love will be attracted to you even though you stink." True. Bud123 says, "No, your wife just does not want to hurt your feelings that you stink." I don't think so. I don't think so. Evan says, "That's my exact situation, Connor. She feels the same way where I know I smell and she's like, 'Nah, you smell better than usual.'" You guys probably have like a some level of like genetic compatibility. Well, QC John says, "That's why you can't have a relationship based solely on physical attraction. My wife can go out into the world looking like a 10, but we wake up in the morning, she can look like a bridge troll." That's awesome. Paul said, "Desi took everything from Mr. Girl. He can't let him take the pedo crown." Oh, Eben says 100% women can smell desperation and insecurity. Yeah, and I think that like while that drive to try to find your partner will lead you to more social experiences, I think that more women will reject you if they just know that you're like, how do I sleep with this woman? 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 Like if that's like your constant train of thought running in the back of your head, I think women can like psychically pick up on that. Beef Supreme says, "I love being a short guy and having a taller woman on my arm makes people want to ask questions. I love it." That is based. Bud123 says, "Aggressively normal like SpongeBob's hello, my name is normal sticker." Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Could pass for an Amazonian lady if she dresses up like a native. Lol. Oh, you guys are brutal. Gen X says, "Yeah, but Connor, we're old and used to physically hanging out with the opposite sex in social settings. Lol. Now they do everything online." I know. That's actually the tough thing. I do feel bad for the younger generation since everything is online. I think you're just going to have to do like chill dates. I think you're just going to have to, instead of shooting straight to romance, right? Romance, in my opinion, a nighttime date is more romantic than a lunchtime date. Alcohol is going to have more of a sexual implication than no alcohol. And also, you shouldn't be willing to jump straight to that with nobody, like with like anybody, right? Unless they're like smoking hot and they're into you, then you should be like, okay, let's go get dinner and some drinks, right? However, I think if you're just trying to get to know somebody and you're trying to find your wife, instead of just somebody to hook up with, if you're actually looking for your wife, I don't think there's any problem going for like a lunch date first. Being like, hey, I think you're super cool. I think you're really pretty. I want to hang out with you. I want to get to know you, et cetera, et cetera. Can we do something chill? Like, can we go out for coffee and go for a walk, go for a walk around a park or something like that? Now, and that's a funny thing too. I've heard that date idea be shit on by women who want you to spend a small fortune on them. But truth be told, that's a filter that you want to filter out anyways. If you have a woman who wants you to spend $400 on the first date, that's not somebody you want to date long term anyways, unless you're like rich and you're looking for a trophy wife. Anyways, if I keep talking to chat, I'm not going to watch any of the content. So let's keep watching some content.
Right? But they are absolutely contributing to a problem where they are selecting for certain features that men just can't compete on, right? Like men do terribly at dating apps for the most
Okay,
part.
but
Like
would you
almost-
say that women? Hold on, this is another one of my questions. Then, do you think women in society need to be more charitable to men that they're dating? Like they should lower their standards?
Well, those are two different questions. Yes, I think they should be more charitable to men they're dating, but no, they shouldn't lower their standards.
I think women should hella lower their standards.
So charitable.
Okay, well, the charitable.
So for example, what I mean by charitable to men is like, if you're with a guy and you like the guy and maybe he messes up sometimes, you should have some charity for him. Maybe he does something you don't like, and you got to forgive him sometimes. But I think that for men.
Yeah, women are way too fast to get the ick, bro. Especially nowadays, they've come up with like a laundry list of things that are like turnoffs, and if you do one turnoff, they're like, "Yep, that's it, we're done." Whereas that's not how relationships work. Relationships are give and take. They are good days and bad days. So yeah, women need to reduce their standards and not be so fucking judgmental.
Yeah, okay, but this is
that.
agendered advice. But when I say should women be lowering their standards, not like should they care about whether or not you're taller than them or whether or not you.
Nice. DD22E says, also somehow I lucked out. Despite being a short dude, my girlfriend's 4'10". Base, bro. Base for you for finding a short queen. Although I do like somebody else is carrying the I'm dating a tall queen energy and they love it, so that's good.
You make more money, or whether or not you look good enough, in the way that on these dating apps they do select for the highest.
I think that
Ved Sunil says, my first date insisted on splitting the check. That was fucked and never went anywhere. Well, Ved Sunil, and I would say that's where, like, if you go on a dinner date, that is too much pressure, right? So let's say that you go on a dinner date that involves alcohol, and then she's not vibing with you or you not vibing with her. Then if you pick up the tab, effectively what you're saying is, I'm interested and I want to do this again. And if she's picking up her half, one of two things is happening. Either she's saying like, I'm not interested in continuing this further, so I'm going to split the bill because that's the responsible thing. I don't want you to feel like you wasted your time or your money on me, which can be viewed as polite. But it also can be viewed as incredibly rude because you're effectively like rejecting the other person. Another option is that they're just like straight egalitarian and they do want to go on another date, but they actually believe in some level of like equality, I guess, or whatever. So you kind of got to ask them and say like, hey, like you're picking up the bill. Are we, did you have fun? Do you want to do this again? Or is this kind of like our last time hanging out? And you can't really say it with like the pressure, like you're like disappointed or angry or sad. Because if you're disappointed or angry or sad, then they might feel defensive. I think you kind of have to ask it in like a super neutral way. Just be like, hey, listen, I had a good time. I'd be interested in hanging out again. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. Like you really have to take the pressure off in these kinds of situations. And I think that's where like lunch dates too. With a lunch date, if she's like, oh yeah, I'm going to pay for my own coffee. Well, it's $5. Who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like you guys haven't even gotten to know each other yet. Right?
degree of
Women
attractiveness.
would be happier if they did. There was a book called Learn to Settle for Misery.
Ooh, Sam says, heard a theory that the better your BO smells to someone, the further away you are genetically, prevents you from being attracted to a distant relative. No idea if it's true. Wouldn't be surprised.
Right Now, not Mr. Right. It was written by a woman, and she did an experiment where she looked and she asked men, what are your qualities?
AF Racing says, Hutch is watching the president talking. We're watching a meaningless debate on dating, just saying. AF Racing, I'll go ahead and I'll summarize it for you. Trump's going to do something bad, and Hutch is going to say, yeah, that's bad.
That you're looking for in women, and they'd list 5 or 6 qualities, right? And they'd vary, pretty generic stuff. And then she asked women the same question, and they had lists 30 items long, right? And there does, again.
Hold on. Bud123 says, don't the women who are stopping dating you for one little turn off not that interested into you? Yeah, sure. But as somebody who is proudly married to a woman with late stage OCD, listen, women need to build up their patience for bad behavior.
This is because women are more desirable. They're the ones who are the choosers and selectors in the dating marketplace. We get that, right? But at the same time, their standards are exceptionally high in many cases.
Do you think they're too high?
In many cases, yes. I think someone who's looking for 6 figures, 6 what was it? 6 inches,
6 packs, 6 figures, 6 inches.
Oh, yeah. 666.
Yeah, the 666. I think that okay, like if you can get that, by all means, but most of y'all ain't getting that.
Group of women. I think it's just like that's a very small group of women who I do believe are looking for those things, and most of the time,
it's not. You guys want to stream snipe real quick? AF was complaining that we weren't doing something meaningful, and I want to just check on something meaningful real quick.
We have a very safe city. This is one of the safe.
Are they adding more and more gold? This is like a Monty Python skit. It's just every time we go to the Oval Office now, there's more and more gold. It used to be just these.
It's because Donald Trump wants to be a French king.
Things. Now you got this fucking thing. You got all this trimming up here. Oops.
America, from all over the world, from prisons coming in, pouring into our country. Nobody, not one person, and this is done by a liberal group, a liberal think tank. They do the work. Not one person has come into our country. Think of that. It's been amazing. And I didn't have to go back to Congress and ask, Biden could have done this by himself. I did. I said,
he's saying that
we had the great Tom Homan.
He's saying that not one single person has come across the border while he was president. Is that what he's saying?
Fantastic job.
Yeah, I don't, dude. This is terrible. Like, no offense. Like, sure, this is important. Okay. It's important that the president, through executive order and directions towards ICE and all these major institutions, that he effectively has made America so unattractive to immigrants that we're down to like 0 net immigration. And also there might even be like people who are leaving. That's going to have very weird, very messed up consequences for the economy. But you know what? We just got to ride it out for the next 6 months. Besides that, it's like listening to a toddler, bro. Like I don't want to listen to a toddler. Okay. Weirdly enough, Whick and Charlie and Soy Pill, and I forget this girl's name, and Dev and this guy and Star, they're smarter than the president of the United States right now. So I'd rather listen to somebody with an IQ above 80 who doesn't have dementia.
I don't think men are going to be attracted to those women. It's probably, I'm going to be honest, rich men who are going to be dealing with those types of women. It's not going to be like a regular schmegular guy. And I feel like I could like pick anyone out of a crowd and be like, she's probably dating down if we were to consider it. And I also think dating apps is not really a good example because if I'm being honest, if I'm on a dating app with all the choices, why wouldn't I pick the guy who's 6'6", makes over $150,000 a year?
It's not exactly.
Like,
it's not something you've done that's immoral. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it makes it
but
just it
he asked
kind of
for a
makes
unique
sense in that way.
Just real quick, he asked for a
Right,
unique
but how is this
issue
caused by
towards
women
men
at
that
all,
are
even?
caused by women, and that is
Why is that caused by women? If it's an 80-20 split on dating apps, men typically, I don't know if you look at generic men's dating app profiles, they're usually dog shit and they take bad photos because they don't take good photos with their friends. Very poor lighting. Don't put work into themselves at all. And so yeah, if you have an 80-20 split, and like Mooncake said, you're looking for someone desirable, and 9 out of 10 of these people are just like, oh wow, this is an immediate like weird photo with nothing in the bio that interests me at all. Why would you swipe right there? Like,
Ooh, so I have really good advice. I have really good advice for hey, okay, for Twitter DMs or for DMs in general. Okay, if you say hey to me, like I'm 99% of the time I'm not going to respond to you. Okay, I want to know, and that's because I have things to offer. I have things to talk to people about, right? So I'm running the Warhammer channel. I'm running the politics channel. I'm streaming, I'm doing post-recorded content, I'm doing all this crazy shit, right? And so as a result, there could be 10 different people who want 10 different things from me, all with like different variations. And so when you say hey to me in a DM, HEY, comma, then I'm just like, dude, I don't have time to like dig into your bullshit. Tell me who you are and tell me what you want. And so I have to assume that it's similar for women, where if they have a bunch of dudes, and let's say that it's like a bunch of like mediocre looking dudes, some ugly dudes, and some attractive dudes, and they all say, hey, well, if they have something that's actually worth something, which is probably, you know, their access to their sexuality, then they're going to already scrub out all of the ugly dudes that say, hey. They're going to scrub out probably a majority of the average dudes that say, hey, and they might even reject some of the attractive dudes that say, hey, because you're not really like doing anything interesting, getting anybody's attention, telling them what you want, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, yeah, exactly. Grassroots says, you got to get Connor's attention like an Irishman and DM him, oi, you fucking wanker. I guarantee you there's a 99% chance higher that I'm going to respond to a DM saying, oi, you fucking wanker, than somebody saying, hey, smiley face, right? And so my advice to you in DMs, not that I've actually lived out this advice, but my advice would be to try to come up with something relatively clever as an opener, or something inquisitive, or something interesting about yourself, right? And so, as an example, let's say that I was going to DM my wife. I'm trying to think like about the things that we had in common. Well, we're both like dog people, or at least we used to be dog people. I'm still a dog person. She's more of a kid person now. But I'd be like, oh, hey, you know, I saw on your profile that you have this kind of dog or whatever. I actually love that breed. I have this dog, blah, 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 blah. Right? And so the whole point of it is that she could see that message and be like, ew, this guy's like shooting a shot. I don't think it looks good. You know, it's kind of like a weird opener. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this guy. And she could block it. Alternatively, if she's like, oh shit, this guy probably likes dogs. He actually got the breed right. You know, like that's kind of cool. That's interesting. Let's start yapping. Right? So you kind of need to open it up, or else you're just going to get rejected, because you're going to blend into, it's noise versus signal. Noise is noise. It's a sound, right? Signal is something that you can interpret into something useful. You need to be signal, not noise.
Why is that perpetuated by women, if not men not putting more work into themselves to make themselves more desirable?
I mean, I also think that we're not thinking.
Grassroots says, if you have trouble meeting women and have like a no third spaces, get a dog. Right, because you could go to the dog park or you could go for walks. Absolutely.
I do think that dating apps make these things more difficult on purpose so that they keep people hooked in to keep using the app.
Paul says, got it. Next time I'll slide into her DMs and I'll respond with, oi, you wanker. Listen, I'm not saying that that's going to work 100% of the time, but there's, what is it? It's actually really funny. There's this thing called, what is it? It's Tampa Bay Pirate Festival. Gasparilla. Okay. And there was this girl who I knew in college, and Gasparilla Pirate Parade. It's basically like in Titusville, in Tampa, it's a pirate parade where they sail a pirate ship, and everybody goes downtown and they just get dressed up like pirates and they get wasted. Okay. And so there was this girl who went to Gasparilla, and she's just like a total artsy fartsy cosplay weirdo. And while I didn't open the DM with, oi, Yawanka, I guarantee you that based off of her personality, there was probably like a 70% chance that she would respond to that DM. So you also have to like judge personality too, right? Like, are they funny? Are they into, like, you know, cosplay or cons or Star Wars or Warhammer or whatever? You know, if it's a part of their profile, they might not be like the typical, you know, money grubbing, gold digging woman who's just like trying to get on some dude's yacht and go to Dubai so she can make $100,000 sleeping with a camel. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all the red pill talks about, is like Instagram e-thoughts trying to sell their sexuality for money. But that's not most women. That's like the top 10% of women. And even out of the top 10% of women who are like attractive, plenty of them have problems in these spheres. They might be very physically attractive, but their personality might be dog shit. Their finances might be dog shit. They might have no emotional intelligence. They might have very limited or no life goals. Their self-confidence could be dog shit. And so as a result, like, don't look for that. You know what I'm saying? Be open, be playful, turn it into a game. But checking in with chat, and just real quick, Shill, like the stream, share it with your friends. If you're enjoying yourself, participate in chat. Lots of cool, interesting, fun people hanging out in chat, having a good time. Watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. Air Freezing says, just pointing out a trend, bruv. Get mad if you want, but if you look back at your last 10 streams, you'll see a lot of you talking about YouTube politics and not actual politics. Sure, but politics, listen, AF Racing, I'm not mad, but I'm saying that the real, let's take a look right here. I'm gonna show you something. So let's go to YouTube, Pondering Politics. Okay, Pondering Politics. He's doing Trump, mainstream media debate, Gavin Newsom, Trump, Vance, Trump, Bill Maher. This is real politics right now. Real politics is just maybe Gavin Newsom should be the presidential elect and Trump's new bad thing. That's what politics is right now. And I have a feeling you could probably guess my opinion on 90% of this. And then same thing with, I don't know, who's like another favorite. Let's check Destiny real quick. Although I do know that he's going to be involved in the drama too. But even with Destiny, where's the videos tab? Videos tab. Trump/Bolton, Jubilee debate, Trump, Hassan Piker, Trump, Newsom, Xena drama, Trump, Tectone drama, debate, Hassan drama, Econo Boy. So, I mean, Destiny's doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Where he's covering more of online politics than he is real world politics. But that's because, I don't know, man. Just from my perspective, I would rather talk about the ideas than talk about current events. I'll nestle the ideas within personalities. But realistically, what we've been talking about for the past hour is dating, incel versus volcel, dating strategies, trying to become a good man, all the ways in which we evaluate attractiveness. This is all stuff that I wish I knew when I was 17. I'll tell you that.
And they want to encourage men to pay for the premiums so that they're more likely to be seen by women. But also, I think that dating apps, regardless of your gender or like who you're trying to date or whatever, dating apps are kind of dehumanizing because it's reducing people to data points.
Rattel used to have a joke about it. You don't actually need the dog. You just need a leash and walk around the dog park saying, Sparky? Sparky? That's evil.
And I don't think that they're good for anyone, frankly. I don't care for dating apps at all, no matter if you're getting...
True, dating apps probably suck.
I don't know, a lot of clicks or not.
Well, not long term for sure, right? Like you can hook up on them, but you're not going to find a long term partner But when you have
Plenty of people
just
do,
the
to
top
be fair.
20%, well, I met my wife on Plenty of Fish, so I'll agree with you there. But
I don't think that
I think
good for most people for
Yeah.
long-term relationships. Yeah, I
Yeah.
because even for women, you're you're kind of
Sacred Snow says, gotta say, Connor, the whole segment is really hurting your chances of selling self-improvement courses. Why? Because I'm doing it for free, or it's bad advice? If it's bad advice, I want to hear your different advice.
you're sifting through a sea of like what Soy Pill said, a sea of like really weird photos, and then
Jonahzilla says, I go with the tried and true. Damn, that ass is fat. What's your pronouns? Truth be told, that is better than hey. That's infinitely funnier than hey. That's infinitely better than hey. Absolutely.
and when you get past the weird photos, you get some decent photos, you get people with actual bios. How many of these people are like, you're still thinking about your safety at the end of the day, right? And you're thinking about like, when you meet up with this person, okay, like,
Rhinox says, do I not stream on my channel anymore? I stream on the Counterpoints channel on Tuesdays, Monday through Friday. Besides Tuesdays, I'm on Valor Media Network, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m.
you are taking a risk, right? When you meet up with anybody. And then like in the long term, women do tend to be more selective because also like how often do these
Acoustic says, do you know if the dating landscape and strategies are different between the Europe and the US? Absolutely, they are. I think in the United States, we actually do have a culture where anyone can approach anybody. And so I know that if you're an Indian man or an Asian girl, or if you're a fat black chick or something like that, I know it can be uncomfortable to date. And I know that it can be uncomfortable to deal with like the subconscious and conscious biases of other people who are judging you while you're trying to create friendships and relationships and all that kind of stuff. I think in Europe, there are plenty of open-minded, liberal, and progressive people. So I'm not saying that it's totally true, but because there's so many ethno-religious groups, I think that it's infinitely more common to bump into people who associate exclusively with their ethno-religious group. And it's for predictable reasons. It's because they want to speak the same language. They want to be able to meet your parents and understand them. They want you to be able to meet their parents and understand them. So you can 100% date people in Europe, but I think there's that additional layer of having so many cultures compressed together within such a small geographic area that there are going to be people who, if you spoke the same language and shared the same culture, you would be in each other's league as far as like attractiveness goes. But because of the language and cultural barrier, they're just not even going to bother trying to date you because they're not interested in dating a foreigner.
like long-term relationships end and then there's a child involved, and what percentage of the time is it the woman who is the primary caregiver of this child after that relationship ends, right?
She should have picked better.
Dating apps are
Okay,
normal
that's
for
actually
people.
wait, real quick. That's another one of my points, Rabbit Wombat. Wick, do you think women choose bad men?
Sorry, Possum Nation says they need a plenty of cats for cat enjoyers. Dude, that would slap so hard, but it would be so many cat ladies. That would be great though. Like if you were a cat guy and there was a dating app called Plenty of Cats and it was exclusively like cat women and cat guys, dude, that would facilitate a lot of relationships.
Yes, and I think men choose bad women, frankly. I think
Because
that
like the incel talking point is really this idea that like you look at these single
I think a shitload of women make really bad decisions about the men they date, but I also understand that their perspective, it's like the entire dating scene is fraught and dangerous.
women with, deadbeat fathers. You look at like
Dang, are those male breasts or female breasts, huh? Jesus. Paul, try that on Hinge. Let us know how it swings. Cameron Mosley says, today I got done doing a 1 hour walk. I feel good. Dude, that's excellent. I started doing nightly walks with the dogs, and I'm not going to lie, it's massively improved my cardio. Like I know it's not a lot. And people would probably laugh because it's actually just walking around like 4 blocks, 5 blocks with the dogs. But I swear to God, doing that once a day, 5 days a week, just for the past week, maybe 2 weeks, it actually has regulated my heart where I don't get out of breath as often. And I think it's good. I think it's good just to do basic bitch cardio. It's better than nothing for sure. Sacred Snow says, I'm more meaning on how all the red pill chuds sell courses by saying women are all hypergamous hoes. Here's how to be high value. If you can get bitches without being the highest value male, why do you need courses? True. Although, weirdly enough, I agree with you. You don't have to have a Bugatti. You don't have to, I don't know, be a finance bro, right? Like, let's say that you're a 4 on the male attractiveness scale, right? Let's say that you're a 4. And by dressing nice and by getting good clothes, you can bump up to a 6. And then let's say on a personality, you're like a 2. But you stop being a rude piece of shit. You start being polite and you treat everyone the way that you want to be treated. And you also like are very gracious and kind. These are all things that you can change. So you could go from, on a personality level, you can go from like a 2 to like an 8. You know what I'm saying? Easily. From a finance perspective, let's not worry too much about finances, but let's say that you're at the bottom of the barrel and then you're just able to get into the middle, right? Like you're just able to be a plumber or something and make like 60 grand a year, or a pipe fitter, or a salesperson or a manager. And you're able to make, I don't know, 60 grand a year, 70 grand a year. And then let's say you're an autist like me and you have almost no emotional intelligence, but you try to pay attention. And so as a result, you're able to bump up. Then life goals, you should always be able to max out your life goals. And realistically, this should just be compatibility. If your partner doesn't want kids and wants to travel the world, then you need to match their life goals if that's what you truly want. If they want kids and a life, then you just need to match. So this is actually something you can max out all the time. And then self-confidence, if you're desperate and needy and whiny, that's going to turn off everybody. So you can bump self-confidence, to the halfway mark just by not being like a whiny, needy bitch. And so as a result, if before you were like a 2 and you had some traits that made you more realistically a 0, you could probably get up to a 5 or 6 and then date a chick who's like a 5 or a 6, but realistically she's hot for you, right? So that's where, hot, you don't need to be dating clones of, I'm trying to think of that girl who everybody thought was hot. Megan Fox. You don't need to be dating a clone of Megan Fox. You just need to be dating somebody that you find attractive, who has a good personality for you, who makes enough money that you guys can share finances and have a good life, who has enough emotional intelligence that you guys are compatible, who share life goals, and who doesn't think that you're like a whiny, annoying piece of shit. Like, it's actually overall, the game is incredibly complicated because it's hard. It's hard to want to be good. However, the rules of the game are actually incredibly simple.
Like people that get abused, you look at all of this and it's like this.
Yeah, Cameron Mosley says, I'm going to keep taking walks and working out with weights. Bro, keep going. Keep going, man. It's good for you. Keep going.
Idea that this is women's fault for not choosing better.
Hold on. If you are man or woman on your 10th relationship where the same damn thing keeps happening to you, maybe it is your fault. Maybe it is your fault. I'm just saying.
Vincent Neal says the standard is assuming I'm a creep when I approach as an Indian guy, Bob's and Vagine type shit. Well, Vincent Neal, then you just kind of realize that is going to be a meme where they're just going to assume that you're sexually aggressive because you're like an Indian guy. But that's where I would just try to be like wildly charming, For instance, I'm trying to think of like, is there like a charming Indian Bollywood guy? Guy flirts. Bollywood guy flirts. I don't know. Bollywood might be incredibly.
Your iconic line.
I gotta tell you, you look as beautiful and pristine, as absolutely serene as an oceanside moonlight beam on my face.
See, that's corny as shit, and obviously he's a good-looking guy, so that's why she's laughing and not slapping him in the face. But you see how he has this kind of like soft, uwu, sweet boy, non-threatening energy? That's just what you need to replicate. You need to replicate the non-threatening vibes. Or you need to find a chick who's into the threatening vibes.
Like if you were on relationship 5 where someone
Do not
has
redeem.
Baby Daddy
treated you
4.
a certain way, right, and acted a certain way, maybe you do have to look at your selection process and think,
Rob, have you seen the guy who catfishes dating apps for guys with fishing photos to get their favorite fishing spot? Incredible content. No, that's awesome though.
Why do I continue to select for this quality?
Well, I want to go back to what Mooncake said
before you date them.
I want to go back to what Mooncake said before, though, right? Because she said, okay, sure, they're picking these men, but they're not helping enough at home. They're not providing emotional support. They're not doing all these other things. Those are the criteria.
Jonazilla says they need to make generic brand cars so we can have Ducatis and Lamborghinis. Bro, why don't we do that, man? Why don't we do let's say you know, the streaming YouTube creation sci-fi Star Wars 40K stuff. Let's say that it goes well, okay? And let's say that we start a fake Bugatti thing where we buy a Nissan Altima, because let's face it, it's reliable, good mileage, decent pickup, whatever, very reliable sedan. But then we get a Bugatti body kit and we just install Bugatti body kits on Nissan Altimas. So guys who can afford $20,000 to $30,000 cars, they can get what looks like a Bugatti, but is actually a very sensible sedan. And just like help like the average Joe look like he has a fucking supercar, but for 30 grand instead of 200. Oh shit. My stand is falling off. Oh, dude, I would do this. I would 100% do this. I would love to put body kits on a fucking $30,000 sedan. I think that'd be hilarious. Office Massey says, hey, Connor, last few days you said you were going to talk with the D-Man about walking down recovery and atonement. How did that conversation go? I'm sorry if I missed it. You just say I'm just going to go live. I'm probably going to talk to him in person. I'm not just going to be like, hey, here's all these religious conceptions that you're aware of from your Jesuit school. And here's what I think you need to do morally. I'm not going to send that via Discord DM. But we might be. I don't know if it's too hot for him. I don't know if it'll be too hot for me. I don't know. But we were supposed to hang out Labor Day weekend. So I'll just double check with him and see if he's still down for that. And if he is, I'll hang out with him in person and we could just talk in person, bro to bro. So we'll see. We'll see how he feels. We'll see how I feel. So right now, I would probably go down, but I need to make sure that all the money stuff lines up too. Sacred Snow says, yeah, Connor, but what if I told you could be a 10 in finance and a 1 in everything else and you'll still pull 10s? Now buy my book on drop shipping. Yeah, I mean, that's unironically, that is the sales pitch from the Red Pill Bros is, which by the way, I think it's so funny. Thank you for bringing this up, Sacred Snow. I think you're totally right. So what's crazy about the Red Pill guys is that they say just max out this and you don't have to do anything else. Like you could look like shit. Sorry. You could look like shit. You could have a dog shit personality. You can have shitty emotional intelligence. You can have incompatible life goals. You can have no self-confidence. But as long as you create a business that makes you a millionaire, then not only will all these things be pulled up artificially through your success, but also you'll have access to Instagram e-thoughts. And so you'll be able to pull chicks who are 10s in the physical attractiveness scale, but they have no personality, no finances, no emotional intelligence, no life goals, and no self-confidence. Which, like, what a dog shit way to live. This is actually why I'm genuinely pissed about like Red Pill content being so popular. Is it's such a, not only is it an inaccurate picture, because climbing to the top of the financial thing is actually infinitely more difficult than these guys give it credit for. That's why they run Ponzi schemes, so they themselves can get to the top of the financial thing. But also, like, what a dog shit way to live. To be an ugly dude who knows that you're only with hot chicks because you're maxed out on finance, but your personality, emotional intelligence, life goals, and self-confidence are all dog shit. What a terrible way to live a life. Like genuinely. Beef Supreme says, I realize I can't type to save my life. Well, good luck with that. or just don't try to date racists. I mean, easier said than done. We're all a little racist, right? Beef Supreme says, we talk all these other points, and the cold hard truth is sex is a bigger factor than all the other put together. For most people, that is a lot of relationships are dictated by the bedroom. Well, but Beef Supreme, I would say that the reason why the bedroom is so extreme is because we've de-emphasized all these other positions of value. And that's why we actually have such dysfunctional relationships. Because especially when you're young, the emphasis is on physical attractiveness. So smart, attractive chicks bang dudes who are smart, but they have no personality, they have no finances, they have no emotional intelligence, they have no life goals, and they could be self-confident, but they mistake like bravado for actual genuinely earned self-confidence. And so that's where I would say, like, this is part of the, you're right that a lot of people just focus on physical attractiveness, but that's why relationships are so dysfunctional, because you should be looking at these other domains of competence as well. Anyways, I need to use the restroom again. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Quick shill before I do. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage in chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here.
Area that women should be looking at, right? And I think that's something when we talk about, are they choosing, should they lower their standards? I don't think they should lower them. I think they should reprioritize them. And as women start becoming more self-sufficient, more consistently, they should say, I don't need a man for money, for support to be able to go back into the workforce. I need someone who was raised in a way that they know how to cook. They do their own laundry. They'll do my laundry. They'll negotiate boundaries. And as our lives change and I get busier and they get less, we'll renegotiate the split of effort at home. All these things have nothing to do with how much he's making, how tall he is. There's no 666 in any of that. And I think that's where women can be better.
You don't think that women mostly do those things other than the salary thing? I mean, obviously there is. I don't know if this is a bubble that I'm in, but women are constantly looking for men who can cook, men who can share in the chores, men who can negotiate and split things in ways that make sense. And a lot of men can't do any of that shit. A lot of men can't even do their own laundry, which is kind of unfortunate.
At what point in the relationship though, right? Because I think when you're looking at the dating app, when you're going out and you're hitting the bar in that, it's that first set of criteria is the 666, and then 6, 12, 18 months later, that's when the second evaluation
that's when that comes up, right? On the first date, you're not like, hey, do you do laundry? Can you cook? That's not usually stuff you would ask like right away.
Well, you should probably have an idea of that before you start dating someone.
Like women who are short don't have an idea. Oh, go ahead, Star.
Oh no, I was just saying that any man, even when you meet these guys for the first time, any man can say that he does cook for himself. Any man can say that he does do his laundry regularly. But when it actually comes to show, when you actually learn to see whether they can, is when you've been in that long-term relationship, and then you're like, oh,
true.
Oh, is this person just having a bad month, or are they, or are they really just not good at this? And then the second month happens, and then the third month happens, and then before you know it, you've been with them for a whole year, and then
Ved Sunil says, I'll regrow my handlebar mustache and LARP as a space fascist and hope for the best. No. Yes. Also gain more muscle and continue to be a gym cell. Okay. Gym cell shit, I absolutely support. So Indians actually have a lot of bodybuilders. And I'm not saying you need to be a bodybuilder, but I'm just saying, like, there are in shape Indian dudes, like, for sure. Like this is freakish. This is like Schwarzenegger level shit. So I wouldn't do steroids, but I would just lift consistently. And then also, man, like, I don't know if you have a good facial hair or like good facial structure. If you have good facial structure, then shave and show off. If you have a good chin, show off your good chin, right? But what I would say is that if you beards are like, I swear to God, they're like +5. Like they're easily like if you can grow a good beard, I think beards are like a +2 attractiveness. Now, when you actually smoochy kiss, kind of inconvenient. Not a lot of women necessarily like making out with a bearded face. However, just grow it out until it's like smooth, and they tend to care less. All right. Bud123 says, for me, I don't care what I would do to contribute to a family or wife as long as my partner is doing her fair share too. I like to get stuff done, such as cooking and doing dishes. Okay, cool. Car fishing. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Zai says bongers used to be really into kit cars where it would be like a VW Beetle floor pan with a Ferrari Testarossa body kit. Yes. Yes. Kikode says, wish I could afford a 30K car. Sure, but there's going to be a floor on this. Like I think a Nissan Altima is going to be like a 20K car, even if you buy it stock. And then I think a Ferrari body kit or a Bugatti body kit is going to be a minimum of $5,000 to $10,000. So, yeah.
You know, and yeah, so it like kind of
It
yeah.
sometimes doesn't even
anyone
show
can
up
hold in
star
a
until you
perfect
move in
outfit
together, which is kind of like the idea that Wick, you say, well, they shouldn't be keeping, if you are 5 abusive relationships in a row, it's like you can't tell someone's abusive necessarily on the first date. Sometimes not even until like 6 months in, when they get comfortable, they feel like they've won you over. And
well, QC John says, isn't Destiny ironically the living embodiment of the red pill? Well, that's funny. That's something that John Zerka said. So John Zerka was like, oh, bro, you pretend to be like this like super feminist, giga soy, whatever, but you're more red pill than the rest of us because you're just like slanging D left, right, and center. And realistically, you've finance maxed. And I actually have something funny to say. This is going to be, a lot of people are going to judge me for this, probably including Steven. So I would say Steven's like not a bad looking guy, but he doesn't max, right? So I think Steven could probably max up to like a 6. You know what I'm saying? So let's say he's like a 5. I think if he like aesthetic maxed and worked out, he could definitely max out to like a 6, maybe even a 7, right? Personality, I would say Steven is actually pretty high. And you're like, hey, he's an autistic internet spurg who yells at people for a living. How could his personality be that high? But the truth is, he's actually really charismatic and really funny. And his banter is like second to none. Like I've just seen this dude like talking to chicks in real life and on the internet, obviously. But he'll just like banter back and forth in a way that chicks actually do tend to like, right? Then finances is obviously maxed out. Emotional intelligence, I'm going to put super low. Well, I'm going to put it right in the middle because he's actually a fairly emotionally intelligent guy, but he's very like selfish, right? Life goals is like a 0. Steven has like a negative life goal because he wants to do his thing and his thing alone. So even if you're like a party chick, he probably doesn't party enough for party chicks. And he doesn't, as far as I know, he doesn't want a family. And so like the trads, he wouldn't be compatible with the trads and he wouldn't be compatible with the party chicks either. And then self-confidence, he's like, crazy high too. So the whole point is that with this stuff, while everybody dogs on Steven for maybe not being the most like physically attractive person, he actually does quite well in all these other competitive domains, except for like life goals. I would actually say that because he wants to do what he wants to do when he wants to do it, he probably doesn't party enough for the party girls. And then because he's also not like a family focused guy, he's not family focused enough for family girls. So his life goals are actually probably one of his worst domains. That's interesting. There we go. Resetting my incel chart.
And now that they're comfortable, they're like, hey, I've trapped you. You have commitment to me and I can push it a little further. So that's why it's like, that's the incel rhetoric is like, women choose bad partners. And it's like, well, there's just a lot of shitty men out there. And it's hard to sift through them.
There are a lot of shitty men, but we have to, again.
There's a very,
a lot of shitty women out there too.
Can I do that? Is my wife going to get mad at me? This is actually going to be really funny, and this is a family show, so I'll try to use as much sanitized language as possible. So I'm gonna put hog. All right, there's not much you can do about the hog, right? Because it's kind of determined, right? But let's say that you're a 4. Now, I'm not a 4, but let's say that you're a 4, all right? Obviously, most girls want like a 6 or a 7. And then there's some girls out there who want like a 10. But realistically, like 10s are more for show than they are for actual use. And I've talked to guys who have tenors, and the guys who have tenors or whatever, they say like all the girls talk like a big game about how they want to hang out, how they want to hook up, how they want to do this, how they want to do that. And then when they actually hook up, it's actually the worst because they have to pull their proverbial punches because they will hurt the other person, right? So talking about hog, but I think that there's a +2 benefit keeping this sanitized and using as sanitized language as I possibly can. I think there's a +2 benefit for if you're good with your hands or good with other parts of your body. Okay. So I'm going to erase this, but all I'm going to say is whatever you are, you are. So if you're a 3, you're a 3. If you're a 5, you're a 5. If you're a 6, good for you. If you're a 7, good for you. If you're an 8, good for you. If you're a 10, you're probably going to start having other problems. But I would say that you can probably get a +2 if you're otherwise good. That's about as clean as I can make those sentences.
Statistic. There's a very important statistic, right? A huge amount of domestic violence does not start until the woman is pregnant. That like a large percentage of domestic violence in relationships only begins the first time when a woman is pregnant, and that is an alarming stat, but it is the truth. So how are you supposed to tell when somebody's abusive when the first time they're physically abusive with you is when you are at your most vulnerable, when you are pregnant?
I will say, and I completely agree with you, Star. I will say, as someone that for the majority of my life has picked bad people, there were always signs first. And what that is, I think that there are definitely people of all genders who don't have a good basis.
Doobie says, I actually prefer to do all the cleaning because it's a good time for me to zone out and think about the day. Also, I'm a little bit of a clean freak, so I'd rather just do it and ensure it's done right. And I'm sure your wife loves you for that, by the way.
For what healthy relationships look like, and then they get trapped in cycles of abuse and don't really know how to pick out the signs. And I would wager that
your fault, Charlie.
Do I think it's my fault? Yeah. No, it's not my fault. My parents sucked.
No bootstrap arguments for Charlie there, Soy?
No
Because that's all you've given from in.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
the problem.
not.
Men have a problem.
Charlie.
It's
That's
not men's
true,
fault.
though.
Listen, I know men who
Kay says Destiny is not a 5. Destiny is a 7 to 8 overall from a female perspective. But Kay, that's where I would actually say, I'm not going to go back and redraw it, but I would actually say that some people are quite critical of Destiny's appearance. But if you actually look at the other domains, he's actually like personality. I would say he's an 8 to a 10. Finances, 8 to a 10. Emotional intelligence, weirdly enough, a 5, but that's a 10 for a guy, right? Life goals, he's a -2. Self-confidence, he's like a 10. So if let's do now the confidence thing, that's a double-edged sword, right? But let's say that we do 10 plus -2 plus emotional intelligence. I'll put a 5, even though that's like a 10 for a guy, plus 10 on finance, plus I'll say an 8 for personality because he can be quite abrasive, plus let's say 5. I know you're saying that it's not overall, but I'm just saying it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 domains of confidence. So you're saying that I already know 6 divided by 6 is 6, but you're saying but if we do the male emotional intelligence, what do they call that? You grade people on a curve. A 5 emotional intelligence is a 10 woman emotional intelligence, right? So if we actually put Steven on a 10, then yeah, overall he would be a 7 or an 8, right? But that's overall because he dominates some of these domains of responsibility, right? So yep.
who have picked really bad, and it's because they've had a really fucked up, awful childhood. And at some point, like, it does become your fault. It became my fault when I, developed enough like critical thinking skills to go, my God, I am someone that has been therapized. I'm, I have people in my life who support and love me who are pointing these things.
This is happening. Says, is the hog graph scale in inches or centimeters? Asking for the international audience. I was talking in inches, bro. I was talking in inches. 3 centimeters is a little tough. I'm not gonna lie.
Things out to me. What I can do is like work on not making dumbass idiot decisions, which I have done in the past. So at some point you reach an age where it's like, okay, get it the fuck together.
But does
It is
me
25
saying, and
so many
Charlie,
resources out there to
Conservative liberalism was like, oh dear Lord, I just came back from lunch and we've got a hog
to get your shit together.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you directly. When I say that, hey, women out there, if you're choosing men and you're on your 5th man and he's acting the same way as all the other men before him, like, you should probably look to yourself and try to find out what you are doing wrong when you're choosing men. Is that incel rhetoric to you or incel adjacent? Is that anywhere close?
It's getting close, but the
Fast and Bulbous says the panel's low energy. I know, that's why I'm just interacting with chat. And like I'm not trying to hate too much on it. They are talking about this stuff. But what really realistically happened in this, panel, I'm not trying to be too rude, is the reason why the topic is Whick incel adjacent interesting is because it's if Whick buys into enough descriptive incel arguments, then he could be viewed as sweeping for the incel community. But already in the panel, we've had Whick say, well, I agree with the descriptive issues, but realistically, I still try to encourage young men and myself to be as white-pilled as possible and work on as much of our degrees of competence as possible, which is fine. That kind of like ends the conversation right there, because even if descriptively he agrees with the incels, he still has like a pro-social prescription. And then the girls have made it about themselves. Like, no offense, but like what they do, they spent like 20 minutes on whether or not it's bad to be a woman, whether or not there's problems with being a woman. Like we all know there's problems with being a woman. Being a 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 man is better than being an 8 out of 10 women. I would say exponentially, right? However, being a 2 out of 10 man is infinitely worse than being a 2 out of 10 woman. So for women, there's a easier floor. For men, there's no floor. You can just fall into the pits of hell and no one will give a shit. And then the ceiling for men is better. And for women, there's a ceiling where no matter how attractive you are, some aspects of your life are just going to suck ass. Right? We've all established this, but that's not even the original topic. The original topic is Whick an incel or incel adjacent, and is he normalizing toxic rhetoric? Which, as liberals or progressives, they should be coming up with the talking points, not me.
Axioms there are completely fine, right? Star, you're echoing a little bit, but yeah, the idea of like, hey, if you have seen the same pattern 5 times, you haven't changed. Yeah, you can put a little blame on them. The problem is incel rhetoric is the epidemic of women choosing.
Chart says I'm too heterosexual to understand Destiny's appeal to women. It's something that has confused me for years. I mean, I literally just explained it via chart form, so I think you got it.
Bad men, the epidemic of single mothers who chose bad men. That's the incel rhetoric, and I don't know necessarily how close you are to that, but would you consider?
You guys are misunderstanding the goals chart. The goals chart is not whether or not somebody is ambitious. The goals chart is whether or not your ambitions align with your partner.
An epidemic of bad decision making on women's parts?
I don't know about epidemic's a weird word to use, but there is plenty of it, and it is in what we do in society, though, and I see this all the time, is we coddle women about this. We're like, oh, it's okay, it's not your fault. We yas queen them. Yes, queen. It's just those evil men. We do this all the time.
I'm sorry. When 20% or close to 20% of women experience domestic violence for the first time during pregnancy, how the fuck are they supposed to pick better men?
Bruh, why are we talking about that? Why are we talking about incels?
Carefully.
Yeah, more carefully than they are.
How?
Look, no one is
Yeah,
at fault.
a lot of them are
give real
young
advice.
and don't. Like like this is
Return to arranged marriages.
And
That's the
also,
plan.
how do women get coddled with domestic abuse and violence?
I'm not
and
talking about
sexual
domestic
assault?
abuse
I
and
think
violence
that's
and sexual assault.
crazy.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when women complain that their men are deadbeat dads, that their men are not helping around the house, when their men are just not living up to their expectations, leaving them lonely, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Not romantic enough.
Yeah, exactly. There's a ton of things, right? That they
Yes, men have to be competent in multivariate analysis. Like, actually, hold on. I'm going to do a chart for that as well. But can I just do something wildly inappropriate for the conversation? Because right now they're doing Bill Burr don't hit women. So I'm gonna play this for a second. I might lose some female viewers, but let's just go for it, okay?
No, we have these huge battles. You know what the maddest she ever got at me was? One time she was watching this show, it was like a poor excuse for The View, and they started talking about domestic violence, right? For the 9 millionth time this year, they're talking about domestic violence, just in case, you didn't get the memo. Evidently, just some people didn't get it. It's not okay to slam your wife's head into the cupboard drawers because she didn't dry the can opener off properly, It's gonna fucking rust, right? How do you not know not to do that shit? Do they really have to keep talking about it? It's like wife beaters watching for, oh, fuck, now I get it. Upset daisy, sweetheart, here we go. There you go, oh. So at the end of the hour, they come to the logical conclusion. They're like, there is no reason to hit a woman. There is no reason to hit a woman. And I was just like, really? I could give you like 17 right off the top of my head. You could wake me from a drunken stupor, I could still give you like 9. Dude, there's plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't do it. But to sit there and suggest that there's no reason. Dude, the level of ego behind that statement. What are you, levitating above the rest of us? You're never annoying? Women, how many times have you thought about slapping your fucking guy in the head this week? There you go. Every day.
All right. I don't want to get copyright struck, but the whole point of Bill Burr's joke, and by the way, like, it goes on for another 10 minutes and it's so good. But the whole point is, like, there's plenty of reasons to hit people. Okay. People are fucking annoying and they piss you off and they do the wrong thing and they do crazy shit and they fuck you over and all that kind of stuff. Right. But the whole point is that you don't do it. Right. You don't do it because men are typically more physically powerful than women. The damage that you can do is fucking crazy. When you get physical, it's bad for your relationship. All that kind of shit. And so you, generally speaking, have this hard rule of, like, you don't hit each other within a domestic relationship, because the whole point is that it can escalate, it can get crazy, it can get abusive. So you just never start. Right. And so this is where I get, like, frustrated with this conversation, where I think it's Enemy Charlie. She's saying, like, oh, well, how is it incumbent upon women to find out whether or not their partners are abusive? And it's like, I'm not saying that, like, we don't have all the myriad excuses and variables that she mentioned. Like, you're dumb, you're young, you're in love, you have super good chemistry. There's 10,000 reasons why, like, a woman can end up with an abusive partner that maybe there were some yellow flags and some red flags, but she didn't know that until they got pregnant, right? And so I understand why it can be off-putting to women to have it incumbent upon them to choose their partners. But there's obviously, Kuro says, is this the violence justifying stream? I've been waiting for this one. No, not justification, just understanding, I guess. And so when it comes to these variables, but, like, we know the stereotypes too, right? The stereotype is, like, the chick from the hood who has 5 baby daddies for 5 kids, and every single one of them is a piece of shit, and half of them are in prison. Like, can we be critical of that woman at least? You know what I'm saying? Like can we be critical of the woman who just like goes to the bar, gets blackout drunk, hooks up with like one dude on this Friday, hooks up with another dude the next Friday, hooks up with another dude the next Friday, hooks up with another dude the next Friday? Can we be critical of that woman's lack of discipline and lack of selection in her partners? And then can we move it in? You know what I'm saying? Like can we move in the judgmental criteria, and maybe we'll hit a degree where it's no longer appropriate to be judgmental, but at the same time, like we can at least agree that going to the bar, blackout drunk, and hooking up with a dude every single weekend, probably not good behavior. Having 5 different kids by 5 different baby daddies who are all in, like half of whom are in prison, probably not a great idea, right? Then we can move the criticism in from there, and maybe we'll hit a line. So, Kuro says, is this the violence justification stream? I've been waiting for this one. Well, not on purpose, but it ended up being that. Vensanil says, he supported Luigi Mangione. That's pretty cringe. I wonder who you're talking about. Beef Supreme says, again, my wife background checked me before we met and brought the check with her to my house to show me on our first date. That's based. Bud123 says, because some women do not know how to vet and they just go based off of their feelings rather than logic or listening to processing red flags. True. Steel Manning domestic violence stream. True. If a girl has more than 2 abortions, she's crazy. I mean, I don't know the math on it, but, you know, I would lean in your direction. Grassroots says, this is the violence enthusiasm stream. The violence justifying stream is just down the hall to the left. Kakode says, about to have 6 if she keeps talking to me like that. Jesus. All right. That's a joke, to be clear. All right. It isn't difficult to be both in touch with your feelings and process red flags and think through values alignment. I agree. I'm with Enemy Charlie or whatever her name is in reference to the fact that it is not solely incumbent upon women in order to constantly be looking out for abusive men. However, I think that women will oftentimes ignore red flags as long as they find the dude attractive, right? And we can also throw this on guys too, right? How many dudes have dated attractive girls because they were attractive and ignored horrible red flags? Right? But how many dudes also backed away because they knew the horrible red flags were ultimately going to destroy their life? And how many men let their lives be destroyed and then ultimately learn their lesson? And by the way, isn't this exactly Darius and Xena? Right? Isn't this exactly Darius and Xena? Like, they're in a, I think at this point, physically abusive relationship. And Darius is like a good-looking girl, and Darius is a good-looking guy, right? They're physically attractive, right? But if you look at this thing, if you look at the graph that we did, physical attractiveness, let's go ahead and throw them at the top tier. Personality, though, I'm going to put at the bottom tier. Finances, I think for one of them is at the top tier. One of them is at the bottom tier. I think Xena makes a lot of money. I think Darius doesn't make a lot. Emotional intelligence, I'm going to put that at the bottom tier. Life goals, I think they're incompatible life goals. And self-confidence, I'll put them in the middle because they're incredibly confident online creators, but they obviously have like huge self-esteem issues. And so, look at this, bro. This is a fucking nightmare. This is going to fall apart. This is going to fucking implode. And we all know that it's going to implode. And they implode on stream for our amusement. But the whole reason why we're bringing this up is because, you know, obviously we have like a lot of veterans, a lot of older guys and gals. I hope that you guys like kind of see this and you understand that like these things affected your previous relationships. But I do genuinely hope that is that if we have young guns in the chat, articulating these varied competencies help you evaluate your relationships better. That is my hope. See, and we got Xena Sims. Jonazilla says Xena is pretty, but she's nuts. Gen X says Xena is literal perfection physically. Both are bottom tier, says Eben, but I'm assuming he's talking about personality, not attractiveness. Melody says they're both Darius and Connor's eyes, and they're both attractive. Oh, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Gen X says my queen Xena is still in jail. I put money on her books. Well, there you go. There you go. That's what I'm saying, though. They're obviously horrible for each other. They're getting into physical fights. So yeah, stop. Get help. My recommendation.
They'll say.
But they're very good at like switching. Like sometimes I find that you'll find, especially with abuse, men will do it in very small ways. They'll start very small. Sometimes people can't tell when there's those like little changes, and then it builds up over time. And I think sometimes we have to remember that people get stuck in a situation that they're like, oh, wait, it wasn't like this 6 months ago. And unfortunately, people do that all the time. And I would say also, have you noticed when parents get divorced, a lot of the
Well, QC John says, if not for violence, I would have not met my wife. I was on a date with another girl that picked a fight with and got her ass beat by my now wife. My now wife got in my truck and punched me. I was impressed. Damn, well, QC John. That's kind of a crazy origin story, but I guess based.
times the dads aren't around. So they start turning these women into single mothers. Oh, I'm going to see my kid once every 2 weeks. And I think that's something that we do need to discuss. And we see it so often. So it is hard to tell. Maybe they were a good husband or dad during the marriage, but after the marriage, they just stop. And we do see that.
Yeah, why don't you elaborate on the coddling then, Wick? Because I
Oh, Bill Burr supported Luigi Mangione. I got you. Yeah. He on occasion he does this like liberal progressive shtick, where he's from the Northeast, so he's kind of he's a little bit more liberal than most people. I think he just comes off chuddy because he's Irish and he talks about domestic violence and all that kind of shit. But yeah, I do think that if you're simping for murder, that's cringe.
I think they're making pretty good points about the abuse and how it's not like we're coddling them. If
Because
anything, it's
I
like,
am not
hey,
saying
maybe
we're
we don't
coddling abuse.
give them the tools to recognize it early enough. That's, on society as a whole. I don't think that's a problem perpetuated by women exclusively, though.
So
to like access to abortion is so freaking important. And encouraging women not to get married super young and have children super young. Like, I'm sorry, I feel like this is how you get stuck with shit people. We need to
I couldn't disagree more. I think abortion should be like an emergency. I think that the things that we're talking about now, where we should be educating people to be better partners and to look out for red flags in relationships, I think that's infinitely more important than a woman's ability to terminate a fetus for a guy that she had sex with. Personal opinion.
encourage women to not get stuck with shit men.
Well,
Abort.
I
Don't get married young.
All right, women, I'm just going to say, like, I know I only have like half a dozen women in my chat, but still, like, that's cringe, dude. That's super fucking cringe. Saying that you need the ability to abort your baby or fetus because you're going to be dating douchebag guys and letting them inseminate you, that's just fucking insane. I know that it's descriptively true, but holy shit. Like have we lost the plot when the statement is women need access to abortion because if they date bad guys and allow themselves to be inseminated, they need to be able to, under 18 weeks, abort the fetus, and over 18 weeks, in my opinion, commit infanticide. That's a crazy fucking sentence to be said out loud, very casually. Kay says, it can be hard to know what a person will truly be like until you're too far involved. I wish I had listened to my gut, but I confused red flags for my fear of commitment. Right. And relationships are complicated. Grassroots says, I'm not effing kidding, dude. This is not a purpose, lol. Yeah, well, I'm sympathetic. So as an example, I have a family friend, okay? And the family friend effectively was dating a guy. She was super serious. She loved him. And he said that he loved her and was realistically like a really charismatic guy, like really charming, working a job, paying his bills, taking care of business, et cetera, et cetera. Well, what ended up happening was the same week that she found out that she was pregnant, she also found out that he was cheating on her and had given her an STD. Okay. And so as a result, and that STD had like some complications that might like injure or kill any baby or fetus or whatever. If one, if the STD was untreated, but two, if you treated the STD, it could hurt or fuck up the kid, right? Potential kid. And so she had an abortion. And so for me, I try to empathize with being in that position. And there's an instinctive part of me where I don't think that morally it's the right move. However, I also could not imagine compelling her through the state to continue with that pregnancy, especially because she caught it like very early. She caught it at like 5 weeks or 6 weeks. And so, yeah, that's where for me, like, I would never like celebrate this though. I would never shout the abortion by saying like, oh yeah, she was sleeping with a douchebag who was acting not like a douchebag. She got pregnant, got an STD, and then that's why she needed the abortion. I wouldn't be like happy about that, or I wouldn't be say that that's what we need as a society. Randy says, I would also say that a shitload of criticism should be going to the guy where his infidelity, he probably thought that he was like cool to a degree. He thought that he was, you know, being chadd by playing multiple girls at one time and getting an STD and infecting another girl. He probably thought that there was some kind of like machismo, bravado thing. I think that should be beaten out of society as well. Randy says, does the legal definition of life need to be different than the scientific definition? The basic logistical problem of awarding two people the same civil rights when they exist in the same physical space? I don't know what question you're asking. I think I've gone over my position on abortion before, which is effectively under 18 weeks. Fetuses still have moral consideration, and I think abortion is bad. However, it should still be legal. And then I think that over 18 weeks, once a fetus starts having a central nervous system, it actually, in my opinion, should have the same moral considerations as a living, breathing human. Grasser says, I seriously did not think, but it's so sad. It was fucking Ved Sunil again. Lol. What, did you accidentally ban Ved Sunil? You can only time out, though. You can't permaban, right? Anyways, let's try to play another clip real quick and then engage with that. And then we are going to be back later tonight. I'll tell you about that in a second.
And I understand your point, Charlie, but I do think that the topic of abuse, the topic of deadbeat like dads, I don't think that really applies to any age, right? Yes, younger women who get into these long-term relationships from a younger age are more likely to like be more naive and tolerate things, and women who are not educated and don't have a source of income are also more likely to tolerate like abusive behavior and things like that. But this can happen to anybody at any age, and again, like the reason.
Okay, they're still talking about women. I thought this was an incel panel, bro. I thought this was about Whick being an incel adjacent and a bunch of incels being in the Twitch and YouTube political community and the toxic political bullshit that they drag in with them. That's what I thought it was about. But realistically, we just talked about women. In general, I think that we went over some interesting things. I think it's too complicated for me to summarize accurately here. However, I would say that there's like degrees of competency. So I think we brought up physical attractiveness. We brought up financial success. We brought up emotional intelligence. We brought up compatibility for life goals. We brought up, self-confidence as like other domains of mastery that any human can engage in. And so as a result, you can increase your attractiveness through a haircut. I think I look better right now. I don't even have hair product, but I think if I have hair product now compared to when I just shaved my head and then grew out my beard, I think I look better right now. And then decent clothes and dressing well and having good hygiene. I think you can boost yourself 2 points by dressing well, having a decent haircut, and having good hygiene. And then when it comes to those other domains of competencies, those are completely within your powerhouse, within your wheelhouse. So yeah, don't be an incel. Anyways, thank you, Working Bob, for becoming a membership. Thank you to McDevin for several super chats today. And thank you for Grassroots Hegemon for several super chats today. I do genuinely appreciate it. Grassroots Hegemon most recent super chat says, for the Red Reparations Fund, who I have now pocket cooked mistakenly twice, best mod ever. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. We will be back tonight. Okay. So tonight, I'm going to be coming onto the Reverie Roundtable. The prompt is kind of crazy, so I expect the panel to get off the rails. I'll be live on Counterpoints. So if you're around and you need something to watch that's live and you don't hate panels, come back at 8:30 p.m. EST on the Counterpoints channel, and I'll be live there. Jonah says, I think hiding people from the channel is basically a permaban. I don't know. Have Ved Sunil, if you can still hear me, then DM me on Discord or Twitter if you need me to unban. Eben says, wait, Connor is going to be a lib and learn host. Did I just maybe hear that? No. If Josiah said that, he said that as a joke once or twice now. Grassroots Hegemon says, Connor needs to fire me, frankly. This is becoming irresponsible. Nope. It's very funny to me. 1.8k seconds isn't that long. Sure. That's interesting. Well, Roundtable, you're leaving. That's upsetting. Well, I have been live for 5 hours, but I will be back for a panel tonight. Christian Blair says, I feel like it's going to be very spicy. It probably will be. We got to see if IRI on Live and Learn first. Sure. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Sacred Snow. Kay says, you should put every evening panel info in the description. Maybe I will, but truth be told, I'm pretty lazy, so that's probably not going to happen. Today anyways. Gen X says it's only 1.8k seconds. Is that an hour or 3? I'm not good at math. 1800 seconds, that's 1800 seconds divided by 60. 1800 divided by 60 is 30 hours. Wait. Divide by 60. Oh, that's 30 minutes? No. 1800 divided by 6. I don't know, dude. What are you talking about? 1800 seconds. I don't know what you're talking about. Sacred Snow says, oh, wait, Connor, are you going to shoot your shot to co-host anything else? Oh, anything else? Oh, yeah. I joked about that with Steven. Anything else? Or were you saying Live and Learn or anything else? Sorry, I think I mixed stuff up. Oh, okay. Somebody was talking about Live and Learn and somebody was talking about anything else and I mixed it up. Are you going to shoot your shot to co-host anything else? No, not really. Okay. And so what I would say is that anything else is Steven and Dan's baby, and Dan might want to come back after the harassment stops. So I don't actually want to steal his brand. I joked about it with Steven because I feel like, I've taken a disproportionate amount of shit for Steven, and I haven't been a pussy about everybody freaking the fuck out on Steven. And so as a result, we kind of like every time I come into town, we do our little show together. I think it would be funny if we did a show together. But truth be told, that's like a lot of train. Like I ride the train into Miami. That's a lot of train rides, bro. So probably not. Anyways, times them out again for 10 seconds and it changes the time, though, I thought. 10 bajillion years, exactly. Christian Blair says that would make Dan Spurg. Well, don't attract me to it because I think that would be hilarious. Just make it you, Destiny, and Dan. Yeah. Bamuso, is Destiny a pedo? No, I don't think so. But, evaluate evidence on your own. Dan would have an aneurysm. Well, now you're just making it sound fun. If me taking over anything else would actually have like Dan like have an aneurysm and have blood shoot out of his nose, I think that would be funny. All right. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a few hours. I parasocially love you. Bye for now. Thank you for the donors. Thank you for the viewers. I parasocially love you. Have a great day. Bye for now.